stars. From the ground up, I rose from the dark. Every second I've been waiting for this moment. Stop, watch, the time is now. Bow down, the rep counts to 10, that's the end. The bell chimes, my hands up, my name rings, it's my belt. What drives the fight? Will rise when it's time to shine. When it's time to shine. And yeah, it's time for mine. It seems we waiting now for most of our lives. I'm in control and I decide to drive to the top of where it's mine design. It's been gliding, fighting, hands up, it's tiring. Time spent below, they don't forget, I get reminded. Every day reminded of the stress and the test. But the day I get the title of the best, I'ma rise to it. At the top is where you'll find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top. And you know that's where you'll find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top.
I'm feeling like it's pulling me under. You tell me take my hand and trust me if you can. I know I'll be okay if I hold you, and I'm not letting go. You've woken up this feeling inside me. It's opened up my eyes, this thing I cannot hide. Do anything to keep it around me, and I'm not letting go. shines right through. Your weakness is my fuel, and this time your demise is my first prize. And I've not forgotten all the pain, the wounds still cut deep, and I've followed every move you make. Now I am right here, I'm waiting, come find me. I'm everywhere, though you're blind to see. I'm boundless in the darkness, I must prevail. So fight and try, and watch me rise, create destruction, all the madness. You want it all, I'll give you all, but this time you'll bow down to me. Just fight and try, and watch me rise, create destruction, all the madness. You want it all, I'll give you all, but this time you'll bow down to me. Come to me, let me devour you. I am your God. Come to me, let me destroy you. I am your God. Come to me, let me devour you. I am your God. Come to me, let me destroy you. This time you'll bow down to me. You're breaking, I'm conquering. Where is your savior now? Come to me, let me destroy you. This time you'll bow down to me. You're breaking, I'm conquering. Where is your savior now? Come to me, let me destroy you. This time you'll bow down to me. I'm waiting, come find me, 'cause this time you'll bow down to me.
This is more than pressure. Soul, tears, this is more than effort. They try to tell me I was lesser. If all this makes diamonds, you should get your test done. But the fact is, they'll be hanging my name in the rafters. They'll be hanging my name in the rafters. Don't wanna see me when I'm active. Don't wanna see me when it's starting to rain and I still gotta go out and practice. Proved them wrong and changed my life, then told a story through my pen. And they wanna ask me how. If you didn't know me then of course you wouldn't know that. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom off of the hinges, boom off of the kitchen, boom off of the house. We ain't messing around, we just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go. They try to tell me out of my existence. Do you really think I'm giving up? Car broke, wallet full of dust. Still I'm gonna go until I drop. Motivation really ain't enough. Dedication really ain't enough. Affirmations really ain't enough. You better run for your silence, 'cause the worst part of the war is quiet. We just go. We just go. We just go. We just go.
2025 LCK Playoffs, the final gateway to the grand finals. Through countless battles and heartbreaks, now here they stand. Sometimes, victory slipped through their fingers, and yet, they still return to this stage, fueled by unbroken resilience. Because the goal is right in front of them. Too close to let go. The reward for bitter patience, the relentless grind, they have to take it themselves. The last stage before the grand finals. The 2025 LCK Playoffs begins now.
As Atlas adequately narrated, it is playoffs here. The 2025 LCK season comes down to this. It's 6 teams for 4 slots at Worlds, and 1 championship doesn't get bigger than this. Dgon here alongside Wolf and Wadid to break it all down. Y'all, we finally made it. No more Rise Group. We have Rise teams, but not Rise Group. No more play-ins. It's just playoffs here.
This is where, like Atlas's read, it gets good. It's better than adequate here, Dgon, going into the playoffs. And I'm really looking forward to today's match as well as tomorrow's. It's really going to set the stage for teams we haven't seen in a really long time in the telecom teams. But I'm also expecting some one-sided matches as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I gotta mention that I think Rise group teams got this so much better since we actually split the groups. You know, I think they had such a great moment in the Rise groups. They developed themselves in terms of how they want to play the game, and they got the fundamentals now. And now they even have the pocket picks. We could see it from the BNKs as well. So I'm expecting more to come from them.
Yeah, let's take a look at how all things shook on out over at play-ins as we say farewell to a couple of our teams there that go to vacation and enjoy some cheesecake. It's the Bros and Nongshim whose seasons ended, and now BNK FearX and Dplus Kia, they flipped the spots that they had from the Rise group, Dplus finishing first, BNK finishing second, but not here in play-ins. BNK end up finishing the 5th seed, so they end up getting KT. Dplus Kia will play T1.
It's kind of answered the question of, is Dplus still the best team in the Rise group, even though the standings said they were. We really had big questions about that. They still became a playoffs team, but I think BNK proved in the end, especially in best of 5s, they're the stronger team.
Yeah, let's take a look at that BNK squad who looked like a squad revamped here in play-ins. They were so good, especially early, thanks to the early pathing of Raptor, digging into that bot lane of Diablo and Keller.
This BNK team found their identity. We suddenly started to see Ryu come up with some really cool drafts that are both meta, but also have some niche picks like this jungle pick we're seeing from Raptor and then the Fury. They're looking for level 3 ganks early. Turning those leads into early skirmish wins is how they were able to make it here in the first place.
Yeah, not only from the players, but also from the coaching staff. I really like the idea that they had in the draft. I think that made huge difference when it comes to the BO5. You gotta be really smart about how do you want to draft, because it's especially hard fearless mode. So Ryu had such a great idea about how they want to play on it, and I really like the Nafiri idea as well. The Vayne didn't work out, but still, you know, we could see it a lot. And their main strength is both. Yes, but we gotta mention their mid laner. I think Vigla, finally he turned on Samsung Crown mode. He reminds me of Samsung Crown here because he never plays selfish. He kind of brings a lot of priority in the mid lane. He always blind pick mid, something like Galio, any who gives kind of stabilizing in terms of mid jungle combination. And also, we could see him flashing in the right moment. So we can't deny that he had such a great, solid performance since we got into the planes.
Even pulling out the Morgana pick, you know, just some unusual stuff coming out from him, very utility-based. If we want to get an idea of the dominance we saw from this team in play-ins, they were by far the best team. They had the second fastest ends of wins, so their game time is the second highest or second smallest here. Average kills, by the way, #1 in play-ins, and then lowest deaths per game as well at 11.4. This team just showcased dominance. They surprised a lot of people and came out as #1.
Yeah, so I think this proves that they don't really win randomly. So they have the structure. They know how to snowball from the early advantages. So this proves that, I think.
Yeah, we'll be able to see if Vikla can continue his renaissance there because it's allowed the rest of the team to continue to function. The other team made it on through, Dplus Kia. 2 players standing out there, but really just an overall huge team performance after that heartbreaking loss in a 5-game series against BNK Fear-X. They defeat the Bros and then style on Nongshim their way into play-in.
The thing about Dplus, the difference between Dplus and BNK's run is BNK had a big team effort, right? They had cohesive drafting. They played to early skirmishing power, snowballing leads, and played the macro well. Dplus was all about individual power on each of these 5 players. Like, there were some great moments for Shiu. Showmaker has his moments as well, right? You have aiming popping off in some games. And even if 1 or 2 of your Dplus players pop off, sometimes that's just enough because you get a big enough lead, they can carry the team fights. It's individual moments like this one here from Shiu, punishing Morgan in the top lane. These are the types of plays we keep seeing from Dplus. I still think there's issues in coordination. I think there's issues in objective setup later on. But in the early game and these individual side lanes, Dplus look really strong.
Yeah, I want to mainly focus on mid lane Showmaker here. He was struggling a lot at the beginning. Now he's back with great details. I think many playing mid laners now reach to the point where they don't miss the fundamentals, right? But I don't think that's enough for the Legend group level of the gameplay. But we could see it from here, Showmaker having a great detail about the lane micromanagement here. I think this is what he got already, and that was just missing from him. But right now, like, he's just missing from the map. He's kind of fake base here to get the extra advantage on the mid wave. And this is the one that actually you cannot learn from textbook, but it comes from experience. And Showmaker, we all know who's Showmaker here.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of experience by Showmaker, who struggled earlier in the year, found a way back on in. As you see the stats here from the play-ins, Wolf, just again, a resurgence by individuals, which was required by Dplus Kia because they struggled because of individuals.
I mean, Showmaker was having some of the worst performances we had seen from him in many years earlier this year, but he's turned it around. I want to see more drafting towards Showmaker, more picks like the LeBlanc, more picks like the Ahri, picks where he has individual agency, so we can have those pop-off carry performances individually, even if his team coordination isn't great. If he gets fed, he builds that Majai's, you can trust.
Well, with that, let's take a look at our filled-out playoffs bracket. Many teams from around the world have qualified on in. Think of the Flying Oysters over in the LCP. They've made it to every single tournament. Let's see who else will be able to do it here with our playoffs in the LCK. It all starts with T1 versus Dplus Kia, then KT versus BNK Fear-X, Gen.G and Hanwha Life Esports also waiting in the wings later on. The losers of these matches of today's and tomorrow's match will drop to the lower bracket, and that one will be based off of a coin toss in terms of side selection later on.
I mean, the biggest thing you can see when you look at this bracket, to me, the big standout is that's a lot of games. Like, we got a lot of content coming at you guys. We have, as you can see, we start on the 10th. Our finals are on the 28th. So we have, over these 18 days, a lot of best of fives coming at you guys. I know that best of fives between the top teams here in Korea is what most people want to watch, and we've got it for you here on a silver platter.
Yeah, so this first set of matches today and tomorrow will be the first rounds. Then those seeded teams will play later on the week on Saturday, Sunday, with a day off on Friday. Then next Wednesday, those are the elimination matches. So Wednesday and Thursday are elimination matches. When we get to our top 4 teams here in the LCK, no point system. It is the top 4 teams in our playoffs will qualify for Worlds, including Gen.G, who's already made it on in. With this bracket, though, that also means that it's almost like a gauntlet run there at the bottom, because in the upper round 2, the higher seeded team will already qualify for Worlds. So don't worry, top 4 teams in playoffs will make it on in. And then the side selection will be done by teams in the blue boxes here. So it's the higher seeds from on out. And in the ones where they're equivalent seed because they've won or both lost, it'll be a coin toss. So Wednesday's match will be a coin toss. And this Saturday's match, or next Saturday's match between our winners will be a coin toss as well. So a brand new playoff format for our new elongated system here in the LCK. Let's turn our focus to our matches coming on up, and we'll start with B&K FearX versus KT. That's the match that'll be coming tomorrow. Wolf, you wanted to take a look at a couple of stats here between these bot lanes.
Yeah, I want to talk about the bottom laners who've been really performing. I think a lot of people have been having their eyes on Diablo. He's been played through in the bottom lane. Raptor is kind of camping the lane. They're getting early ganks. So you can look at how much damage share he gets when he gets fed. He's first in plans at 31.5. Look at Duckdom as well here in the Legend group, sitting at second place. He's 30.4. It's actually higher than Ruler as well, who's just 2 points behind him. His damage per gold also insane here at 1.82. Both of these players doing an insane amount of heavy lifting for their squads. I think a lot of people have their eyes, myself included, always on BDD being the big carry. But even when he's putting out that massive damage on picks like the Rise, Duckdom is doing an insane amount of damage there. So these bottom laners are going to be incredibly important in tomorrow's game.
Even though BNK is doing great here, I still think KT has such a better laning. So I think with Perfect being better on the top lane, I think KT is going to just stomp BNK. So I think they should bring some fresh ideas about the draft. So Foxes should prevent the roller coaster from starting in the first place. So you're going to do something in the draft, or you're going to get stomped.
All right, well, again, the Foxes need to try and find a way on in there. On the next matchup, though, T1 versus Dplus Kia, that's today's matchup. Objective focus seems to be key here, Wolf.
Yeah, so I want to talk about the two teams in terms of how they do objectives. We're having a lot of numbers and stats to put up here for you guys, and you'll see that like Dplus actually have really good objective stats here. Their Herald percentage as well is a really big standout. We go later in the game, though, those numbers drop off. Look at the Otacon percentage here for Dplus across the season, 39.3, and only 50% of Otacons in the play-ins where they were a big favorite to get out. On the other side of things, in the Legend group, T1's at 69% of Otacons, nearly 60% of Barons, and even though the Baron percentage is high for Dplus in Rise, they weren't able to capitalize on those Barons very well. And it's those setups in the late game that can be make or break. We know T1 is one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world when it comes to Otacon takes, those fights around Baron. And Dplus has really been rocky on those. I think Dplus probably needs to win fights to lead to take the free objectives. That's kind of been their MO. We haven't seen that as much, so I'm worried for them in this particular matchup.
So yeah, even though they had the great setup for the objective, they still managed to, I don't know, the fight was really close. The idea was not here because they already got the setup. They managed to get the objective here cleanly, but they tried to focus on the other targets, which makes really messy here. And I think all those kind of setups can happen in the T1 matches, but if you play like this against T1, I don't think you have a chance against them.
Yeah, you definitely want to fight where your vision is, where your setup is, and again, this was on sole point for Dplus Kia. They ended up just trying to take this fight and win it eventually against Nongshim, something that's not going to happen against T1. Now, Wadid, what are your thoughts here in this specific matchup, keys for both teams?
So I think basic idea for DK is still the same. I think it's kind of similar to BNK, so I think they need to bring up some pocket picks, especially from Showmaker. I really like his TF, and I really like some fresh ideas around the mid jungle, so just let them cook. And for T1, I think normal solo deaths. There are so many isolated deaths, so I think that's gonna hurt them so much.
Yeah, we saw Dplus Kia cooking earlier in the year. Let's see if they get back to that. Time to see who's cooking with predictions across the broadcast team. We're gonna keep some of them secret, but for the three of us here, not a lot of cooking. You know, maybe I'm using a little bit of salt, but these two
Compared
guys
to us, you're
bland.
cooking hard.
Oh yeah.
Bland.
I just think, for me, individual performances aren't going to be enough against the team that is a four-man roster that's been together so long, and Doran being such an incredible top laner right now. The five-man team fighting, the teamwork of T1 is just unprecedented right now outside of Gen.G, and I just don't think Dplus are going to be able to crack it.
It's just rough. It's really hard to you think like T1 is gonna lose against DK at this point.
Any chefs in the chat? Just wondering if anyone out there is cooking there for Dplus Kia, because it's a little too hard. It's very, very difficult. Dplus Kia, great story to get themselves out of the Rise group, out of play-ins, into where they thought they belonged in the Legend group and against the Legend teams. Well, now they have the opportunity to do that against a team that has World Championship aspirations and has proven it year over year over year. Let's see if they're able to do it today. Dplus Kia versus T1, our first matchup in the 2025 LCK Playoffs. Let's see how it goes. We'll see you after game number 1.
makes me stronger. Makes me stronger.
T1입니다. 고라니 미쳐 날뛰는데요.
오너의 저 신짜오의 저 대단무쌍한 플레이가 승전보가 T1 쪽에서만 들리죠?
T1 완벽한 슈퍼 플레이로 상대를 수세로 몰아 넣습니다. Dplus Kia입니다.
루시드가 적토마를 타고 한타를 하는데요.
점점 왕자가 위험합니다. 와, 이거 라이즈의 왕을 잡나요? 결국 Dplus Kia 라이즈 그룹의 정벌에 성공했고요. 저는 지금부터 시작입니다. Let the show begin. T1 기다려라. 딥기가 간다.
T1 화이팅! T1 화이팅!
Dplus Kia fighting!
T1 화이팅! Dplus Kia 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. It is the playoffs. We've lost 4 teams. It made watching the intro a little bittersweet because almost half of our LCK squads have called it quits for 2025. We still have our top 6 and so many best of 5s to go moving towards the finals on the 28th. I think Wolf stated it very, very well that we have a smorgasbord of fantastic League of Legends, and it starts here today with T1 versus DK. And when I first heard that T1 had chosen DK, part of me was like, well, that's dumb. And then I thought about it for more than 4.5 seconds, and I was like, wait a second, no, that makes a lot of sense.
Actually, I think in your case it makes sense because you have the gut instinct of, but what about Barrel? But unfortunately, in the current form, what about Barrel becomes more of a detriment, as unfortunately that's something we'll have to address here today. As T1 picking DK, I think makes sense. BNK are kind of on a roll right now. I also think BNK, funnily enough, would love to play into T1 because both those teams will just take every single fight every single time.
Yep, not to mention the fact that Ryu might be able to get some revenge. I feel like his drafting has been absolutely fantastic. Yep. And we all remember the very famous Ryu face against Faker. That was a long time ago, but maybe he's still got it on his mind. I know that we've seen that clip a lot. Every time.
Never gets old.
Nope. But I'm looking forward to seeing what can happen. Whether some magic can come out from DK. I don't want to spoil anything, but I wasn't a 3-0 predictor. Let's just say that. As last time in a best of 5, it was DK that were able to take the victory in the Worlds qualifier. Kind of insane.
Yeah, I still don't-
even thinking, like, that feels like a fever dream.
That feels wrong.
Yeah.
Especially given that, as we now know, T1 then went on to win Worlds.
Yeah. Yeah.
That did happen, Atlas.
It did.
We were there. I don't remember it, but apparently it did.
Yep.
As Carrier, the second support to get 400 LCK wins, even in the most insane of timelines. I don't... Like, I feel like he'll hit this, okay? Like, even if
I think,
DK
yeah.
through a miracle win, come on. This has got to be safe. We've got to be able to hit that. That I think is a no-brainer. Carrier also has been an incredible performance towards the later end of the split, which shockingly means T1 looked very, very good.
Oh, now it is time to see what the predictions hold, and
Okay,
it's going to be
makes sense.
pretty red. I imagine it will be Jonas Strong. Come on.
No.
No, he's not
No.
doing it.
No.
Am I the only one? I'm the only 3-2 predictor. I'm the only one that did it. I want to just spice up my life, you know? Sometimes you just want to do that. As T1 with close to 80% of the vote over there on Twitter. And I imagine if I look behind me,
Very cool individual.
yeah, Nave is 90% and Soup is 85%.
I can't read that fan sign, but I saw the Lucid jersey. It was signed.
Yeah.
That got me hyped up.
Very, very cute. But now it is time to throw it over to the coaches to see what we're in store for.
안녕하세요. T1 감독 김정균입니다. 일단 앞으로 경기가 굉장히 많기 때문에 최선을 다해서 준비를 해야 될 것 같습니다. POX와 Dplus Kia 두 팀 다 굉장히 강력한 팀이라고 생각하지만 현재 상황을 봤을 때 Dplus Kia와 경기하는 게 더 좋은 경기력이 나올 것 같아서 선택하게 되었습니다. Dplus Kia 같은 경우에 점점 이제 폼이 더 좋아지는 것 같은 게 느껴져서 그 부분이 좀 인상이 깊은 것 같아요. 일단은 피어리스이기 때문에 뭐 1세트도 1세트이지만 이제 경기 중간중간에 계속해서 수정해서 조합을 잘 짜야 될 것 같다는 생각을 하고 있습니다. 저는 도란 선수가 굉장히 기대되기 때문에 탑라인으로 하겠습니다. 도란 선수가 굉장히 부담감도 심할 텐데 항상 좋은 경기력을 보여주기 때문에 항상 기대가 되는 것 같아요. 3대1 예상하고 있습니다. 선수들이 최선을 다해서 준비한 것만큼 좋은 경기력 나올 거라고 생각하고 있고요. 꼭 승리하겠습니다. T1 파이팅!
안녕하세요. Dplus Kia 감독 뱅기 배성우입니다. 일단 플레이오프에 올라오게 돼서 기쁘고 오늘 좋은 경기 하고 싶습니다. 조금 당황하긴 했었는데 할만하다고 생각했었고 쉽지 않은 상대라고 생각하고 있었습니다. T1 같은 경우에는 빠른 템포 게임에서 조금 공격적으로 게임했을 때 힘이 확실히 잘 살아나는 팀이고 그런 게 좀 큰 강점이라고 생각하고 있습니다. T1이 그 강한 템포로 게임을 조금 하지 못하게 조금 잘 준비하는 게 좋다고 생각합니다. 바텀이 중요하다고 생각하고 있습니다. 시작을 바텀에서 강한 라인전 바탕으로 조금 게임을 풀어 나가는 경우가 좀 많다고 생각해서 그렇습니다. 3대1로 하겠습니다. 오늘 꼭 승리해서 그래도 상위 라운드 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다. Dplus Kia 화이팅!
Awesome to see both Koma and Bengi there, as, you know, we're used to them being together in the past, and now going to be fierce opposition. As first, we will welcome T1 to LoL Park. They have been taking a little bit of a break, as of course the play-ins was not their realm, as they did qualify a little bit too high out of the Legend group. But we'll see whether they're still feeling warm and raring to go moving into this very first playoff match.
And Domestic Doran is in full force right now. At the start of the year, wouldn't have thought that he would be contesting Keen, but I feel like even though T1 wasn't able to beat him, I think he is getting close, and given his spring performance, it's kind of a surprise. Really started with that road to MSI turnaround when the Krug Lord showed up, and he hasn't left since. I think the rest of the team, we have seen the bot lane struggle a little bit, particularly against Gen G, which again should be no surprise given the form of Ruler and Dora right now. But outside of that, I don't think they have really struggled consistently. Faker had some issues with his laning, I think, towards the middle part of the round robin, but I do think that those were shored up mostly last time that they faced off against Humble Life, as DK very clearly the underdog here, 14-0 in predictions, Atlas, and I think that's what
And I feel a bit weird being the closest one to a DK victory.
I'm just shocked you didn't go DK 3-0. I'm like, that would make sense to me.
No. That would be a bridge too far, one could say.
It would be silly.
But, you know, anything is possible. And for those who are fans of DK out there, let me remind you that they are currently 6th place in the LCK. There are a few teams in our history that have leveraged 6th place in the LCK to do some pretty cool things.
Is this a DRX and T1 angle?
And a Homo Life Esports angle back in 2021. This is a magical part of the standings to be in. And when Beryl's also on the team, it adds to your stats. But speaking of stats, key players are going to be Gumayushi versus Aiming, and I think you already highlighted it pretty beautifully. The bottom lane, it's a coin toss. We don't really know. I don't think it has anything to do with Aiming here, but the guy that he lanes with is a bit of a loose cannon, one could say. I'm looking forward to seeing what Beryl's got in store for us. As the new Genshin patch did drop today, so he hasn't been distracted by it prior to this, but maybe his mind's elsewhere.
Yeah,
We're not sure.
I have no willingness to try to dive into the mind of Beryl. I think that's solely left to you. I do think that the bot lane struggles for T1, again, need to be seen in the light of the players that they faced against. I think that although Aiming's stats have been good, I think there's been periods over the last couple of years where I've been extremely impressed by Aiming. When it comes to his actual impact in the game, I think his stats have always looked good on DK, basically since he became a part of the team. But I'm going back to large parts of 2023. But even on DK, I think there's been periods where he was actually the 1v9 carry. But things like the Ezreal game come to mind that he had recently, where him using his E very liberally in a way that ended up almost leading to a turnaround by, I think it was Nongshim, are things that I think we want to see DK make this competitive today. We can't see, again, I think the Beryl conversation, Beryl versus Carry-Out, I don't even want to touch it. It's just very obviously...
Just let them have their cook-off, man.
Yeah,
that's all we've got to do. Obviously, Carrier has looked a lot cleaner in the kitchen, but it's not about your workspace at the end. It's about what comes out of the oven, okay?
Okay.
That's my attempted analogy there.
Then, and looking at the rest of the lineups, I think that Owner obviously is going to be the heavy favorite coming in today. As great as moments of Lucid has had, his consistent impact dwarfs compared to Owner. Faker versus Showmaker, I think, is actually rather interesting.
I do
because
too.
I feel like for both of them, the laning phase has been ranging from fine to somewhat lackluster, and it's all about the impact they can have out of lane. In Faker's case, I think it really is about the team fights, whereas for Showmaker, for me, it's been the amount of impact in those early skirmishes and the picks that he can find these big individual playmaking moments. So that mid-jungle 2v2, I think, is always going to be interesting. And then topside, if this was the beginning of the year, we'd probably favor Xiu. That was 8 months ago.
Yeah, a really long time ago.
Very long ago. And Doran has been in monstrous form.
Yeah, and if you're talking about the start of the LCK season, I think even then you're saying Doran is probably favored, but we like to include LCK Cup around here. You know, we're all about inclusivity.
That's when DK
of the LCK Cup.
I love sample sizes out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they actually looked kind of okay. I would include Kesper Cup as well, if it actually helped my point, but instead that was won by Bro. And here we are in the draft, ladies and gentlemen, as Aurora and the Azir have been taken away, as Yunara on blue side, question mark.
Might not want to be locked into a Yunara first pick, which would then probably be answered by like Wukong Annie. You know, that's kind of what we've been seeing.
Yeah.
And then maybe if they slap a Rakan on top of there as well, your life becomes very difficult. Zinza will be another pick that I'm looking toward with great interest, as both Lucid as well as Owner have been heavily trying to showcase their skill on the pick. In T1's case, I think it also will allow them to be a lot more liberal with the rest of the comp that they have. I think for DK, they kind of do want to play, based on what we saw before, towards Lucid and Showmaker again. So we'll see if the drafts reflect that. That, to me, is
Rumble.
Very quizzical ban, not because the Rumble, which I think B1 Rumble is perfectly fine, but more so because Xiu on the Ornn has just not been great.
Yeah, I think actually you kind of wanted to play that.
Yeah, that one to me is a little...
Yeah, DK get themselves another ban. I guess. But this should be a Rumble ban, I think, with what T1 are looking for. The question is then, what gets left open? And Pantheon is going to be the answer to that one. As there it is, the Rumble is going to be taken away. All for the bans, acronym-wise.
Could have a
Ayo, that's
Pantheon,
awesome.
and then what usually we've seen either Trundle, but we've also seen a good amount of the Jarvan. I don't like the Jarvan lock in this early, because it gives the opportunity to like slam Lucian Braum, for example, on the next rotation.
Oh, they're slamming Rise Jarvan fast. Well, not very fast, but it's happening.
Talia's open as well.
Oh, that's a good point. Talia could be a good one. Orianna has also been one that Showmaker especially has been gravitating towards.
I think Ori Jarvan makes sense. I actually like Trundle here. I think a Trundle into Pantheon specifically is good. But Ori Trundle isn't quite as strong. I think Jarvan Ori makes complete sense. And also gives a little bit more space to Barrel. I think we've seen Lucid slowly get better at being the main initiator for his team, as Barrel has been leaning towards things like the Karma.
Yep.
Or like the Braum, which also doesn't really fulfill the role of main initiator. As, yeah, DK going to take their time, but I think this 1-2 should not come as a surprise. And then we'll see what Faker wants to play into. It's just
Galio.
Yeah, we just take the hit in the laning phase, are not too
Oh,
bothered,
God.
and area Nico is open.
Aha.
Get locked in here.
Well, this is a bit of a good luck Dplus type situation that they find themselves in. We'll see what they do decide to lock away for this final pick. Whether there is do you lock Karma now just to try and stay alive in the lane? It has been something that they've used against the Nico in the past.
You're gonna get like Gwen here? Ambessa?
You could I think Ambessa does make a fair bit of sense.
Ambessa really does make the draft, I think, very solid there for DK. When you look at it in isolation, I think as you highlight, the real issue is, will you get out of the laning phase without being 3k goal behind against Galio, Pantheon, and Keria on Nico? I'm inclined to say no, but I do like what DK have now. You have two great ball delivery systems, really reliable ways to get onto the enemy backline as well. And we'll see what they're going to do. It looks like they're going to protect Shiyu mostly, which given the performance of Doran does make sense. And they're not too bothered about what Guma will be locking in here, as there is a Barrel Karma ban, which I think is warranted.
No, it makes a lot of sense, but it's just weird. I don't know.
It is. Yeah, that it is.
So let's see what this final ban is going to be. I expect it to remain towards the top side of the map, and something like a Jax is kind of standing out to me just because Doran has been so good at the champion.
Oh, Jarvan, Ambessa, yeah, feels good.
Doesn't feel like a bad option, even against the Clockwork Wind-Up Chronicler, as the Corki will be the ban away here on Dplus' side instead. Instead aiming towards probably the strongest 2v2 lane that we have seen in the Corki Nico.
Yeah, it does make me wonder whether aiming is going to slam Bard, or not Bard, Jhin Bard.
Yeah.
Because I do think that a Bard pickup actually does help out DK in the long run, because obviously that frees up a ban for the rest of the series, because you can't let Keria have
Honestly,
Bard.
the denial is almost worth it. Sivir is going to be banned away. Of course, T1, they can't play it because there's Jarvan on the other side, so banning it here does make a lot of sense.
What else would you go here? I'm trying to think. As Karma, I think, would have been high on the list, but obviously with the Karma ban, that's not really a possibility anymore.
Yeah. I'm a little bit intrigued.
Barrel will have something prepped here, or is it just going to be like, I don't know, Rakan, something of the sort. Rel was another.
Well,
but there it is, yeah. I'm wondering if they have something prepped for aiming here that they're not willing to reveal until the end. I think Barrel's Bard has been the topic of many a conversation. I don't think that he's necessarily great at the champion, but he does have impact.
He is a very Bard. He's a Bard player. He's a very Bard player.
Yeah, this to me really is the epitome of, well, that frees up a ban and we don't have to worry about it.
I mean, honestly, Jhin Bard feels pretty good to take away from T1.
Yeah,
Jhin is Gumayusi's most played champion so far this season, as the Aatrox is going to be the choice here by Doran into Shiyu. And we actually saw Shiyu on the other side of this matchup against Morgan, I believe, get that solo kill towards the top side of the map. Looked pretty fun for the Aatrox up there. We'll see whether Doran can do the same thing. As Keria, one final lock-in here for Gumayusi, and it will be the Jhin pick away on the bottom side of the map to force aiming to probably play Ezreal or Varus.
I was going to say Varus, yeah.
I would not like this. I didn't like the Varus last time around, and I don't think I'd like it again here, because he'll probably play lethality, and it just doesn't hit the same as it used to.
As Bard, you would just be playing for the safety of the Ezreal.
Kai'Sa would be a very different thing.
I think it actually makes sense if you, again, can get through laning phase. I think this is a lot safer. So I do think that aiming is a very good Kai'Sa. It also would work really well with the top half of the map. But the biggest issue is that with Bard, you obviously always want to try and be out of lane. Gonna be hard against Jhin and Nico, obviously. But in an ideal world, Bard gets to just roam around, have impact, play his minigame. And Kai'Sa alone in a side lane against Pantheon, Galio, Jhin, and Nico is just going to chain die.
Yeah,
there's just no way around it. Ezreal both has more safety built into the kit and has more access to safe wave clear, so it's a lot easier for him to consistently keep waves thinned out, as opposed to Kai'Sa that has wave clear, but it's basically melee. So I think that this makes sense for DK. Good amount of pick aways. I think the draft, if you look at it in isolation, for DK actually works out well. The problem obviously arises with the expectation that 2-1 is going to have Prio on top side. They want to Prio on mid, but it won't matter because it's Galio. And then they have what is the strongest side lane impact jungler on the patch. So it's a... And then we haven't even talked about the fact that Guma's on his best champion. And Carrier's on Nico!
Yeah, there are a lot of reasons to be a little bit worried for DK in this one, unless you're only focusing on what they have. I also think that Galio is a massive deal, because it just feels like DK are not very stable even in the middle of a team fight, and that can really cause some disruptions. But we will not count chickens before they have metaphorically hatched. Instead, let's just jump onto the rift.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift, as Shiu is already in a large amount of, well, I mean, he's Ambessa, so he's not in a massive amount of trouble, but he was surrounded by bad guys, and that doesn't feel all that fun.
It did look scary. I was scared.
Yeah, I was a bit frightened. And then I remembered that this is not a champion that was designed prior to 2018.
Okay, but it's also Aatrox level 1 with a no dash and an insanely long Q cooldown. Or no, it was the Galio actually. But Galio nor Pantheon, who I think really want to go their CC.
Yeah.
So he was fine. He just walked it off. And it would be very funny to me. I was kind of expecting, you know, the classic DK game 1. It's cool. They somehow win and then they get swiftly 3-0'd. Don't think that seems very likely. As surely...
Oh, sharing some pixels there.
Yeah, we don't...
Yeah, no, I don't think we're going to be confused about that.
They knew, yeah. Not going to be any surprise here, as both of these bot lanes obviously going to try and fight for the level 2. And we'll have to see. Beryl picking Carrier's skin is very cute.
Yeah, he's... like, I mean, Beryl
doesn't
has...
play his own skins, by the way.
No, he doesn't. But he has his favorite skin of every champion, and he doesn't deviate. He's definitely a man who commits, you know? And so, Carrier's skin, just getting the nod from Beryl. As Faker taking a fair bit of punishment here in this lane. This is to be expected. It's kind of what we see in the Galio-Orianna matchup most of the time.
Yep.
See whether he can get most of these minions, as he does miss one there on our screen, as Doran finding a good trade onto Shiu.
Yeah, Galio's good matchups aren't really ever about him being able to do well in the laning phase, right? It's really about everything that comes afterwards and how quickly he doesn't just get bullied around. As we can see here, Faker expected to take a bit of a beating here. I do want to give some credit as yeah, that's very similar to what Shiu did to Morgan, as Doran showcasing it here as well.
Yeah.
But what I want to highlight is that Showmaker was actually, on that Orianna, I think, one of the big reasons why DK were able to win. Was it game 1 against Nongshim?
Yep.
Which was a game that was...
His, like, Bruiser Orianna that just would never die.
Which I'm sure he's going to go for here as well. And I think in this case it's warranted. You have so much damage on your composition with the rest of your top side. If it was a tank top, I'd feel a little bit worried, but it's not. It's Ambessa. This is the bigger problem, though, as something that we did expect, is that outside of mid, which doesn't really matter, when it comes to having prio there, we're seeing that there is basically no prio for DK.
Yep.
And again, this is to be expected, but it does make the game pretty hard to play, as it looks like Faker is going to have to take his first back. And I think it's really, once you get your Spectre Scowl, you're going to be feeling a lot better. It looks like instead he just picked up a Dark Seal and some boots, made his way back to the lane, as Owner will get spotted here.
Some aggressive positioning by the Pantheon as they are all walking past this turret. So despite the fact that Owner isn't going to be able to get a successful gank off, this will still be about a wave that Aiming is going to miss out on, and that bottom lane continues to bleed. You can see already to the tune of about 300 gold, and that's getting close to, you know, first blood levels deficit.
It's so telling as well, like how willing T1 is to play towards spot side. Look at the vision that's there. Like, there is no gank angle here for Lucid whatsoever, unless he wanted to go and flip on the lane gank, but obviously doesn't want to do that. There are, between the two wards as well as the Scuttle, basically no angles for a bot lane gank. I also see some pings going down towards the Krug, so I think that they are aware of his pathing and what his timers are, which makes sense given the invade.
Yep.
But for me, it's really going to be about the skirmishes. As DK, I think, funnily enough, is a team that often, I think, plays these compositions that look for these early pickoffs on rotations. This time around, that's definitely going to be T1, as the lane swap has come through, and it looks like Xiu might just be stuck in the 1v2, but given that the top lane matchup also isn't super fun, I don't know if he's going to be too bothered.
Yeah, we got some pings out onto exactly where Lucid is as well, so T1 being able to track the Jarvan pretty decently, as Beryl can try to magically journey away, but that's not before losing the majority of his health bar to an Aatrox. That's
Beryl Bard right there.
Yeah.
Miss everything. Don't get them. Don't hit.
It was odd because, like, that magical journey was never going to work,
but
you know?
Guess what? Now he's got the cooldowns of Doran, and now they get Drake. The T1 swapped away. They're playing for grubs, which makes sense given that they have a ton of side lane pressure. So I think that them prioritizing the grubs makes a ton of sense. As Xiu taking a good amount of damage here, really wants to get experience of this wave, but Owner's close to 6, Faker is already 6, so he needs to be very careful. They also know that there's no jungler towards the top half of the map, and he could dive here.
Yep, Faker already moving in. Let's see whether they just set it up. That is going to be the snare missing, as Gumayusi takes a turret shot, but I think they've got a fair bit of time to make this one work. Beryl finally getting himself here, but the taunt is going to come down. Faker going to get stunned up as the heal comes through from Beryl. Faker cannot actually get his hands onto Xiu, so he does have to ult his way out. And now it's Beryl that finds himself in an uncomfortable position. Another wave comes in, a magical journey through the turret, and first blood over to Gumayusi as, yeah, the support traded his fate for that of his top laner.
Could have been worse for DK, but the play for T1 is so successful, right? When you look at what you get out of it, you deny a good amount of CS. Beryl ends up going down, uses his sums as well. This was a pretty costly investment in sums, and Showmaker was able to crash a wave in mid, but because the kill going over to T1, they're still going to be happy with that play kill going over to Guma as well.
Yep.
I think is a big deal as we take another look. If Xiu would have been 6, this was so close to backfiring here, as actually really well done by Beryl, right? Gets the heal off, make sure that he gets the stun, but Xiu doesn't have the CDR yet, and the biggest difference here is obviously that T1 knows there is no Jarvan. Jarvan took the Drake towards the bot side of the map, and these type of 4-man commitments from T1 should then come as no surprise, as all is said and done. Gold lead, not too big. And the Drake did go over to DK, so I imagine there was a good amount of waves that were caught.
Yeah.
Kind of offset, and now as the rest of the waves are pushed out, I think T1 is going to remain at this like 500-600 gold lead. As Xiu did live, and also TP back, so didn't miss out on too much, but you can see that Doran did not get bullied.
No.
And is just kind of chilling, and about half a level up, as well as the CS lead that was there earlier for Xiu. Now fully gone.
Exactly. Xiu does get experience for the cannon, but is unfortunately unable to walk up and take that one down, as Lucid does pull the grubs out. The rest of DK are roaming over, and as of course, Showmaker does have control.
That's pretty big. If they can get Xiu here as well. The problem is that Doran has TP, and Aiming obviously does not. So I don't know if DK really want a hard committer, and it looks like they also think better of it.
Yeah, Faker is going to be moving over here as True Shot Barrage is looking to be a little bit tricky, but it's not quite going to work out. That is going to be Ona taking down the third grub. So that is all of them over to T1. Will get themselves a portion of that feat of strength as well. It's not like we've seen the game break open with that top dive or anything like that, but DK haven't really been able to find anything as a response outside of taking away Ona's jungle just a little bit.
Actually, I was wondering whether they were going to go for something there, but I didn't know where the Pantheon was. So if Ona is still waiting and they try to go, they go again.
Full journey, yeah, Keria having to flash as he is still very, very squishy.
Doesn't have 6. So some summoners gained there with only the investment of Barrel. I think Shiyu, while we were panned away towards the Raptors, must have used his ult.
Yeah.
Guma there, but Guma did kind of just shrug it off. And then, so maybe it was on Keria? Not sure, maybe that was what started off that play.
It's a little bit like a mystery, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the time
figure it out.
Quite work out.
Seems like it was a while back.
Maybe it's a good one for Knives Out 4.
Yeah, we'll see. I think the script has already been written for the third one, so...
Well, no, that one's coming out soon, so it could
Yeah.
be that. Unless...
Exactly. Maybe that is like the biggest twist. You know, they were just predicting the outcome of this particular game in the LCK Playoffs of 2025 in the new Knives Out movie. That would be insanity. You can imagine as well that they will be watching along with all of us, hoping that it does indeed go the way that they expected it to go.
Of course.
As with unanimous predictions, I think they'd be in a pretty good position.
I think you're pretty safe, yeah.
Unless they predicted DK. Maybe they only watched like a few games in LCK Cup.
They would never Atlas.
Imagine
There's
that.
no way. As right now, nothing too much of note happening. Do note again the amount of coverage that is there with wards towards the Guma and Keria lane as they want to play for relentless aggression. We do now have the top laners reunited, but Doran feeling a good amount better.
Yeah.
As, even though Shiu didn't die, he obviously still had to give up a good amount of his wave as Lucid will get spotted, and there are both Owner and Faker with ults, and I think that DK also know you can't really gank unless you know both are on the opposite side of the map. But with the rollout now done, we'll see if DK actually is going to commit to a 5 effect, because I think that's where their composition should shine, as long as they can deal with Keria's Pop Blossom and the initial burst that will come through on T1 side.
Yeah, I also think that the Galio is going to be a problem if they do decide to start something without adequate information. And Dplus have been a team that have kind of started stuff without adequate information quite a lot, especially in recent memory. So see whether they've tidied that one up. Of course, Bengi was saying that there have been some strides taken as far as the practice is concerned for this series.
Ooh, look at the Faker. Is going for his full AP Galio build.
Oh, I like that.
Which I think there are games where you have to. I don't think this is one of those. You do have a lot of damage, but will make the administration on DK's side a lot harder. And will also give a lot of lethality to this team.
As, he likes forfeiting 50% of his health bar.
Right.
That's kind of his
going to
thing.
TP in?
We'll see. He is wandering down. But heading towards the top side for the moment. We'll see whether he does just get there and put the pressure on where he can. As we can see, Doran also doing the same thing.
So T1's comp wants to just burst someone as quick as possible so Doran can get his resets. And they can also do a lot of burst and back off and play with Guma. Using that Gino, something that they are very, very good at. Looks like DK, though, not just going to give up, even with the poke on Barrel.
Yeah, Showmaker as well has just been slowly but surely farming things up and has a slight level advantage as well, as Shiu going to be able to break the chains that bind, having a nice trade here against Doran towards the top side.
Ooh, Eclipse done now for Shiu, so he is way stronger than he was before. Can't wait to see how this matchup is going to continue, both between these players as well as between these two champs as we get deeper into the series. As obviously, both of them have ways to cancel TPs as well. A lot easier for Doran as T1 started up, and it looks like DK says, nope, this isn't the one either. And they have an early Drake, so they can afford to. But it does mean that I think they don't really get anything in return either. Because there wasn't really too much of a shove in mid. I don't think they got any plates, so it might just be Dragon for Scuttle.
Well, there have been worse trades. It's been Dragon for loser team fight as
What
well.
about Dragon
We've seen
for
that
Nexus?
one.
That's a classic.
That's a classic. That one's pretty good though for the ones that get the Nexus. That's my assessment of that whole situation. Xiu now finds himself laning against Faker. Not going to be as worried about the magic shield, but Faker doesn't seem too worried either as he gets a decent little taunt off. Of course, Xiu just has shields forever, and so it is hard to get some damage that sticks onto this Ambessa.
Shield Woo?
What?
Because it's Xiu, and he has a lot of shields.
Ah, Shield Woo.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the item, like the shield bow, and I'm like, wow, his Dutch accent's crazy today.
Well, I mean, we can. But I feel like we haven't reached that. Although it is 14 minutes in, I was promised carnage.
Yeah, there is.
What is this?
This is not what we wanted, Dplus. We didn't want you to stop playing the game.
No.
We just wanted you to stop doing
I'm not mad
silly
at
things.
Dplus. Where is the circus?
Yeah, that's true. The circus is definitely not here either.
dive.
I mean, T1 have an excuse, right? Because they weren't in the play-ins. So they need to get themselves back in gear. They're not warmed up, you know? Like, you got to shake your sillies out first. That's what play school taught me.
The sillies out?
Yeah. Shake your sillies out. If you're an Australian kid in the 90s, then you'd know exactly what I'm talking about, which is a low percentage.
That seems like a pretty specific reference.
Yeah. I think I'll take the round window out of here.
I do appreciate you enlightening us.
Thank you.
Nice.
It's just a kid show, and that's a song in it. That's all it is.
No, I got that.
If you're feeling silly, if you're feeling weird, you shake it out. Kind of like the Taylor Swift song.
Yeah, I got that from context.
Yeah.
Not the Taylor Swift part, the other part.
Yeah.
All right, maybe for Herald we'll get a fight.
Ooh, be careful what you wish for,
So
Chronicler.
for T1, again, I think that they are looking to sync up, get a ton of burst as...
Xiu looking for a little bit of an angle here.
He also has, I actually really like the Executioner's buy into T1.
Yep. You can see double Sundered Sky. Can't be a bad idea. All right, Beryl going to magically journey a very small distance away. Deadly Flourish is going to be able to follow up on Lucid, but he's already out of danger.
Bro might not be in the playoffs, but we are brewing here, Atlas.
We are definitely brewing. This is like DRX Broverse levels of craziness, except the commentators, because it's playoffs, are actually talking about the game.
Yeah, we need to.
It feels a bit weird.
I know.
But it is probably the correct thing to do.
I give it 5 more minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are on a timer, okay?
Come on, teams.
Heads in the game.
So it's understandable as well, because I think for T1, as much as I think their composition still has elements that will do well no matter what part of the game we get into because of how strong their ability to impact sides is, and also because, let's be real, ending games for DK has been a nightmare. But I think that if the gold lead, which has remained the same, stays this way, I really like DK's ult in actual 5v5s. If they can avoid a member getting bursted from 100 to 0 and Doran starts off on the resets, if they can keep control of the vision, I think their setup towards taking down any member of T1 is actually amazing. And they have these big teamfight tools, right, with the Jarvan as well as the Orianna. Execution obviously will have to be on point, which I think for DK in particular remains a thing to be seen.
Yeah, that's a lot of question marks, I imagine,
Yes,
as far as that is concerned. 300 gold, though, is nothing, especially at 17 minutes into this game. So no one really with any big advantage. And the thing that I am also like cautiously optimistic about, I guess, for DK is their 2-item spikes are kind of obscene.
They are really good.
When they do manage to get there.
Are we starting it for real? Actually, for real this time?
For real, for real? Or just regular for real?
Okay, Doran's walking over.
Yeah, there's a teleport for Xiu as well. As we have got vision on this. Carrier looking a little worse for wear, as aiming as well, taking a bit of damage. The flash taunt to come through as Showmaker flashes away from the Galio. Beryl gonna magically journey his way up and then comes back again. Kind of wishes that they were a 2-way street, but unfortunately it's 1-way.
And now DK wants to start it up, even because they invested a teleport, but they can't. Well, they can, but they don't really want to. So T1's just gonna get bases in. They get the teleport.
Yep.
So I guess it's just a win. Also, Faker trading his flash for Showmakers, I think, is worth it because it makes Carrier's life a lot harder. And I guess it's slightly more risky for Faker because he is going for a more damage-focused build, right?
Yeah, so if he does go in, maybe he's more killable.
Yeah, well, also, I think with normal Galio, there is just no question of will he live if he gets focused with no flash. I do think that that is a little bit easier with this build.
But this, I don't know whether DK should really be giving up Drakes for free. As you can see, Beryl comes over and gets some vision down himself. But they are stretched pretty thin when it comes to where they're looking for control, right? T1 were moving towards the Herald area, and so they get a lot of vision down there. Now, with the focus more being on the Drake, it's a bit of a difficulty.
You might see a trade because their vision control is better in top side, but as I say that, there's no prio in mid because obviously Guma has prio there. And also, Aiming can't ever walk up to the wave because there is 2 semi-globals waiting to be used. The moment that he steps too far forward. So in conclusion, what does all of this mean? Nothing too much. Hugh might be in trouble here. We'll have to see. Doesn't have a lot of energy.
Yeah, as he does avoid the Tangle Bobs. And the Blooming Burst also going to miss. Some fancy footwork there from the Ambassador to keep him well and truly out of danger. And in fact, still with a little bit of a health advantage. But T1 have started this one off again. And Aiming is here in this mid lane. What did he do?
He actually hit a good amount of damage on the Guma. But Guma then took the honey fruit, so he's fine again.
Oh, we are backing away again.
Yeah, it was very cool because we were really starved for action. So I was like, Atlas, something, and then it didn't even matter. And then by the time I mentioned it, it's irrelevant.
Well, now you got Showmaker coming down to pick up this wave because his turret is looking a little worse for wear. As we crest the 20-minute mark, 2-item spike comes in for Aiming.
Okay, so Showmaker now doesn't have TP. Faker's Galio, so maybe that, no, we're trading.
It looks like we might be trading.
Okay, I think just Lucid, though, doesn't do this fast enough.
They also might just take Otacon as well.
I mean, I guess they could.
There is an Ambassador up there, so like if they do just overload on top of Shiu, though, then there's
Barrel's in the area.
They can take something down.
So I think that makes it. So I guess we just trade.
It is just a trade. Okay. There has been a kill in this game, as far as the action is concerned.
Atlas, you know how this feels when you buy something and you see all the disclaimers. And you're like, I'm not gonna read those. I don't want to do that.
Yep.
You know, and in this case, you thought you were buying a cool action movie.
Yeah,
and then the disclaimer said this is not actually a cool action movie.
No, it's kind of like you get a new character in your gacha game, and you can't actually level it up yet because you haven't been to the new area, and so you've got the cool character, but you're like, well, this doesn't do anything.
Atlas, is this about your own experience?
This morning, yes.
Oh, I don't see how this relates to the game.
No.
We did say they got.
I know there's at least one person,
Atlas, and those have passed.
There's one person that knows what I'm talking about. Okay, although he's not listening to the broadcast because he's playing the game.
Oh, you're talking about Barrel.
Yeah.
So it is relevant.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything that I say is relevant. Obviously, I'm a professional chronicler.
So is this just going to be based on track record? We're going to get one team fight. T1 will fight for 0, and then that'll be the end of the game.
Yes.
We'll be very
oh wow. Yep.
Very, very unhappy with everything.
Indeed. Unless you're a T1 fan, in which case, clean textbook League of Legends.
No, even then you're like, what?
I paid for the circus.
Where was my adrenaline?
Well, I mean, Shiu is actually getting to a point where he's starting to do stuff, doesn't he?
He's dangerous.
I've got confirmation from Emily Rand, by the way, that she knows exactly what I was talking about. As Aiming now going to get caught out of position. The flash not going to quite work out, but the Tempered Fate, it certainly gets some work done. As now Aiming just gets sniped off. Sometimes you need your teammate to protect you, but Lucid was just getting out of there, and so Aiming now lying on the floor. And DK looking like they've had a bit of a jump scare. There is a fair bit of damage going on to this outer turret in the bottom lane. It's now Kumyushi forced to flash out of the Cataclysm. But the Otacon is being taken, and T1, I don't know whether there's going to be a way to stop them.
I actually thought that DK could have contested there, but they're going to go for the first turret instead. Just willing to give up the Otacon, not really rating it, I guess. And they do lose out on a lot of damage with their AD carry not there, but with Shiu, I think it's looking at the itemization, Shiu and Lucid both have just shy of a 2-item spike. As we take another look here, Aiming just a second too late, gets tagged, and then despite the attempted save from Barrow, which actually does get carry off his back, yeah, there isn't really an angle. I think Lucid also looks kind of like a trader, but made the right call.
Yeah, no, I agree.
With Doran already on top of them, and I forgot, was it Faker coming in or Owner? I don't know. Someone was coming in from the back. I think it was Faker, I want to say.
Yeah,
someone was there, and it was not going to end up well. Really, what ends up, outside of Otacon obviously being a big deal, which gives T1 sizable leads in flowers. I do want to highlight Guma's flash being down is actually feels like it wasn't necessary because the play had already kind of ended, right? And Guma ended up still being caught there by Lucid. As
Well,
there we
we're
go.
gonna start this fight. True Shot Barrage does come on down as Gumayushi will get knocked up.
Dead.
No flash, no chance. He's out of there. The Cosmic Binding also is guaranteed when he's inside a rocky circle. And so that's Aiming getting his revenge pretty swiftly here as Gumayushi lies down.
Yeah, and we haven't talked about it that much because our expectation was that this game was going to be blown open in laning phase. But playing Jhin into Jarvan and Bessa, guess what? It's not fun if you don't have flash.
Whoa, public execution as in goes Shiu, but I don't know whether that was a good idea. Still, it works as they focus down the turret, and Shiu's like, well, I'm out of here. My work is done. As Magical Journey is set up for Aiming, but he's unable to take it because he just stays a little too long. Technically, I guess it is a 2-for-1, but Doran looking for an angle here and decides that he doesn't want to do it. Still, they should be able to answer this out of turret, and ultimately, it's going to be a pretty even trade unless Shelly gets some extra work done as she gets a bit of a headache, then gets driven towards the bottom side, and that should be 2 turrets.
I think the previous kill onto Aiming, given the amount of resources that were used, that one, I felt like, obviously it's rough as
oh no!
Still gets the turret, it's fine.
Sometimes the turning circle just ain't as good as the one you got at home,
The
you know?
previous death was excusable. This one really isn't. You're playing Ezreal. You cannot die like that. Because this play starts off wonderful, right? Really nice catch there from Beryl. Lucid follows up. The team is ready. Kill goes over the Aiming as well, by the way. They get the mid lane turret. This would have been a just purely positive, as really nice catch there from Shiu onto Keria. Just leave.
Yeah, I guess
just leave!
I guess he just felt, yeah, maybe he didn't see that his jungler and top laner were already like 2 screens away. That was a bit silly.
That was silly, yeah. And the reason why is because I think it is actually a big deal because it allowed T1 to get the mid lane turret, get a big counter punch, and we'll see if it ends up mattering for the contest. I think that DK, though, if they can keep this team fighting up, is actually in a really good spot now, though, especially if they get this soul point. Because again, I think their 5v5 is incredibly strong.
Yeah, it certainly is. They are able to get the soul point. That is a big deal as Cloud Soul, as we know, one of the greatest in the game. Thanks to T1, of course, for being the team that gets the most Cloud Souls, continuing to be a fact here. But what's also continuing to be a fact is that it's like after Baron has spawned and we have no one with any concrete lead. It's been T1 with a bit of an advantage and the tempo vibes, but not much more.
So actually, I wanted to inquire. You think T1 still has the tempo vibe?
Yeah, they've got the tempo vibes.
Okay.
DK has potential for tempo vibes, but not the actual tempo vibes.
Got you.
You know?
They need another win fight.
They absolutely do.
Vibe.
And in fact, DK almost never has tempo vibes.
Okay.
That's why you feel anxious all the time when you are watching them with any sort of willingness for them to win.
So you're saying Beryl doesn't answer to the concept of tempo?
No, he does not.
Okay.
He will not conform to
that makes
tempo
sense.
vibes. It's just not really his thing.
With that, DK still get their soul, which obviously they're gonna, or a soul point rather, which obviously they're gonna be happy about. I also think that as far as comps go, this one for T1 isn't necessarily the most amazing when it comes to bursting Baron. There are definitely setups that do it a lot faster. I think both Galio, Aatrox, Jhin, none of these really make you super excited when it comes to taking an objective quickly. We might see that trade come down the line. T1 do have, again, great setup of the vision surrounding his top half of the map, so I imagine that they're also themselves are going to be looking to just pull the classic T1 Baron, but like 3 item spikes are being hit.
Yeah.
Shiu, I imagine, is going to go for Death Stance next, which is actually going to go insanely hard into the T1 composition because they didn't build up an early to mid-game lead, which means that the burst that they have access to still is good, but it's not where I thought it was going to be at this point in time. That means that if Shiu is able to just get into the backline and Beyblade around without so much as a worry, it's actually going to be a big problem because it's going to mean that T1 won't have the damage to get through some of these beefier targets. Even Showmaker, right?
Yeah.
Is actually someone that I think is hard to take down. Aiming with the Shojin, also now done. Now IE is also there for Guma. We do see T1 again, I think kind of building up that conditioning. So that is the real carrier.
Yeah, Treasure Barrage comes in. Taunt not going to quite find Beryl as Faker takes the magical journey, but immediately then gets stunned up. The exhaust is down on this Galio as Lucid wanting to Cataclysm over the wall, and he is going to successfully do so. Rock and a hard place, certainly, where Faker was there, and he falls. DK taking that as an opportunity to head towards this Baron, and this could be a huge gold swing if they're able to make this one work.
All right, we have a TP, and I think another person flanking here for T1. That's Keria behind them.
Yep, is this just Faker baiting? That's the question as Omna dives in, but the Tempered Fate is going to be there. Pop Blossom doesn't quite work as they take down Keria to start this one off. Still Shiu, still alive, and Gumayushi. It is the steal on the Baron though as Omna locks that one down, but it is Baron for Ace here on the side of DK, and maybe they'd still take it unless Doran is going to survive. This is a bit of a weird fight that's kind of prolonging things and ruining my rhythm, but that is absolutely fine. There is the Ace. DK take them all down, so the Baron means nothing, and the game is still even.
There's the mayhem, Atlas! It took
Why
a
does
while.
it mean nothing, Chronicle? It's so silly!
But we got it. I am now fully locked in to this game as just a really big mistake from Faker ends up way overextending, and DK is ready for it, actually, of all the members there, so he ends up going down. And then it is this multi-man approach here with Owner on one side, T1 on the other, Keria getting a nice time.
Barely missed the timing, I'm pretty sure.
Actually, yeah, but they still have the damage with Doran and Owner there. Shiu also went for the ultimate, which meant that he wasn't going to be able to get knocked up regardless. I'm actually not sure what happened to Lucid there, whether he was... Because obviously...
I mean, he can buffer a whole bunch of stuff because you're Jarvan as well, so it's a bit confusing.
Well, yeah, but only if you have your flag already out, right? So a little silly there, but all said and done, let's take a look at the summoners. So we have Flash used for Doran, Faker, and Keria. Guma does have his, which is big. And on the other end, for DK, it's Shiu, Aiming, which I think aren't nearly as valuable. So DK should actually be feeling relatively confident going into this fight.
And this is for Soul as well.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of extra movement speed, and Ambessa in a side lane with Cloud Soul, that sounds very difficult to deal with just because you're never really feeling under threat, even when it is a Pantheon composition. Grand Starfall now back off cooldown though for Ona, and Tempered Fate not going to be able to catch out Faker there as he's like, wow, that's my team's icon. What's going on? It's a little bit strange. As
Still
DK do get control of the river.
Now, with DK having control, their poke obviously quite strong. We do have Doran on a flank angle, will be found out. Oh, he's very deep!
He certainly is. Let's see whether he's going to try and make this one work as the heroic entrance does come in from Faker. Doran buying a lot of space as there's a fight on the top side as well. Aiming does try and get himself away, but it's Ona that locks down the double.
Shiu?
And Shiu is now trying to do what he can. Finally deals with this Aatrox, but these health bars are going down lower and lower still. There is no answer for this Ambessa, who gets on top of Gumayushi and crushes him. It's another ace for DK.
And at first, it seems like the script holds strong. T1, oh, someone looks overextended. The Avengers are there.
We've seen this so many times, though, from T1. It's like a team thinks that they've caught Doran.
That's what I'm saying.
And they never have.
That's the script. But DK are able to turn it around. So at first, they know the ultimate is coming, but it's the double that's the problem. And Aiming with this position gets engaged on, immediately ends up going down, as does Barrow. But I want you to look at Shiu here. Gets the buffer there, which is what allows him to get the kill onto Doran. And then again, as we were saying, this Ambessa, he is level 18.
Yeah.
Healing up a Storm. Showmaker, by the way, barely took any damage.
He basically 1v2.5'd.
Yes.
That whole time.
Yes.
All right, Ambessa's pretty strong. This was a test also that Shiu has been failing most of the time this year, right? We mentioned it already, like very early on. We were like, oh yeah, no, Shiu's great, and Doran isn't necessarily, you know, meshing with the team yet. Doran is meshing with the team. He's been fantastic. He was third in my MVP vote in the LCK Awards. This guy has been absolutely incredible.
Atlas, it's time. Where are the vibes?
Oh, I'm don't tempt me, Frodo. I will not allow this to happen.
I'm just trying to find out. I'm not the expert.
Nope. I mean, I know where they are. I'm not willing to enunciate because I will not be called a curse person. As okay,
That's fine. It's not that bad.
I know you wouldn't do it, but this is being broadcast out to at least dozens of people. Here's going to be Winds of Ward.
Perfect KD, by the way. Has the death cap now, so
looking pretty good.
From this position, I think the biggest enemy for DK is just something they've really struggled with, which is their own consistency.
Tempered Fate going to connect onto only Doran. Is now Lucid, just puts them in the circle. Pop Blossom there to answer, but it's Carrier that goes down first. And now they're just falling one after the other. Jin gets the gigantic shield, and that is looking like release Ambassador me, as this guy is straight back to LCK Cup form.
And game one, DK strikes again, Atlas!
I guess, you know, the 3-1 predictors for T1, this is exactly the timeline that they were expecting, right?
I even said it at the top of the day!
Yep.
Oh, what if?
Yeah, no.
What if, Atlas?
And it's not even a what if for game one, because now the script states it's a 3-zip for T1. We just skipped the first one, but still a phenomenal start here for DK, and it's the stability in where they played. It's the fact that they held off contesting a whole bunch of objectives when they didn't feel like they should. This is a team that doesn't look like they're just being fueled by adrenaline and running to their deaths.
It's also, I do think we saw there, T1 in round 4, round 5 with that composition would have been way more aggressive. I did think right there we saw them hesitate a lot more. And with that composition, I don't think you can afford to, because DK through, and I can't believe I'm saying this, actually a controlled and measured game.
And the young man on the top side of the map in a matchup that he obliterated the other side of.
And now, Oriana's gone, Bard's gone, Jin's gone,
yeah,
Nico's gone. That's a lot of champions for T1 taken out of the pool.
That being said, these guys have deep pockets, so I'm still looking forward to seeing what we're going to get from game number 2. It is by no means over by any stretch of the imagination, but a great start for those of us that may have wanted 5 games today. Because basically every win that DK gets, you can pretty much put it in the bank and say, oh well, that means we're extending the series by an extra game unless they win 2 in a row from here. But likelihood of that should be pretty low. It's time for a short break. When we get back, the space gonna break that one down, and then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you soon.
바둑만 봐줘. 봐줄 수 있어. 에코 풀 있다. 또 풀이 한번 도는데. 깰 수 있나? 야, 갈려. 앞에부터. 니코 도플. 살짝 빨려. 아, 니코 풀 있다. 괜찮아. 할만해. 아트. 애들 아트. 나 단어플 여기 단어플. 야, 끝났다. 아니, 아트. 끝났어. 한대. 나이스. 아, 미드.
the space for the Woori Bank 2025 LCK Playoffs. Game number 1's in the books, and we've already lost half of our predictors, including these two guys, and Jisun as well, and Ox, and Valdez. People who thought 3-0s were going to happen for T1 are sorely mistaken. It is a Game 1 victory for Dplus Kia. The Rise group lives on.
Reds go boom, they're gone.
We were so wrong.
We were wrong. And I'm not sure how to feel about it, to be honest. There were seriously issues in the draft for both sides, but I think T1's draft wasn't bad, but it had some holes in it, and it created some issues later on, especially if you're trying to play through the flanking Aatrox that's impossible to kill, but your AD carry is Jhin. It doesn't operate the same way as if you're dictating the fight and trying to front to back with that insane frontline Aatrox. Doran's idea is not wrong. He had an incredible game, but it was just way too broken up here for T1, and the Jhin just got completely locked down.
I mean, especially in the planes, we figured out Orianna Jarvan is such a high priority in terms of mid jungle. Even though, like with Pantheon open, I think this two combo is just too strong, and I think it already showed up on the mid lane matchup as well. Faker never had the priority against Orianna. I think that was the main issue when it comes to draft.
Also, just one thing to mention here for the rest of the series, some of these big picks for T1 are gone now. Orianna's gone, the Nico's gone for lane control, you lost Jhin Bard, you picked the Jhin on your side to deny it from Dplus, but the Bard got locked in anyways because you decided to ban Sivir. So T1 lost a ton of tools here in this first game for what their normal best of 5 I think would have looked like.
Yeah, and I wanted to highlight just the early game here because in our highlights, it's a lot of the impact plays that Dplus had, but in the early game, as much as T1 were getting a couple of picks, nice little pick in the mid lane by Gumayusi on the aiming, the lead never really got huge and they didn't do anything with it.
So I think the issue is they didn't really have the side lane priority, but also they didn't have any setup on the objective. Especially, I think DK had like full control in the Drake, like all along the game. So I feel like DK just had a better idea around the Drake.
So let's talk about the Baron fight, right? Like this is where I was saying, okay, T1's got the better objective set, but their T1 Baron's insane. Look at where they all are. Like initially here, this seems okay. We're trying to control vision, we're trying to control the entry, but then Faker takes one step too far, nobody follows up, and he's a Galio alone, and they just pick him off here initially. The rest of the team abandons ship, and Faker just dies. He does buy some additional time here, but there is no turn. That's a classic Faker move. Izonia's, my team cleans up. My team cleans up, surely. It's like that meme with the chart, like, surely my team cleans up, right? But instead, like, he dies, and then Guma's just feebly trying to ult here. Doran's on the flank, and there's just no way to secure this Baron anymore.
So yeah, I think the idea was kind of off. I think with Galio and Pantheon and Jhin, you don't really want to start the Nashor. So I think DK was kind of chilling. So I think they should do more on the side lanes, you know. Just don't go for the objective. Try to force enemy team on the side lane so you can have a man advantage around the vision control. But the T1 never had those kind of side lane ideas with the Aatrox or Galio or Pantheon.
It's so puzzling too because it's such a good draft for it. Like you're saying, like you could just push the Galio into a side, he can ult into the team fight. You already have all that control, you already have all that deep vision. You got the Pantheon to back it up. Force Dplus to answer there. Don't overextend on your Galio. Kind of an uncharacteristic move here from T1.
Yeah, so despite the team fight loss there, with the Baron take, T1 still has a gold lead, unfortunately, because they haven't focused the Drakes at all. They're up against Soul Point, so they have to go down to the bottom side of the map and try to face check their way on in here. Doran gets caught out on control ward, and DK cleaned this one up.
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird, you know, like T1 is the one who has the global ultimate, but like DK like managed to get on the side lane first as a 5-man, which makes it so much easier when it comes to team fight. They have Orianna Jarvan, such a great straightforward team fight comp, and they did such a great job around the team fight targeting as well. Like at last, I think Shiu was great on Ambessa as well. Like, everything was just looking so good for DK here.
I think Guma actually had a really good game. Sure, he got caught that one time, but even in this fight, even though it's super broken up and they're still playing Jhin, where I would have preferred a different AD carry if they wanted to fight like this, he still helps them get that pick onto aiming, right? But they're not able to clean up Shiu. Shiu into another AD carry probably just gets burned down there, right? The AD carry kites back and he dies, but with the Jhin, he's like, I'm reloading, I can't kill this guy, there's just no chance. And so even though it looked like they won the upper side of the fight, fight. They did not win the lower side of that fight. It's just way too split up.
I mean, I just want to mention that I don't feel like DK didn't do anything special, right? I think they just did the basic stuffs, and T1 was just like struggling to find out the way how to win against them.
Yeah, coming in today, people were wondering, were we going to have a series? Would it just be T1 cleaning this one up? Dplus, part of that Rise group, had to go through play-ins. Well, they're warmed up and ready to go and up 1-0 after one. Let's get into game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. It was a DK game 1. And Kronecker and I, independent of one another, have already warned everyone that we should not be reading too far into it.
We know.
Of course, DK game 1s tend to look pretty good. As this is Yura from Girls' Day, by the way. She is a K-pop idol. Definitely.
Oh my God,
very,
Saint?
very cool.
And I'm 99% sure that's Charvel.
Oh my goodness. Maybe that means we'll get Kiana jungle today.
I'm so happy. If I got a challenger player wrong, I would never.
In fact, you would leave. I don't think you'd be back for 2026.
Oh no.
That was the case.
No shot.
Yep. Good to see Saint back though. Kind of missed him when he was gone. So
Yeah, actually, they ended up having a pretty good. Like they didn't make it that far into playoffs, but
yeah.
Well, seemed to get along with his team well as well, which is nice. Always love to see it. Cheering on their old teammate as I think that
what? Oh God, no. We've gone too far. The meta has gone too far.
Technology needs to be stopped, Atlas.
Okay. Okay.
Atlas, this is what they try to warn you about with the dangers of technology. Sometimes we go too far.
Yeah. And look, I can understand.
We need to be responsible.
I know how they got there, right? We've been seeing it. Mascots, gnawing on one another this entire season.
Not Beryl.
It was always one step away. And she just crossed that line, maybe just missed it entirely. Hopefully didn't hit a pedestrian, but my goodness, that was a thing I cannot unsee. All right, the Aurora going to be banned away as we dive into draft here for game number 2. T1 staying on the blue side, of course, a little bit more comfortable over there. Plus, DK, I believe, did not drop many games on the blue side either.
Want to go through some of the takeaways. I think that this was a very expensive match for T1 to lose, right? And to me, this really wasn't about a draft. We've seen T1 play this exact style of draft a million times. For me, it was just purely execution. I think that normally...
I do think that there are some question marks about the Jin pick-away type situation, but that's the only real thing.
That's fair. I agree. That one into Jarvan, I think, is the one that we, at least, were both very skeptical about. But as a composition, we've seen him execute this. I think for me, it is a much bigger thing, and this is something we always talk about, is that DK has had a very hard-fought time on this patch. They've been playing a lot of stage games. 5 games against BNK. I think it was 3-1 against Bro, I want to say.
Yep.
And then 3-0 against Nongshim, obviously. But that is still a crazy amount of games. And they were very behind the meta, I think. Slash BNK was very locked in their first series, but they've been learning. And I think what it said as well warrants repeating. It didn't feel like DK did anything special, which maybe in terms of them being DK, the fact that they were stable is special in of itself. But it was a very stock standard game, and I think that T1 need to lean into what has made them the second best team for the entirety of rounds 3 to 5. And they didn't really do that in game 1. We'll see if they can bounce back, as the Wukong shouldn't come as a surprise pickup here. Maybe an Annie pick away, and then some possible follow-up for Lucid here. But Yunara is open, but I gotta say, I think that picking the Yunara, I get it, because you don't want to give it over to T1. But this is most likely going to be followed by Annie, and maybe even Rakan as well.
Oh my God, he's doing it! Okay, thank you, Shovel. Thank you for turning up. As, of course, he's a bit of a Kiana guy, but we were having a discussion about this earlier on. We were talking about Molecule's tweet where it was like, maybe they'll sub in Shovel so he can play some Kiana.
And he's here.
And we were like, there's no way Lucid hasn't been spamming this champion.
And then, as I was walking out, was practicing, doing the warm-ups on the Kiana. Was Lucid. Obviously, this champion got jungle buffs this patch, and Kiana, if you are unfamiliar, they need to... Oh, I was about to say, okay. I glossed over the Rumble ban. I'm like, I've seen that combo a million times. We cannot allow that. Not going to be the case. I do really like the Corki pickup here because it both obviously does well in lane, but more importantly, it has escape tools versus what is an extremely dangerous assassin on the opposing team. There's the Rise, blind here for Faker. And, I mean, Showmaker could go Casio, but...
Talia is up, dude.
Yeah, I think that...
Isn't Talia Kiana, like, wasn't that the OG combo?
Well, it makes sense, given that we've seen Rise pick so much into Talia that Showmaker wouldn't necessarily want to go Talia
here.
here.
That's fair enough.
There are a lot of other picks that Showmaker loves to play that would synergize well. It looks like instead they're going to trust his champion pool and pick up a very early Alistar here for Beryl. And I think it does make sense. I do think with the Yunara you want some form of protection. I don't think Kiana's going to give that. Obviously, if you haven't seen the champion in a good long time, maybe you're a new League fan. Maybe you only watch LCK. You're like, what does she do? Don't worry.
She picks up elements and she runs around. And then she throws people into a wall and then blows up the wall.
Yeah, an assassin, but with a giant AoE team fight. And you might be like, is that okay? When she's good, not really, which is why we're seeing her right now. So Poppy and Rakan, I think both good bans. Make me wonder whether Keria is going to go towards either the Nautilus, which I'm double checking is still very much available and would make a ton of sense here, or the Rel, which would be, I think, a lot more synergy with the Wukong specifically, and the Nautilus is guaranteed lockdown onto this Yunara, as the Annie does get taken away here, because obviously T1 can't go towards it anymore with the Faker Rise pickup.
Yep. Let's see what this fourth pick is going to be, as Skarner is going to be a...
Wait. No, we're having
Surely
a giggle. No, there's no way.
Oh, wait.
Unless... No. Wait, Skarner, Kiana? Is that why Lucid...
Kiana?
Is that why Lucid didn't smile at all? Is it Showmaker, Kiana? No,
it's not. It's fate.
We got baited. I actually do like the shout-out, because theoretically it's one of those things you're like, wait. But it's going to be the TF here for Showmaker, which is obviously one of the picks that he has excelled the most on. Yeah, they did not ban Sylas, and Alistar is in the game.
And so is Kiana. And Supreme Display of Talent is a kind of cool ultimate to steal away.
The main issue is that you'd be either playing Rise top blind, or you'd be playing...
Oh, right, there is a Wukong in the game, which does turn things around a little.
Or you'd be playing Sylas top blind, and I do think, unfortunately...
Ooh, and then you cross your fingers and you're like, you really like Nah, right? I don't even know whether that matchup's in.
I thought you were going to say Malphite. I'm like, no, Atlas, don't play with my heart. Which obviously they would never go for many a reason. As what is it going to be here? I do like the Jax a lot. I think Jax is really good into the Kiana. Because obviously she is still going to be often in range for you to engage on.
Yep.
And then we have the TF, who doesn't get nearly the same impact when you get to just E his gold card.
Well, let's see what she wants to do. The Cassante doesn't necessarily fill me with joy. Something a little bit more aggressive has been Shiu's bread and butter. Something that can find flank angles and get into fights that way and really be a damage threat. A Gwen does fit that bill.
I think this makes more sense to me. Because I think that we have actually seen both sides of this matchup being picked. The Cassante, with the changes that came through to him, actually has a much stronger lane now. So he's able to actually stand up to the Jackson and build a lead from there.
And you're also a tank that can play the flanking game.
Yes, because we do know Shiu on things like Sion, Cho'Gath, and Ornn, I think, has really struggled. Cassante, to me, does feel like he is a lot more nebulous. As is he a true tank versus is he more of a bruiser or tank turns into a bruiser?
Yep.
Or the other way around, depending on what point in the game we are in. It does make the DK composition, I think, more stable. But I'm looking at what T1 has, and that's some strong champions. And this Kiana is a big question mark, Atlas. So a lot of heavyweight here on the shoulders of Lucid.
There absolutely is. I'm very interested to see how this one's going to go. But when you see hyper carries that have a bit of danger as far as being focused down, you look to see whether there are damage threats elsewhere. And there is a Kiana in the game. There is a TF that if Showmaker is able to play it to the level that we know that he's capable of, then he could certainly be a threat himself. I think there is kind of enough to make T1's job a bit tricky. The problem is, this composition isn't very tricky. It is, you kind of go in and then you kill them all. And we know that as far as pressing E and Q together is concerned, Doran he has no competition. He is absolutely incredible. As we get the zoom in on Kiana, let's get into it. Game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Back onto the Rift here for the Uribank 2025 LCK Playoffs Game 2. DK lead the series 1-0 thus far, but Game 1's, that's what they know how to do. The rest is kind of uncharted territory.
Well, it's very charted territory, actually. That's the problem for DK fans.
Right. Winning the rest of the games is uncharted territory.
So, let's talk a little bit about Kiana, because this is the first time that we've seen her in a long time in the LCK.
She has a very annoying ultimate name.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if the game goes anything like last game, we'll have a lot of time to workshop.
Yeah.
But basically, the way she works is depending on... with her W, she can grab elements. So you have rock, you have grass, and then you have water. They'll do different things. Grass gives stealth. I think the most important one, that's the one you'll see most often used, because it makes her a lot harder to reliably lock down.
And she runs fast.
She also does that, yeah. And then there is the water, which is the root, right? As Lucid is also going to be able to get the Q combo off in rapid succession. If you go for Q, then you can get the W to renew, and then you can go in. Obviously, your first play, you are an assassin, so you're going to need a little bit of time. But there you can see right there that it does reset the cooldown on your Q, so you can get a lot of burst. Her laning phase is very weak, which is why we never see Kiana mid. The neat thing about jungle is that there is no laning phase. And you're playing into Wukong as well, which obviously is one of the champions that doesn't really ever look to go for invades. And also, how would he ever kill Kiana? There's just not really a way, because she's way too mobile.
Yeah.
And then the ultimate, which I think is unfortunately very long-winded, but very cool, just creates this giant AoE
It's
stun.
Wally Boom. It's the ultimate is, in effect, Wally Boom. You make the walls go boom.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were referencing something that I didn't get.
No. The ultimate's name is Supreme Display of Talent. And creating a Wally Boom is a extreme display of talent.
Okay.
I would say.
Well, if that is that. Did you just come up with that now? Or do you
that was just.
You want to keep?
What do you think?
Keep? I think you can do better. I
can do better.
I have high expectations of you, Atlas. We have time to workshop this. It's fine.
Okay. Well, back to the drawing board, I guess. I was doing a lot of thinking about that while you were talking about Kiana.
Well, I thought you were going to say writing board, because you're not drawing.
I could draw.
As
oh my goodness, it was Kiana in a loss against Peanut a million years ago. Okay, well, Faker also finding a really nice trade into the Twisted Fate here. As a flash forward from Showmaker to set up for Lucid making his way in. He's got a bit of extra damage with the red already prepped, and now Faker finds himself behind enemy lines and will get Scry. Does have a blast cone at the ready, and then just teleports back to the turret, so he will be able to keep himself alive. But that is teleport now on cooldown and flash burn.
So, successful gank nonetheless. Showmaker did trade his own flash, which I do think is actually a possibility of a gank coming in.
And it's also a double scuttle here as well for Ono.
Yeah, because he did actually invest there. But yeah, I want to highlight that the biggest advantage here for Showmaker is obviously that he's going to be up like maybe about a wave. As he is able to crash this into the turret. I don't think with the vision coverage that there is really any angle for him to try and make a play elsewhere on the map.
This is looking a little bit... It's the classic, like, Jax versus tank matchup where you're never above a third health. And so that is continuing to make me nervous. That's all right. And now we have Faker taking some wild cards. And Showmaker here in the mid lane is just going to be buying as much time as he can. Has teleported back to lane already.
Doesn't look like it's anything besides a good amount of experience.
Rise does come in as Doran's going to get pulled back! Doesn't get hit by the turret, but he doesn't need it! Solo kill from Xiu! Okay, I'm calling it now. He's back! He's back! Xiu!
Yeah.
Oh my god, okay.
Wow. I'm kind of... Is it January?
Wait. There is another side to this coin.
this is how Doran gets powered up.
Yeah, Doran might also be back. As he is going to get stunned up here as Aiming and Beryl will find Doran making his way towards the bottom lane. But we're not going to say that just yet. I think that it is probably just Xiu playing very, very well here today.
And I kind of wonder what the impact it's going to have on the matchup, as Doran is just desperately trying to get this wave in, and that is fine. He would have been okay if he just got the wave in, but just wants to get a little bit of damage in, and again, there's just no upside to that. Like, I get that in theory, any damage you do because he TP'd in, you'll be able, but especially, I don't know if this was the original plan. I didn't quite get a look at the timings of the rotation, but if the plan always was to lane swap, then it even does less. Showmaker doesn't have TP, or a flash rather.
Yep, doesn't have a way out of this one. Faker doesn't find that Q, but I don't think he needed to, as there's the Nimbus Strike. Down goes Showmaker in this mid lane. The answer is there, one apiece as far as those kills are concerned in the game. Once again, very, very even 500 gold ahead for T1 off the back end of that play, as Aiming will head up towards his top side, but that looks like a plate over to Gumayusi as well to continue T1's advantage.
And it looks like with Owner getting that kill and being very heavy on the farming, actually about half a level up, we'll be getting his third crab here, as Aiming is alone.
Yeah, could be in a little bit of trouble. Does take a lot of burst damage, but does have his cow teleporting in.
That's, you know, that's good support.
Yep.
He's not doesn't have to be worried as we're taking another look here. It's a really nice roam there from Carrier, and this is the payoff of that earlier flash. For T1, nicely played her out. I think the kill going over the Owner specifically is also very warranted. Wukong is one of the best snowballing junglers if he can get his hands on early kills, and Lucid has also been pretty active early on, but as a result, hasn't really been able to stay too close in the CS department. Will now with his buff get at least a little bit of CS parity, and obviously is going to be looking to now play towards that ultimate. There's also the question of if one kill is going to be enough for the Cassante to really be a problem. I think that obviously it is a big win for Xiu, but I think we're going to need to see a bit more for the matchup to substantially change, because I think Jax, even though he's behind, should still be able to, once he gets to his spikes.
And it's also, it's Doran as well.
Yes.
And he is very well known for being pretty untiltable. Even though sometimes it looks like he is, he never actually is. He is just all of the time Doran. And that's just how that one goes. Aiming and Beryl will be able to crash this wave in, I'm pretty sure, as the Slurkle is going to go wide towards Gumayusi.
This does create another game, though, where I feel like it's somewhat of a flip side of last game, where Beryl should be fine here. It feels somewhat the opposite, where I think T1, even though they have really good side laning, also have an insane 5v5. Right, and that's, oh, and we go!
Yeah, Destiny comes on through as the flash is going to be flashed away from, so no pulverize there for Beryl. As Aiming is going to move down. That will be the last grub secured here by DK.
Okay, so we trade flash for flash. Wukong not having flash is a big deal, but that is Showmaker's first ultimate, not quite getting a kill, which is something that, as the team playing into TF, you're going to be happy about.
Xiu is not doing as well as he was earlier on, as Beryl looks for a pulverize onto the Corki. Does manage to make that one work as he powers up the Q. And is just going to be walking forward. Decent amount of rocket damage there, sustained by DK, but they will be able to get another shove in. And while everything is sort of happening elsewhere on the map, okay, Showmaker once again going to get engaged on, does flash this time, but that flash is not often off cooldown.
And really nicely done here. These continuous punishes by Owner. Actually, on the brook, it's very funny. It's a mirror of the play before, where Showmaker flashed onto Faker.
Yep.
And then Faker didn't die. This time around, it's the opposite. Faker flashes onto Showmaker, as they are still going here. But I don't think Xiu actually wants to force an all-in, unless Lucid is going for the long wraparound.
Yep, Xiu looking for a bit of an angle here as he flashes, gets the all-out, as now Doran just getting himself out of here.
A little early, maybe.
Lucid was just taking away the enemy Krugs, but they're setting up a dive. That is going to be the plan.
Oh, Owner's on his way. I don't know if he'll be in time. Counter-Strike, is it up?
Yeah, it does have flash as well. Doran does have some outplay potential, but the supreme display of talent comes down. He gets the double stun, as now Owner will find the Cyclone for the cleanup. There it is. And T1, oh man, sacrifice Doran, pick up a double kill, and that feels fantastic.
And that dive was greedy. Lucid was sitting on so much gold. I'm pretty sure he's still only at the Tiamat. Now his Profane Hydra is finished. That could have actually just been the difference. Doran was so low.
Not to mention, Shiyu just had a chain vest.
Yes.
Like, that was it.
It was a very greedy dive. Owner was already big and is now the scariest monkey. Like, we are getting very rapidly into King Kong territory, Atlas.
Yeah, this is Trinity Force in a bit on this back
on his
as
next
well.
base. Yeah, because he is not. He was sitting on those components. There we go.
There it is. Even gets a cheeky little red rock as well, as we're going to get this one from Doran's perspective. As I think he knows that there is going to be some sort of gank attempt. And you can see already, Owner is moving down.
다 있나? 나 반경 있어서 한번 받아볼게.
Yep, Counter-Strike and naming his cooldowns, things like this. Knows that this is coming.
The fact he gets the Counter-Strike.
I mean, if he had have actually died immediately, then it would have been good for DK, but survived.
I mean, actually, what I didn't notice the first time is that while that was happening, Keria was also behind them.
Oh, wow.
So I think they were just always dead.
Well, it is going to be kind of crazy. Warfare, going over to T1 as well. Still haven't seen a Drake go down. This one's getting kind of old, 6.5 minutes.
I'm fairly certain, Atlas, if you could pick where your gold is, and on one team it's on Cassante, and the other team it's on Wukong, the team with Wukong is going to be happy.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Kingen in the previous series.
Okay, that's a whole nother conversation we didn't need to bring up because that
he was an
very
extremely fed Cassante.
No, but like it was sad.
And it does
tried
make, like,
so hard.
His teammate Beryl
he got so far.
game. And in the end,
it was 3 years, Atlas.
Yeah, I know. Still, Lucid is going to be trying to throw some damage out. Like you mentioned, that Profane Hydra has been completed, but he doesn't have 3 kills. Owner does.
Yeah,
and so he's like 900 gold behind.
If Lucid got one of the kill or that kill towards the Jax, that would have been big. But because he doesn't, still behind in XP. It's been continuously about half a level. Showmaker is up a little bit of gold, but let's be real, we all know TF, his gold is fake.
Yep.
And he needs to be up, otherwise he is in trouble. What we haven't talked about yet, though, and that's where I think that the Fed Wukong and the Jax really come into play, as well as after game 1, is that aiming's Yunara is a legitimate win condition. This champion is super busted in team fights if you don't lock her down and kill her quickly. But I think aiming did have a very uninspiring game number 1. There is also the fact that a lot of the CC on T1 isn't actually cleansable. I think going cleanse is fine. It's not me criticizing that. But it's just highlighting that, like, Owner, his CC, you can't cleanse, right? Like, and he's definitely going to be the biggest problem here. So aiming's positioning needs to be a lot better than it was last game if DK want to have a shot in team fight. That is, unless we get, you know, the classic crazy big Kiana ultimates. But I would expect T1, given the experience on their team, again, they were 4 out of 5 players were on the LCK as one of the best rosters the last time the Kiana jungle was still meta.
Yep.
And it basically boils down to do not play in chokes, do not do jungle fights, just use your space.
T1 does really like to start Baron, so she does play into that pretty effectively.
Well, also Kiana, I think, is interesting in that she actually is an assassin that, as mentioned, I think her laning phase is ready. She skills really well. You actually are just always a really big threat, and again, particularly with the ultimate, that just becomes sillier and sillier as the game continues.
Yep, ability haste pretty powerful as well. Now has the cheeky extra 4 fields.
Atlas. I think this time it is a lot better for T1. It's like kind of the flip of what we had last game.
And also the ease of execution. I think for a game number 2, when you're trying to bounce back, lowering the barrier of difficulty is often a really good idea, as Shiyu gone a little bit aggressive towards Doran here, even finds that extra Q, and does find some really nice trades. Owner is moving over, though, as the ward does go down. Otacon going to be on the bottom side of the map this time around. Yeah, and we've never seen, I mean, I personally, here in the LCK, have not seen a Kiana around an Otacon, so that could be a bit of fun.
Well, that could be entertaining.
She does like fighting in the river, you know? Stuff just tends to work a little bit better.
As we'll see, no Drake has been taken. The DK was actually pretty on top of the Drake taking in last game. Haven't seen any of that, as both Faker and Showmaker have finished their Rod now. And yeah, we just have Owner starting up Herald.
Yeah, immediately.
And DK, as they should contest for sure.
Well, Keria is going to try and deny it as the Destiny comes down, gives them full information of what's happening here around this Herald. Let's see whether Lucy can make something happen.
She was running.
Yeah, Keria goes in, finds a Magnus Storm onto only Beryl. Not exactly the optimal target. A supreme display of talent also not getting too much done, but aiming. Going to be able to pick up his first kill of this fight is now Showmaker.
She was here.
Flashes over the wall. Doran looking for an angle onto Lucid, who goes into stealth. And she's out! Protects Lucid. Doran is going to go down as now Faker doing battle with the cow. And she was flashing on top of him, aiming, trying to get amongst it, as Owner's over here as well, and that's just a 1-for-0, but Lucid goes over to the Drake, and they should be able to take that too.
Dplus, I figured it out. That is Rise Group, baby!
Oh my goodness, it is Rise Group, baby, but the Legend Group is not used to it.
They're being pulled into the dirt!
Oh
They're
my
fighting
God.
in the mud!
And look, they've got really clean clothes, you know, like they're not prepared for this. DK have had time to buy their galoshes.
As they're still going!
Yeah, but he's going to be the Rift Herald secured here by Ona. Collects the eye there at the same time as Showmaker doesn't quite have that gold card. And Ona does just worry a Trickster his way out.
Oh, and when all said and done, T1 used a lot of resources. They do get the Herald in the end. As we take a look, the engage from Keria doesn't hit the Marcus. Lucid finds the flash. And then Beryl with his ultimate is able to stay alive. The supreme display of talent, I think, doesn't really match the name, but it does buy the space. I think delays T1 a little bit. Aiming, by the way, goes mostly unchecked in this fight. And then Lucid dares that stealth, then gets the position, ease through Doran, and then his trustworthy bodyguard shows up, keeps him safe. And I think that T1 kind of escaping a situation that could have been much worse. If Shio gets that W, Faker's dead. Gets pulled back in, they get the ultimate. In the end, it's a 1-for-1 trade when it comes to the objectives. The kills were, I think, 2-for-1, I want to say, in favor of DK.
Yeah, and this time around it was the Kiana getting a kill and Aiming picked up one as well.
It was 2-for-0, right?
Yep.
DK or T1 already had feats.
Yep, they did. And that's why we're sitting at a 1.6k gold advantage here for DK. The largest that we've seen at, you know, prior to 25 minutes so far this series. Doesn't necessarily mean too much, as of course, this is more of that finesse style draft that we like to talk about with DK. They do have a solid tank there on the top side of the map, but a lot of these champions do want to play with some smoke and mirrors, whereas T1, they want to go in, they want to press their AoE CC buttons, and they want to kill Aiming. That's basically what it's going to look like. As Slurkle goes down into this mid lane, as Gumushi doesn't quite find the fast bomb, but it is just both of these AD carries farming things up. 2 items going to be a big deal, but 3 is what Aiming's really looking for, and Gumushi is about to hit that 2-item spike that the Corki loves so much. But it has been a pretty quiet game for the AD carries, and I say that probably benefits DK until they...
there's the Axiom arc.
Inara is just kind of dead, and there it is. So 2 items now done for Lucid. And we'll see whether the next Supreme Display of Talent is, in fact, going to be named absolutely optimally. And Beryl's just being a bodyguard. And I haven't really had much to say about Beryl so far this series. And that's probably a good thing.
It's shocking as well.
I know.
I'm not
Still
really,
waiting.
I don't really know what it means. We might find out, as Shio will be able to get the turret here.
But it is traded, and who managed to get it? It was T1, a split second. So they secure the feats of strength. That was extraordinarily close.
Yeah, that was literally within a second of one another. As Owner is on vision, see if a trap is set up. It's really hard to actually lock down the Wukong's. Oh, Beryl!
Yeah, Beryl going to find the Pulverize here as he's looking to try and turn it onto Gumushi. Missed by the Slurkle, though. And Beryl does have to blow the ulti. Now Faker possibly out of position, and Lucid can just dance towards him. He gets the redemption, but I don't think he's realm warping out of this one, and Aiming secures his 2nd kill of the game. Make it 5 now for DK. Not a whole lot to pick up off the back end, but still good to layer in a few extra kills.
I'm unsure how to parse this situation, Dplus.
I know, I can see your trepidation. But give it a go, though. We're all here. And we're happy to give you the benefit of the doubt. I think you've earned that.
I'm just a bit surprised that DK consistently getting the better end And I think that the fact that Showmaker's playing TF makes such a big part, and that to me might be the biggest difference, because obviously she has had a really big resurgence. But I remember when DK was going through their worst periods, it was, I think, the veterans that had the toughest time, which was Showmaker and Beryl. And both of those in the series today, as you highlighted, have just been very solid. Showmaker had a crazy Orianna game in game number 1.
Yep.
And Beryl hasn't made me say anything negative about him the whole day.
Which is unheard of.
Which is unheard of, yeah. And what I do want to highlight is that these type of skirmishes actually do mean a lot, because these individual gold leads for DK eventually are going to reach a point where even if they do take down aiming, right? If aiming positions well enough, you might have to give up so much positioning in the fight and let so much damage still alive, because I think even the Cassante is a big threat. Like, I think it's hard for T1 to reliably take him down. That's Beryl. We're not going to go for that again.
Yeah.
And for T1, it needs to actually start with getting either Showmaker or aiming at the start of a fight. Keria, Owner, and or Doran need to get on top of these high value targets, because we're seeing DK actually play really well around this TF and continuously finding one member to gold card, take down, and then go from there.
Well, you got to teleport in here from said TF, as the Rift Herald hasn't quite started her charge just yet. Will finally get into position, but she's not going anywhere. And that turret is going to stay healthy. Beryl, not so much, as Lucid trying to get some poke damage down, as Xiu going to be exiting the top side of the map. Teleport at the ready. Doran also has his.
We'll see.
Going for a reset is Beryl. He has teleport already primed, so it's not going to be Otacon or anything like that here for T1. As into stealth is Lucid, looking for a bit of an angle towards Owner, as he does just dash back into the fog of war. Teleport in pretty aggressively by Beryl. He is just going to be able to run around.
Should be
Doran, yeah, going to be
bases are coming
pushing
through
on the top side.
That's just going to be the Dragon here for DK. Second Drake. See what it ends up being.
Oh, Shia going to stop it back here at the same time. It was already almost definitely going to be a Drake, but the problem is the Drake is right next to an Otacon. Showmaker is going to immediately start up.
That's a gamble.
Well, they are known to do that, as they are 2.5k ahead, but that may change now, as we've got an Ocean Soul. They are looking for a turn.
Wait, Barrel's behind him.
Oh, no.
Barrel's in that little pocket of vision, I think.
The Assassin Cow, but we're not going to know for the next little while, as Cassante is showing on vision. The rest of DK are going to back.
There he is!
There's the Destiny! He pulls off Gumayushi as Xiu dives in. Guma just flashes away though, and Xiu is instantly evaporated. And now Faker is going to make his way in. Beryl just gets him out of there with a headbutt. But without Xiu, DK may just lose the Otacon, and they may lose more as well. The flash counter-strike from Doran! And another double comes through for Owner, as now Carrier is just picking them off one after the other. Lucid lying on the floor, and aiming is taking an outer turret in the mid lane because everything was going wrong.
And that too is Rise Group. Otacon.
Oh God, you called it.
We knew. Has a Siren's call that DK cannot deny. Colossal win there for T1. They get the team fight. They get the objective. They got a ton of bounty gold as well. If they get the inner as well, this is going to be a monumental swing. Looks like that might be the case. And
yep, and that is the exact gold lead DK had before they went for that Otacon, now being won by T1.
34-3 is the pedal count.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. As Beryl, of all the members, Guma is, the timing just off there. If they can kill Guma, the fight is obviously won, but he is a Corki. Is able to flash his way out. And you can see as well the rest of DK. I kind of am wondering maybe if they could have stuck around, but it's so hard. Getting access to the pit, not going to be the case. As T1 finally found the team fight that they were looking for. Kind of handed to them partially, I gotta say, because obviously DK was already taking a beating from the Otacon. And T1 now 5-0 is Owner, but it's been him that has been getting the kills. I think it's been Doran that's farming the clips on this Jax. And that is with him getting solo killed. Again, I want to remind everyone.
It's so incredibly
it's
Doran.
So Doran.
The one of the more Doran things that can exist. What it does do, though, here at the 24.5-minute mark, is bring us back to a relatively even gold situation. But when you're looking at those far numbers, the 34-3 is going to be a big deal.
It's rough.
We're having a look at Owner with a level advantage. We've got level 16 for Faker coming in.
Oh, Lucid's behind them, I think.
Well, let's see whether he
is he going to get spotted? Doran doesn't see him. I don't know if it matters, though. Can they actually go for something here?
Well, it looks like Lucid is still being sneaky. Now just going to look for a little bit of a return home. The Baron is up, and there's vision everywhere for T1.
And this time around, T1 is going to chew for that very quickly.
Yes.
It's a lot better than last game. He's back in again. It's Guma.
Yeah, Beryl is flashing forward. There's a Supreme Display talent, and down he will go. They make sure of it there as well, but the Cyclone for the follow-up. Showmaker not going to get knocked up, though. And he does find a card. Isn't going to be able to use it, as we can see, is Shiu. Still getting taken down relatively low, but DK this time do manage to get their pick.
Okay.
What does it mean?
Was it worth it? Because Lucid at the flash, they used a lot of health bars, a lot of tempo there on that play, and it doesn't really lead to an objective. If that was a dragon, if they got soul point off that, I think you might have been feeling good, though I gotta say, into the T1 comp, I don't know how much value you're gonna get out of Ocean Soul.
That's a good point.
I guess Guma is slightly more sad. As here we have Beryl getting Guma's Valkyrie, and then Lucid does find the kill. They are able to stall it out a little bit thanks to the redemption. But it doesn't end up mattering too much, and then Owner looks for the counterplay, but gets exhausted, so doesn't actually get too much damage down. Shiu on Beryl also there to protect. But that's a nice little bit of influx of gold for DK. That by itself isn't really... I feel like DK are in the position now where T1 was last game, where I think that the composition for T1 just kind of plays itself. I think that DK had their moment and choose to, you know, lose themselves at Otacon. And then, as we have been told, that's not a good thing.
Yes, it was a generous delivery of all of the tempo vibes over to T1 in that scenario.
I also think T1 should be able to regain some composure. Right? This is something we often talk about when you do fall behind unexpectedly as an overdog.
Yep.
Can be hard to bounce back. We'll have to see, though, because DK still Lucid, level 14. Once he hits level 3 in the ultimate, especially with Axiomark, that can win fights from very, very absurd positions. Drake is about to spawn here, but it's DK that is trying to regain control. T1 have control of the river.
Yep, Slurkle flies out, but doesn't really get too much done as T1 will be K-ramming for the moment. Everyone here in position. Faker a little bit off to the side, as we can see, but has started this dragon already. Shiu on a flank angle, level 16 here for Showmaker, as there's the Destiny. In goes Showmaker and finds the gold card onto Faker. Great knock up there from Beryl at the same time as the burst was huge. But can they actually lock down a target? It's the Magnet Storm from Carrier. Doesn't quite get enough done, but it's a trade of these supports, and Doran decides now is the time to go in. Aiming does manage to get a cleanse off, and he takes down the Jax. It is Lucid that falls at the same time, so in the end, a 2-for-2 trade. As the gold card comes through, Faker a little worse for wear now, as Showmaker looking very healthy. Gold card in position, and T1 have the jungler, so they don't have the health bars to make this one work, as Gumishi does show back up again. And we are going to see that it was indeed the Dragon secured by T1 in the end of that, but ultimately a pretty even trade.
An all-out brawl, as you can see the damage there. The stun, the damage from Aiming, who can walk up thanks to Beryl and Lucid's ultimate. They don't quite get the perfect situation though with Shiu trying to kidnap someone. Good interrupt there from Beryl. I'm pretty sure T1's trying to get on top of them there, as unfortunately this time a little bit too telegraphed. That said, Aiming not having sums is a really big deal. And they lost that fight, but they got the objective. So I would say T1, not too sad. Owner is going to have Flash soon. He will be able to engage onto Aiming from such a long distance. And for a large amount of time, Aiming isn't really going to do anything, which is making me believe I will be shocked if T1 doesn't just pull the trigger on Baron very, very soon. That's kind of what we're looking towards.
Yep. And we know that they love doing it. So it would make a lot of sense. Immediately, that Baron vision is going to be cleared away. Beryl was trying to get something in there, but isn't able to really make it stick. As we have 3 items on this Wukong. He's 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
Everyone else on DK has a lead, apart from that guy on your screen right now, level 16 on this monkey. And sometimes we're like, oh, but all the money's on the jungler. It's not ever with Wukong. This guy can really take over games, and that is what Owner is showing us right now.
We'll have to see, though. The fights are still very, very close. But that one could have gone either way. Again, I'm looking out for Lucid to get a third item and get level 3 on the ultimate. Then on the flip side, Faker just now dinked 18. Doran is probably going to be looking to finish his stopwatch next. He's been, or his arm, yeah, his Sonya's. He's been extremely aggressive, and I think he needs to be for this composition to really work. There you go. Yeah, they're starting it up to the surprise of no one. Yeah, and I think that what they're really looking for is to keep doing this until DK missteps, and then they turn onto aiming. Owner has his flash now. There's a window of about a third of aiming's flash cooldown, where I think that T1 have a really, really good angle in the fight. We'll see though, DK doesn't look like they're making any big missteps thus far.
Not quite. Xiu is trying to get that lane shoved out towards the bottom side. Now the Jax shows, and so it might mean...
Should be Edge of Night.
Okay, let's see whether he can actually put that one together. I believe he went back to base relatively recent. Never mind, he is going to be heading back home. Does complete the Edge of Night. There it is. Still incredibly far behind, but has the same amount of items because his ones are just kind of cheaper.
They are.
Feels good.
Yep.
So Lucid is going to be pretty dangerous and now does have that extra layer of safety, which will feel pretty good. Now going to be taking the blue buff for his team as well. But man, like, I swear, every other like best of 5 we've seen DK in have been incredibly volatile. Nothing has been like this. Nothing has been this close for this team in the play-ins. And now we've got like, I mean, we've been holding our breath, I feel like, for the entire first 1.5 games. This Beryl is going to be ghosting away from Owner and Faker, who do decide to get in with that Realm Warp.
Look how quick that cow is.
Establish control, exactly right. But Showmaker has Destiny, right? So starting off this Baron can always be a bit dangerous, but the teleport comes through from Doran. He gets on top of Showmaker now, whose gold card does absolutely nothing, and he ults. The Destiny does come on down as now Aiming is trying to deal with Doran, who also goes gold, and then the redemption is going to be there. Doran for Baron. I think T1 is saying worth on that one as Aiming, yeah, he might get another kill, but these turrets are just going to start falling.
And Lucid attempting to flash over, steal the Nash, not going to be the case. And as you highlight, that's a trade you'll take any day of the week of your T1.
The selflessness of Doran once again,
it knows no bounds. Should also set up for a second Drake for them.
Well, Xiu's going in. Beryl with a bit of a bait and switch, but Xiu may just go out, and not all out, just, okay, he does manage to make it. But I thought that was going to be a repeat of what happened around that Otacon fight as well, as Showmaker able to get some damage onto Faker here as well. Okay, they are still holding on, but they're not going to be able to take this dragon.
Yeah, they do take a lot of tempo out of Nash though. I think that T1 was really looking to push a lot more aggressively there, because with a lot of resource being thrown at Xiu, they do get the sums, right? Like Xiu now doesn't have flash, Showmaker doesn't have flash. Also, we gotta check back, like, I'm kind of wondering what's happening with Showmaker here. Did they not have vision of the TP? Because there's no way as TF you'd ever walk up to, like, it's Jax. There's a lot of top laners where you can do that.
I was a bit confused as well, but he did definitely look like he was doing it on purpose, but maybe couldn't see around the corner.
I'm not sure. The reason why I'm asking is because, again, it might just no vision.
No vision.
Okay.
No vision.
Got the confirmation. That makes way more sense. Because again, I think it's just there are very few top laners where you would never ever want to do that. That's one of them.
Yeah.
Because your main skill does not work. This still means that T1 is in the lead. Also got them the second dragon, but because of the early Drakes, T1 is not able to build towards a soul point. They should be able to get this inner as well. Lucid about to ding 16. That is a big spike. And Aiming also now has the IE done. So he does a lot of damage.
Destiny comes in. Beryl looking for an angle, but doesn't quite get the pulverize where he wants it. As Gumayushi is able to flash his way out, and they dive on top of Aiming. The flanking Yunara. That was not what we wanted to see, but T1, they turned on a dime. It's a big Realm Warp to get T1 into the DK base as Beryl decides he wants in on that party. I don't know whether he necessarily should have, but now T1 are going to make a big dent in this top side of the map, and this is the first big advantage that we've seen so far in this game, and it may only last a few minutes because T1 are looking to just end it.
I think they can, Dplus.
Oh, this is ridiculous because it felt like it was so close for so long, and now it is just done. Doran thwacking away at the Nexus as Showmaker is going to go golden. Xiu not going to be able to find the angle, and the Nexus will now go down. T1 will even out the series here in our first best of 5 of the playoffs and make it a best of 3.
Owner obviously gets the focus from the camera, but Atlas, I didn't expect that there would ever be a Jax who, like Dundun, would have a KDA that in no way, shape or form reflects the impact he had in this game.
Absolutely.
And ended a little silly there. At the same time, I think we all knew what was going to happen the moment that Otacon went the way that it did. As Keria does pick up his 400 win here.
Second out of all of our supports, and he's only 26 behind Lahens. And Lahens will not be playing for the rest of the year.
He gets to do some catch-up.
Yeah, he certainly does. We'll see how much further they're going to get. Of course, we have to remember the stakes. There is a lower bracket, so you don't have to worry too much about what happens in this series. However, staying on that top side is going to feel a whole lot better because there are some titans that you're going to be going up against further on in this one. As Faker does manage to top the damage, and damage not necessarily something that DK had in spades outside of aiming there. But as you mentioned earlier on, it all came down to the Otacon, and it didn't quite work out.
We'll see. As what a bounce back from T1. I'm hoping for a long series, but I'm a little worried. I feel like we're still on the script.
One of us predicted in 3-2, so maybe there's another win there from DK, but we'll just have to find out. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break that one down, and then we will have game number 3. We'll see you soon.
크게 볼게.
키아나. 아 괜찮아. 키아나 노공. 너 할 거야? 하트 여기.
알리 볼게, 알리.
라인 쪽부터 살리면 안 돼. 한 마리. 저 키아나 노공이거든.
얘 약간 안 돼.
키아나 노플 노공에 그러면은 스타트 노플이야.
스페 노플이 한번 볼게 이거.
스타트 노플.
잘 쳐야 돼.
한 마리 있긴 해.
한 마리.
선택 개피. 키아나 잡아야 돼.
넥서스 할게 그냥. 넥서스 치면
땀봐.
맨날. 땀봐들.
When they speak of Viscero, unbroken, undefeated, of a warrior who repaid mercy with allegiance. When they speak of the king's chosen protector, the prince's beloved mentor, Demacia's honored seneschal, when they speak of the foundations of our kingdom, of what makes a true Demacian, they speak of you.
to the space. It is a 1-1, all tied here in our first playoff match of the Woori Bank 2025 LCK Playoffs. T1 get this one done, but it was not clean. Dplus cooking here, and if we start off with something from the pre-show that Wadid said earlier, it seems like one of these teams is doing it to a T and the other team not listening to you. No more solo deaths. That did not happen. There was a solo kill in the top lane by Shiwu on Doran. On the opposite side, Dplus Kia pull out the Kiana. They're cooking, baby.
Oh yeah, definitely. I really like the idea on the draft, but unfortunately they didn't manage to finish out. But yeah, still I think DK looking pretty solid, even though they lost.
So let's talk about the draft. You know, the Kiana currently 100% win rate in the LPL. We've seen mixed results, obviously, in the West, but here in LCK, it's the debut of this jungle pick. I think it has a ton of power with this draft. We have so much lockdown and peel for the Yunara. Even though you're playing Yunara into Wukong, Rel, and Jax, I think the way that this draft came together for Dplus at the end of the day gives aiming so much power, so much agency. You saw in most of the team fights, he was at full health, he was uncontested, but a few errors later on in the game we'll get to. I think on the T1 side, they had a draft also that follows up and locks down the Kiana incredibly well. But once again, they're playing the style where Doran's kind of sacrificing himself and going in for T1 to get value elsewhere. And that isn't necessarily, I think, how you should play into the Kiana.
Oh yeah, and I think everything was okay in the draft. I really like the idea. But again, just unfortunate dive happened on the bot lane. I don't think this was necessary, because you can actually expect enemy jungle to come here, but Doran already knew that the dive is going to come, and Honor is already prepared for this situation. And after this, I think Honor getting 2 free kills in the early game was quite huge in the game of this kind of sequence, because like it's really weird that Kiana and Wukong having the same item power spike at the same time, which makes really hard for DK here.
And of course this doesn't happen if Doran doesn't have that incredible counter-strike to buy the space for Owner to follow up, get those 2 kills. You see the big spike in gold he picks up as he gets that Triforce. This is a really big moment for T1 that stabilizes them in the early game.
Absolutely. Again, after that early solo death, a huge play by Doran. He made a lot of plays, some good, some bad buying times. However, this time over at Otacon, it wasn't him that made the play, but it was the play that his counterpart Shiwu did not make that ended up being a huge difference maker.
I think it was really great idea from Beryl to hide in the brush, and it was really great flank. And I thought it was a really great idea to start up the Otacon to force T1 to position down here to have a great opportunity on Alista. But I think here Lucy definitely gotta like pull the trigger here with the R flash.
If he R flashes, they can get the kill on Corki for sure. Notice Showmaker is just a second too late to look for a gold card play here as well. And it's an insane situation for Beryl because the Valkyrie was used to get over the wall. Guma doesn't have it. He's able to flash away though because there isn't that snap punish. And then Shiwu gets himself into the meat grinder here, and it's a complete wash for Dplus. And once again, it's these individual parts that are working well for Dplus, like Barrel's flank, Barrel's catch, but the rest of the team isn't following up as well, and then the team fight is just a complete disaster, unfortunately, for Dplus, and this is what gets T1 completely back into the game and gives them control.
Yeah, at this point, before that fight, Dplus were up about 1,000, I think almost 2,000 gold. It's the biggest gold lead in the early game between Game 1 and Game 2. And just that little bit of a misexecution slowed down the tempo, which then allowed us to head on over to the top side. This was after T1 tried to make a play earlier onto Beryl. Beryl escapes the gank, and now Baron under pressure.
This is one of those moments where, as Showmaker here, you want to try to close the gap. You want to get vision. He has ult, mind you, and he walks up here and ends up finding Doran. Has gold card prepped, but Doran's got Counter-Strike. There's nothing he can do. And Doran has been so sacrificial. I think he's 0-5 after this death in this game. But he sacrifices himself so they get the greater objective. They focus down the Kiana. Lucid is dead. Baron is theirs. And it's, again, another worthy sacrifice for Doran. He had so many moments like this in Game 1 as well. It looks like this is exactly how T1 want to play this BO5.
Yeah, even though you trade 1-for-1, I think after them getting Nash, the game was a lot easier. Because if you have Kiana jungle, you gotta snowball early game. So that's why we showed up the fight that he could actually R flash. I think you need that kind of like early game snowballing, but I think with Kiana, you cannot really go for the late game. If that happens, you're not gonna win late game.
Absolutely. Just a great comeback here by T1. And again, I know I've said it a couple times, but Doran, who had a couple of those like oopsie plays, but then even something like that, buying the time to allow the rest of this team to function, it feels like this T1 squad always has someone matadoring for him, whether it's Faker in his solo lane, whether it's Dorn absorbing pressure, this time TPing to hold 4 back and allowing T1 to execute. And then from there, they snowball the rest of the game. They know how to close out a game.
It's really scary to think of like what Dorn could do if he ends up getting an Ornn or a Scion pick in a game like this, how much pressure he can neutralize, how much value he's getting in the front of these team fights. And if he actually plays something like an Ornn where you could really team fight with your team as well while absorbing all that pressure, I think Dplus should be worried about him.
T1 tie this one up. It is 1 game apiece, but it has not been an easy ride here. If you're Dplus, you feel good. You're in it. You got an opportunity here. Let's see what they do here in game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 2. And here we are, ready for a best of 3 for all the marbles, or at least for your ability to stay in the upper bracket of the playoffs and see who is going to potentially be up against either HLE or Gen G, who are waiting in the wings. Gen G with choice of opposition out of our next, out of this best of 5's winner and the next one. And being KT, by the way, that is one that you're not going to want to miss. That will be a whole lot of fun.
I can't wait.
I'm getting the popcorn ready for that one. I'm sitting at home.
Dplus, I'm getting worried. I'm building it up too much in my head.
Oh, no, you can't. Not for that series. You cannot. It's just going to be exactly what you want. Much like this draft. As for the first time in the series, we have DK with site selection. They are going to choose blue, and they are going to choose to ban away the Poppy first up. I think Talia priority is going to skyrocket, by the way, at this particular point in time.
Oh, yes.
As the Azir will once again be banned away. With the Ryze being picked, Talia does just feel pretty good.
But she does lose it. I think in game 1, actually having a top-tier performance on the Jarvan. The Kiana didn't really hit the mark. It is a champion where the line...
Charvel was right here, man. Why didn't they just sub him in?
I guess the tweet was right.
Yeah, it's such a shame.
I do think that we saw there that the line between the champion working and not popping off is very thin, but it definitely didn't look as comfortable on it as he did on that J4. A notable champion that is open is Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
Which we are getting to game 3, and that is still a comfort pick for either of these two players, which I do think is interesting. The Yunara being away also frees up a lot of draft priorities. Sion taken away here, which there have been some of these bans where no, it's fine, just let Shiu play it. Actually, that's okay.
Yeah,
the picks
is another one.
Yeah, do still have a lot of power, so maybe they just don't want to deal with what they offer.
Oh, do you know what's going to happen? I think you know what's going to happen.
Well, B1 Talia?
No, it's a different T champion.
Oh, not B1 Trundle.
Yeah.
They're not going to blind Trundle. I think DK has learned this. Oh, there's the Ornn.
Okay.
They're B1ing Rumble.
Ah, B1 Rumble sounds fine.
Yeah.
Well, I mean...
Well, T1's going to ban Rumble.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then DK will pick Talia.
Honestly?
And then T1's going to pick Xin Zhao.
What does Faker play into Talia? That's the kind of question.
Xin Zhao Annie.
Oh, Xin Zhao Ari. That's what it would be.
Okay.
Never mind. Talia
so we're
is
giving
going to be banned away.
And then there was a lot of conversation. So we're picking Rumble. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah, I wrote it down.
Let's not kid ourselves. Watch you be like, no, actually.
Why is he grinning?
Pick me Gwen. I could see it.
Honestly, well,
Aurora, oh wait, Aurora's
never
open.
mind. Aurora is open, so this makes so much more sense.
I'm a silly bunny, Dplus.
Yeah, why did I not write Aurora in instead? I think maybe we're just reeling by the fact that we've had 2 close games between T1 and DK, and that was not on very many bingo cards today. As the Aurora first pick going to be a fair bit of power, especially with the fact that it's a flex pick, so you do get to play around with where your champions are going. Makes it a little bit more difficult here for Faker and Doran to work out what they want to play. It is not difficult to work out what Ono wants to play, although with Trundle up, Xin Zhao feels a lot less blindable.
I agree. We'll see if he doesn't care and just locks it in anyway. So the Rumble into Aurora is definitely a rough matchup.
Once again, Doran taking a shot for the team by picking the Rumble to guarantee that Aurora is going to be played top lane.
Yeah. We'll see. Most likely it's going to be Shiu, who has had some big character development throughout this season. Started off with his laning phase being really good, and then having some crazy late game moments.
Yep.
Then went to his laning phase, I think, being kind of mediocre, but then he got like multiple base defenses that made no sense. I know one of them wasn't on the Aurora, one was on Gwen, the other was on Aurora. But that kind of, I think, kick-started the second half, and then he was actually really clean on the pick. Later on is Lucian Braum, to me, would make sense.
It would, but also, I feel like you want to pick Trundle here. I don't know.
I think there's more things you can go into Zinza where you don't feel too sad.
Guess not, as Lucian Braum is certainly pretty high priority. Also feels like a bit of a pick away as well. This is one of the champions that Gumayushi has really liked.
Also, aiming has an escape tool, which I think is good.
I would say that that is pretty positive as well. He does like to stand up and press culling quite a lot.
You know, and normally, Barrel, guess what? I have no slander for you. You've been great today. Keep it up, buddy.
Yep.
So him on the Braum is completely fine, as that is a power pick for Carrier.
Oh, instead it's going to be the Siva locked away.
I really would have much rather seen the Rakan. I think Rakan's definitely going to get taken off the board now.
And Rakan Rumble is just such a powerful combo.
It is. Yeah, so Rakan Rumble is crazy. I think Rakan Zinzao is crazy.
Yeah, you could also force an Annie ban and all these sorts of things to come through, which could really open things up. As the Trundle, no-brainer, going to be taken away here, as Lucid did forsake his ability to play a counterpick.
It might be Lucid Zed.
Or Lucid Lee Sin. So maybe they just counted up the amount of junglers that he's happy to play in this matchup and realized that he was going to be fine. It might be something like that. But I'm not entirely sure.
I do
think that Trundle would have just
So I want to highlight this. This is something that BNK has done extremely consistently, and I think it's putting T1 in a little bit of an awkward spot, is prioritizing bot lane. Like, prioritizing bot lane matchups was something we saw BNK do, which got them obviously the first seed straight out of the play-ins. Currently being the 5th playoff seed, and that is something that I think DK has taken from them into their own drafts. There is also, we haven't discussed this yet, but Aurora is still a flex. Like, this could also go towards Showmaker. I don't think so, because let's be real, I think Aurora is the best matchup you're going to get into Rumble. But some weird business is still technically possible, as this is going to be the carrier lock-in, would be my guess, unless they have something really weird cooking and they want to save counterpick for carrier.
Janet? I don't think this is very good here.
I don't think that's going to get locked in. I think we're just having some fun. We'll see what it is.
It is a fun matchup. They're just going through the barrel champions. So Janet happens first. That was the champion he got his first skin on, and this is the champion he's been winning the most on. As that was a late hover of the Janna, which worried me momentarily. But instead, it will be the Leona. And of course, Leona Rumble has been something that we've seen many, many times. And Leona Sivir is a lot of wave clear as
picking it into Braum, I don't think doesn't feel great. It's fine. You know, it's no Nautilus. That truly is the depth of despair. Is now we're gonna have to see what does the mid jungle do. That's a big question whenever it comes to DK.
Sejuani Yone. Oh God! Wait. Hang on. Did I? I didn't. Surely.
Wait, Viego.
Oh, Viego would be really fun. No, it's Sejuani Yone, dude. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, okay?
Yeah, but I like the Viego.
I know, I should have said that.
You can't blind Viego. I get that. Sejuani Braum is obviously a really strong combo. Oh my God.
Okay, well, Faker is on the I'm winning worlds thing already in the very first match of the playoffs here, as his Akali does come out. And this is a champion that he has, like, made some of his biggest plays on. I remember a specific one in 2023. That was pretty good.
Atlas, both these two compositions have one mode. Go. There's not really a plan B. We're looking at extremely volatile lanes in both solo lanes that as soon as they fall behind on any of the sides will just be cooked.
Yep.
And will not get to play the game. So I think this is going to be a volatility central. I thought that in some of the previous games we got very little action until much later on. So hopefully this game delivers starting early on. I do also think that, as highlighted, the early levels in skirmishes, Sejuani, Braum, Yone, and Lucian, that is very scary, as that is far.
That is a long way.
That is a big distance.
Wow, where did they come from?
I wouldn't even, like, what's the furthest away? Like South America?
I mean, Brazil is the ultimate
like as far as it gets, right?
That flight almost killed me. That was a tough one. Went there with Crumbs for a 1v1 tournament. It was a whole lot of fun. Anyway, these are some pretty fun drafts as well. As melee matchup in the mid lane, always fiery. Let's dive onto the Rift for game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. I've solved it, Chronicler. They could have actually just come from round the corner, but just come a really wiggly way. You know?
Yeah, so they could have come from anywhere, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So that doesn't help us at all.
Oh, I thought we were just like looking for possibilities. And so now the possibilities are actually endless. So we've narrowed it down to infinity possibilities.
Well, I think you could argue there's finite spaces on Earth.
And also it's probably limited to Earth.
Well, that's the big kicker, right?
But,
So it is actually limited.
Is that even necessarily true? Because,
yes.
Like, but
they are not from space, Atlas.
But we haven't proven.
They're not from space.
Do you know that there are no aliens?
Oh, I
definitively.
No,
Do you think that there's probably intelligent life out there?
That is a whole different conversation. Statistically, I've been told it's a certainty. I don't have enough intelligence to parse this, so I'll believe the experts. But do not let me sit here and tell you that I...
What?
I don't know. I've already lost it. Can we lock in? I'm trying to cast a video game.
We were so locked in for the first 2 games.
I
just
know.
needed some silly, you know?
I know.
I really did.
Showmaker has gone Grasp, which I have not seen on Yone.
Sunfire Cape first, BDD Yone Flare. You love to see that. You don't actually.
So Showmaker's Yone, as any as any DK fan will know, is somewhat notorious for not being the best.
It's not his greatest. Although he has found some moments. I feel like some of the big plays have worked out for Showmaker. This though is not working out thus far, as Keria doesn't quite find the Zenith Blade. They are getting shoved in towards the bottom side. Shio also having a good time, as to be expected for the Aurora as far as shoving the wave is concerned. As Showmaker just going to be recharging that health bar as much as he possibly can. Also cancelling a bunch of autos for fun.
Let's get the shield.
Yeah, as he does unbind the soul, but he's going to need to rebind. The flash comes forward as Faker flashes after him. Takes a couple of turret shots, but Showmaker is going to go back home. That is just a flash for flash in the end, but I think as far as like the battle is concerned, Faker wins. As Zenith goes in, Beryl gives Gumayusi the door, and Braum.
Yeah, for me the biggest difference between, even though this was obviously an error from Faker, he doesn't need to flash there, because
he's already won.
He's already won the trade, but wanted to try and get, imagine the final empowered auto off. Him not having flash isn't nearly as detrimental as it is for Showmaker, because he has so many built-in escapes with his E and his Shroud, and for Lucid, there is still an opportunity to try and gank if those cooldowns are down, but for Showmaker, it's Q-free, right? Like once you get ultimate available, you have a little bit more safety. As we do see the trades were up until that point somewhat even, but the CSing has not been, because again, Dorn is expected to lose early on. This would be a really impactful dive if they can pull it off, as Dorn is rather low. We'll see if Lucid cancels his base or if they're just going to take it. And we do see that there was a suspicion on T1 because Owner is pathing directly towards that lane.
Made sure that he stayed out of vision as well, so if he oh, never mind. Okay, well, now he's definitely going to go back home.
Oh, he has the base, yeah. We'll see if there are some lane swaps abound, because aiming is also... I mean, I don't think DK should want a lane swap, because bot lane matchup isn't that fun, but top lane matchup is really, really, really fun. So I think you just want to stay in that as...
Oh, Barrel.
In they go.
Possibly a little too far up, as he does manage to get the passive onto the Leona, but it's just Gumayusi killing Braum. So Beryl goes down. Now Lucid finds himself in a 1v2.
TP.
Does have the permafrost, as there is the teleport in from Shiu, who pops out the weirding, but it's Lucid that's going to be going down, and I don't think this play will be salvageable. Even if Gumayusi goes down here, it's still a trade-off for T1, and it is going to happen, so at least Shiu does get that, but still a disaster.
I mean, is it?
Well, I mean, I guess it's kind of okay. For some reason, I felt like 3 people died on DK's
Oh,
side.
I get it. It's because I think it was aiming was monstrously low. But when all was said and done, Guma used flash, They got 2 for 2 kills. 1 kill going to Aurora, which is a big deal. Is Beryl? No.
Beryl
doesn't have flash. Okay, he's fine.
Somewhat okay.
Yeah, yeah. That was a bit of a hard force from DK.
Do you know what it is? I'm in Plains mode, right? So I expect all the plays to go really far in one team's direction.
Guys, that's Leona.
Yeah,
with Aftershock and Eclipse.
Wait,
does he have
the mean?
But I mean, he definitely has Eclipse. He's not taking damage.
Look at the Freljordian brothers going at it here as they do manage to. Okay, yeah. Shiu was a good teleport.
Shiu's teleport actually saves that game. Because if they just 2 for 0, and that's the end of it, that would have been it. That flash from Guma, not great, because again, it's... Come on, guys. It's Aurora. I think the passive at this point should be just respected. If you flash earlier, I think you might actually live. But not going to be the case. Wanatold onto that gets punished for his transgressions. And
the thing that we need to look at is what Doran was able to do with the fact that he did have a free lane, I guess. Because it was a big overload on DK's side.
So it was, but because aiming, I think, got out of that relatively early and just went top, like...
Yeah, so I guess it's just fine?
It is just fine, yeah.
Huh. Well, I mean, that is what the gold will be indicating. As we can see here, it is even.
So the biggest issue is obviously, which we haven't addressed, is that there's 2 kills on Sivir.
Yes.
Which is a big problem. The saving grace for DK is that their backline access is exceptional, but they have a lot of issues they need to deal with in this draft, right? There are a lot of threats on the enemy team, so sending everything towards the Sivir isn't necessarily an option the way it is normally, as it looks like Owner is just going to get one of the earliest Drakes of this series.
Yeah.
Definitely the earliest for T1.
Only been around for a couple of minutes. I think it's about the same clip as game number 1.
Yeah, but that was DK, right? T1 have been very...
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, as far as the longevity of our dragons.
Very true. Chemtech, that one's going to be left for a long time, as we know.
Yes.
It's very scary.
Sparrow's going to give him the door. We do have aiming coming back. And it will be a nice spell shield there from Gumayushi, but otherwise not too much to worry about. Having a look here in the mid lane, Showmaker is down by about a wave, something like that. Faker keeping up the pressure. Here's Akali looking pretty good. As teleport in from Beryl, but T1 are still waiting. Aiming, just press W into that brush. As Beryl is going to spot them out. Does land the Winter's Bite there onto Carrier, but he does Zenith Blade forward still. Hasn't pressed that W button, and that is a lot of damage.
Oh, there's 2 members for T1 here.
Yeah, Faker was moving up. There was also Owner in the area.
Oh, they got 6. So it's just going to be grubs. I don't really think that it's diveable now with aiming having the culling available.
Yep.
There isn't really anything being traded objective-wise here, and I think it's because the prio is so firmly in favor of T1, right? Faker's winning his lane, bot lane is winning his lane. The only lane that DK have is specifically the top lane is, oh, maybe Shiu can join this. Would have to run over.
There's a cheeky little angle there from Showmaker being looked for as Faker wants to pop the passive, does manage to do so. Shuriken backflip gets him out of there, as only 1 grub did get taken there by T1, as the rest of DK are going to get into position to try and take another.
Well, yeah, Showmaker was able to base, TP back in, and he has the Hex Drinker. So that is actually a really valuable item towards the top side of T1. As it is just, what, 1 for 2 grubs? So,
yep.
DK
1 for 1 as far as feats of strength are concerned. I think I'm going to put it in the nothing burger column as far as
the gold.
An advantage.
Look at the gold.
It is, yeah, there's nothing in it.
There's nothing.
But there is certainly gold advantages lane by lane, right? You can see the Aurora is still ahead. And with that 1-0-1, Shiu was able to pick up. And then there's also this Sivir that's 2-1. The DK need to figure out how
Carrier,
to deal
that's
with.
so mean.
Yeah, very annoying.
He's just there, and he's like, you're not getting the cannon. And he doesn't.
Yeah,
tragic.
Clears out the wave.
Harrowing story, Dplus.
And some -1s feel like more than -1, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of life. All right. That hasn't necessarily created a gold problem or anything like that, as we do have our 80 carries moving towards this mid lane. 2.5 minutes on the Dragon. Zona clears up yet another clear. That is Crocs, but otherwise is looking pretty empty.
I actually quite like this. So Showmaker's happy to play into Doran because he has the Hex Drinker. And she was unbothered playing into Akali, right? Aurora is just such a strong lane bully. So it's going to be feeling great. We'll see if Owner wants to interrupt the space, but I think he was sitting on a good amount of gold. Maybe it's Sundered Sky time.
Oh dear.
Oh, not quite yet.
It's a little bit of a scary
Soon.
if you're the enemy team. But he might have it by the time that dragon does come up, as Doran is on vision. But Showmaker still needs to be careful. I think if you spend too much time in front of that flamethrower, you're going to be feeling uncomfortable.
So the downside of this is that it means that one of the biggest winning lanes for DK is no longer applying a lot of pressure, right? So it's good for Showmaker here on this grasp Yone, as Lucid continues to play.
Yeah, he's going in. Flash out from Carrier here, as now Gumayusi could be in trouble. A little bit off to the side, but does have on the hunt and finds a lot of damage in that Boomerang Blade. Essence Reaver now completed, as, of course, it's Aiming's favorite item. He doesn't quite have his yet. Nor can he lock down that CS. That was a little bit uncomfortable, as Gumayusi just going to continue shoving waves in.
But you're seeing as well, right? The lead for Shio, I think, is going to be less, because Faker also we saw doing a really good job in the 1v1, getting great trades.
Yep.
But it's also not a matchup that, like that Aurora into Rumble matchup, Shio will be as comfortable with, having played against a lot less Aurora top or Akali top. Should be fine here.
Yeah, he does bounce to the other side of his Between Worlds and clears out the wave at the same time. Pretty handy is that particular button, as Faker can press the backflip button, but I think he would die. Akali, unfortunately these days, not quite able to stealth under turrets.
Did you just say unfortunately?
I liked it.
I
liked playing Akali.
Atlas.
Turrets are kind of annoying.
You were an Akali player? Like, release, rework Akali?
Yeah, and then I realized I didn't like the rework because it was too hard. It was much easier when you
makes
just
complete
pressed
sense.
Q and then pressed RQR and then R again and then never pressed E because it scaled on AD. It was really weird. It was okay when you had your Sword of Occult and Magi's both stacked up though. Did a fair bit of damage then.
I wonder how many grasp stacks Showmaker has gotten this game.
That's a good question. We might be able to find that out. As... let's see.
He ulted the wave. I think it's just fine. This was the cross map.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well,
Owner, that's a scary dragon. I don't know if you can beat him by yourself.
Well, I think he can. He is a, you know, a warrior of Demacia.
Doran knows, man. Doran knows. He's like, no, no, I'm not falling for... Maybe... Oh, no, Doran, you are right. You're right, Doran, you're right. Yes. Look at him go.
Yep, just staying back. It might be a couple of plates here for Showmaker, but in trade for Double Dragon, it's going to feel pretty good as he does make it back to the wave, as it is thinning out. And DK haven't been able to find nearly the inroads that they had in the previous two games.
Are we going to go again? This time there is a carry in the area.
If at first you don't succeed...
I mean, they have a lot of burst, and Doran doesn't have ult.
It's a flash in from Beryl, but he doesn't really find anything. The redemption comes down, the solar flare is there. Ulti from Showmaker, and they lock down the kill. Still Lucid, could be in trouble, but Aiming, the cavalry have arrived! And the turret is going to be enough to take down the Sejuani, but make that a 2-for-1. And DK going to be feeling a little bit better.
It's still not the best trade. We'll see. If Showmaker can make his way towards the bot wave, and they can get Carrier as well, then I think it's a good trade. Let's see.
Yep. Carrier, of course, is pretty tanky. There's the Eclipse. As he finds the Zenith Blade, Shio has so much burst damage, but still Carrier survives.
Yeah.
A plate will go over, but that is not what they wanted there. And Faker might just be able to take this entire turret.
Yeah, it's a really big win for T1, because Faker's going to get the turret, which is huge. Doesn't quite get the final play there, but still going to be happy. Gets the turret, so that is... Right now, gold lead growing for T1. A lot of resources invested towards the top side of the map. As Eclipse getting a lot of value. I actually do like
he did manage to hit it. It actually looked like the Winter's Bite.
Yeah, no, he did it. I really like the setup here. The Lucid just flashes a second too late. If he doesn't die there, I think that they might actually be able to use him on the re-engage as well, right? Just a barrel tank, the kill carrier. Might have felt, and their less gold would have gone over, but because Lucid messes up, they end up losing a good amount of gold. Now, it's not the end of the world. I think that this is one of the games where I actually think both comps scale pretty evenly, as long as no one falls like super far behind in gold, because they're both just... They're gonna just bash their faces into each other. Atlas says they might right here.
Yeah, that was a very weird sort of chain of events, but Beryl is still in so much trouble and does get cut down. I saw the solar flare and I'm like, Ooh, I don't know whether that is the angle, but Carrier knew. They just come in, they take down Beryl, and this is feeling like a lot more of a Beryl game than we've had the last couple. I don't know whether that is a great thing, as at least Aiming is able to clear out this wave. And Lucid looking for a bit of an angle here on a Carrier who's just playing with reckless abandon. It's Showmaker's turn to have some free time towards this bottom side.
By the way, Faker went just Storm Surge, making his goals in this game very clear. Herald taken. It's going to be Feats going over. Now it's DK looking.
Yeah, there's a redemption, as Lucid's health bar is going to be okay. Aiming actually picks up a bit of a heal, and they get on the hunt from Gumayusi. That is about it. Errol shows him the door. Outside of that, not too much more to worry about. And we're still looking for DK to kind of come alive in this game. We haven't seen very many of these premeditated plays. T1 have just been calling the shots the entire time.
But to me, a lot of that is about the fact that the only lane that's winning is the Aurora lane.
Yeah.
And the other lanes just are behind, and DK without Prio look considerably worse. It's also the flip side. T1 as a team, when they have Prio, when they get to decide the tempo, are looking good. Now, it's still relatively even. Don't be mistaken. It's a nice gold lead, but I think by itself, the team fighting power for DK is still there. Really what it's going to come down to is, can DK actually find these fights? And for T1, it does Faker get into the backline, right? Particularly when Owner's there to help him out as well. And look at the vision control, by the way, for T1 here.
Yeah,
the next
it's absurd.
Drake is a must-win fight for DK. You can't give over. Neither of these teams like playing into Mountain Soul. It's very unfun. Kind of kills your compositions for anyone but like, what, Sivir?
Yep.
As I guess Guma wouldn't really care, but and look at the
but
control
also
right
DK
now.
has the Sejuani on their team, right? So if they're the ones getting it, then Lucid's going to be an actual tank. He's going to pretty much be unkillable for a lot of them. As Carrier looking for a reset, but is on a ward, so not going to be able to find that angle as Rona gets over towards these Raptors.
So 30 seconds left. Doran just finishes an item. Showmaker does have his blade. That is very important. He needs his item very, very badly, and then he Chiu in the fight. That's a no-brainer. If he can get a big ulti off, and if DK can actually play a front to back, I think their comp goes so hard, right? Like just Lucid and Barrel on the front line, Aiming behind, Chiu on the flank, Showmaker looking for big ult angles. I don't think they'll get it against someone. Again, look at the bot side. Look at the vision.
It is very red down there.
It's lit up.
It's all right. They clear out the last remainder of vision here on DK's side. Beryl getting in there.
Still Herald as well.
Oh dear, that's actually very scary. Rona with those purple hands, wondering when to use them. Showmaker going to be rotating up and is spotted on control vision. Faker there as well to check him.
The poke.
Yeah. Zenith Blade doesn't really find anything there, but you can throw that one out as much as you would like. Showmaker still has this dragon busy.
Yeah, this is a must-win. Here again for DK. Maybe some poke on the carrier.
Yeah, there's the knockup from Showmaker. This is actually decent damage as they do layer through the ulti, but Showmaker is forced to snap back. Ooh. And now Carrier is going to be forced to reset. This could mean that T1 give this one up.
They can afford
see, no,
to.
teleport is there for Carrier, so he can come back at any time as Between Worlds comes through for Shiu. Has actually the backup of this culling. As Ona flashes away, Showmaker goes in, finds Gumayusi! And they're now looking to take down this Rift Herald, distracted by Shelly as she gets permafrosted, but they do manage to get the turret, and the Drake has not been taken. 25 seconds on Guma though, T1. Can they defend?
Oh, the health bars are kind of low. Showmaker should be able to TP his way back. They don't have Guma, which is a lot of damage, not there. T1, again, they could afford to give this up. No, T1, I don't think they are going to. But DK, play with confidence as they should. There's one stack.
Yep, they found it. As now Lucid looking for the angle, they sweep the area to make sure that Faker is at least visible.
Guma's going to run. I think DK's too late.
Yeah. And Gumayusi is going to be running his way through here. DK, I think they have a small window to try and make this happen. As Beryl is going to be swept. There is the Zenith Blade. I think Beryl is just dead as the Equalizer does burn him down. Showmaker
behind him!
As Faker finds it onto Aiming. He is just dead. No second ulti required. And now Doran is just walking through to take down the Sejuani. Once again, DK try to take more than they're allowed to.
And they get Guma. But afterwards, there's just too much time spent for DK. Not really get.
Oh dear. Shiu not going to get hit by that 5-point strike, but doesn't get over the wall, and the Zenith Blade will find him. Takes a bit of time, but then the Q is going to be found there by Faker. So it's gone from bad to worse, and that felt a little bit like rubbing salt in the wound rather than a game warping play, because the game had warped away from him.
As we start off pretty good here, even though Shiu doesn't get the kill, Showmaker is able to with a nice flash Q3, as he's dead. We'll see if he can. Oh!
Wow, that was very, very close. Gets a nice knock-up as he ults his way out. Showmaker, okay. That was pretty sick. Unfortunately, nothing really came of it outside of losing a turret.
Things are still not great. I do want to echo that, as you highlight. But he does get out alive. Gets Doran's flash as well, which is a big win. And for DK, that fight, it started off so they get the kill, but I think that after that, there's just a little bit too much time wasted. Carry, as you highlight, has the TP, and they need to be decisive. Either we turn here, which they could have, onto Owner, or we retreat. Neither really end up happening. And Carrier, for me, really has been the MVP on this Leona, right? We were not 100% sure if this was going to be the pick. He has been insanely tanky with Spellbook and Redemption, by the way. As we take a look here at Showmaker, I think he thought he was going to get the kills. Why not? Hail Mary, I guess.
Let's burger flip for the Otacon as Fake. Oh my god, that damage was obscene. Doran there as well, as the Glacial Prison goes to Narnia, and aiming will find a good culling angle, but it's Carrier that tanks up the entire thing. Shiu's dead already. Beryl was dead pretty quickly in the fight, and there is one of the swiftest aces that we've seen in recent memory. T1, they needed to shake some cobwebs off, but they're really starting to come alive in this series.
That's what we were expecting coming into the day, Atlas. It took some time, but let's be real.
0, 1, and 13, by the way. 100% kill contribution for Carrier.
Oh, yeah.
This Leona is getting work done.
As this is a combination of Faker's ultimate, but also Doran's equalizer. So, like, the combination of that means that the fight is already lost before it is well and truly begun. They don't even need Guma. Guma is basically not in this fight until it's already won, because the rest of the team is just doing all the work. And with that, it was a Hail Mary from DK. They knew that that was most likely not going to work. It didn't. And now we get to talk about Game 4. Or, you know,
we can talk about whether you feel like extraterrestrial life is likely or not.
Well, I think statistically it's considered almost a guarantee, you know?
That is,
because of the size of space.
Yeah, the near infinite possibilities and things like that.
I'm not really the type of guy to wrap my head around that, but that's what I've been told. So
it is hard when number get big to understand what it actually means.
Yes, that is true. Talking about big numbers, I want you to look at Doran's itemization here.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, that is not a big number yet. I can comprehend a 10.
Can you comprehend 25?
Oh dear. That's getting a bit out of my range.
Okay, Atlas, I just know that's not true. Don't say that.
I am 37 years old. So theoretically, 25 should have been something I managed to tackle. I generally do a number per year. I'm on 37 this
Many people do.
Yeah. It does mean that my math is a little difficult, like when distances become larger than 37
Surely
kilometers away.
Area, right?
They're going to look for the angle. There is the exhaust immediately onto Showmaker, and Faker gets himself in there. Carrier is just fine. The rest of DK have all turned up, but the Akali being so frustrating for DK. Still, the health bars are so low. They take down the Yone, though, and it's a double for Ona. Beryl runs the wrong direction. That's going to make that one a triple. How did that not even work even a little bit, as Doran picks up the exit kill? Aiming goes down, and Shiu's like, where's the rest of my team? Kind of like what I assume he's been saying most of the game.
Magi stacks, Atlas.
Oh, that's 1 and 14. I got to that one.
Good math, Atlas. Well done. Unfortunately for DK, as we highlighted, surely this time Carry will die, right? He's the same level as Lucid, Atlas.
Yeah, there's a lot of let's kill Carrier.
Yeah, Carrier does eventually go down. The Showmaker clips him with the ult. The fact that Faker stays alive here is very tragic. If more members of DK were actually here, like if Shiu was there, maybe they could have gotten Guma as well. Could have been an angle.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I mean, please tell me you did not have E at the beginning of that.
I think, didn't he E to get to where he was?
Well, he E'd at the end. So I'm just hoping that... But give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt for that one. As there is Mountain Soul, ladies and gentlemen. The game was already pretty cooked, and now it's very not okay. As, again, if at first you don't succeed, engage onto Carrier one more time, as he will redemption to make sure that all of their efforts are for naught. This teleport is one of the teleports of all time, but he does make it to relative safety. Still, it's the Brawn that's going to pay for his sins. There's another very deep teleport to come on through, as Faker not going to find the Shuriken, but still just going to find Shiu. That is going to be a boomerang that takes him down. In the meantime, Owner is killing Showmaker and Baron at the same time. It's a triple for Guma, and this game was so over already, and is even more over now.
T1, not disappointing on some of their trademark champions. Doran gets the rubber, and that felt like a sacrifice. You know, it's like, Doran, I'll tank the bad matchup. He's 5-1 and 7.
Yeah.
And DK, they have one plan. It's not a good plan, but it's their plan.
Yeah, and as soon as anyone else shows up, we're like, no, we don't have any beef with you. We really want to kill Carrier.
The fact Chiu survives there, I think, is you know, that's cute. That's nice. Faker does a, I know, barrel.
He just kind of gets
I love this
jettison to Narnia.
This TP from Faker. It's like, remember it was the Sekka TP, right? Where he like TP'd on Akali, and it was just like, Sekka, where are we going?
Yeah, that was a while ago now.
This was a redo of that.
But it worked, because they have a bajillion more gold than their opposition. 13,000 thus far.
Akali is also very fed.
The R5 Akali, man.
Atlas,
and this is after Faker had a pretty worrisome game number 1.
Yeah, started off rough.
Phenomenal in this game.
I'm just saying, Atlas. We both made the same tweet after game 1, and so far I'm feeling vindicated.
It's certainly looking a bit like that. It's okay, Glacial Prison this time is going to land. Kitchen Sink hits Doran. Then they realize that it's Carrier that they want to kill, who Zenith Blade's under a turret and doesn't look any worse for wear. Beryl puts the door up the wrong direction. If there is any metaphor for this game, that would be it. As T1 look to take down an inhibitor. And honestly, right now, it does feel like they're playing with their food.
They really are. I do think that we're going to be lucky. I know Shiwa's had some great base defenses. I don't think this is going to be one of them, Atlas.
Well, they're preparing him. Maybe this is what DK's plan was all along. All right, how good is your base defense, Shi?
He's dead. He's dead!
He is, yeah. So that's not as good in this position.
He killed Carrier.
Hey, there we go. That's pretty good. But their Nexus exploding, not so good. But fantastic for T1 as they move to match point in our first best of 5 of the playoffs. And man, this one did not look close.
Really didn't. Some of those mid-game skirmishes going the way of T1. Very quickly snowballed the game out of control. And I think that's also where we saw the DK that wasn't the best team in Rise Group, right? We saw the bot lane really struggling. Some of the swaps didn't really make sense. Lucid looked uncomfortable. Showmaker, his Yone just doesn't have the same impact. When we look at so many other champions. Shiu though, no notes. Good attempt, buddy. But for T1, really the only way you can see how much Doran was focused is the fact that he did so little damage.
Yeah.
As
I just feel like Doran is a black hole of effort. You put so much effort trying to kill him, and he just absorbs it. His aiming also didn't do a whole lot of much at all in that game.
That's not a lot of damage, Atlas.
I mean, it's pretty close to how much damage Carrier did, and he didn't even have a Thornmail. If Carrier had a Thornmail, he would have potentially out-damaged his AD carry with how much DK were obsessed with hitting him with as many buttons as they could possibly find. Still, another opportunity for a bounce back, a chance at Silver Scrapes. As we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, we'll be breaking that one down. Be gentle, please, men of the space. And then we will have game number 4.
With Beryl?
Oh, what? Beryl's going to be on the space? No, he's got to play. One more game. All right, see you later, guys.
바텀 우리 바텀 우리 간다. 나 가는 중이긴 해. 나 중에. 할만해. 너네 봤어? 좋아. 너네 노플. 부산 봤어. 나핑이야. 가와. 부산 노플. 얘?
바텀 라인 지어줘서 미드 라인 그냥.
그래도? 이거 오인 가면 끝나? 라인 내가 데리고 올게. 미드 라인.
오라 조금.
너가 하지. 바로 내가 막을게. 나 미드 탱.
You can try to run, but me, I run this place. That girl with a gun, coming through. Surprise! Boom! Let's play.
This one picked up the pace a little bit, and T1 were the pace setters. They take the game number 3 and are up 2-1 in this set of our playoffs here in the LCK. Digon here alongside Wolf and Wadid. And, you know, again, another closer game, but in crucial moments, Dplus don't know when they are taking too much here.
It's a classic Dplus, you know? You win game 1 when you're the underdog in the series. Pretty clean start. Bring it to a tough loss in game 2. And then game 3 looks a little bit like a wash, right? Like, we've seen this pattern so many times. It feels like the frustration is starting to set in here a little bit with Dplus. They cooked in the draft a little bit, but it wasn't anything crazy. It's just the execution that's the issue. It's the map reads that weren't there when they chose to fight without proper setup, without proper vision of the comp that really needs it, and some over-aggressive plays from Lucid and Barrel that really did them in this game.
Their early game plan reminds me Nongshim, when they were just gambling for one play and they
Flip it, baby!
And the game is over. I think that's what happened in the highlight 1. So I think they just actually just TP on the top lane to commit everything and spend everything on the top lane. So I feel like they could just back after them getting rumbled, because this was correct dive, because they were ahead in tempo, they had the ability to lock down the rumble here, but you TP on the top lane and now you're just like fully committed on the top play, and I don't think that's necessary, because yes, you cannot enter this bot lane, so you give up this wave, but after this play, I think Yone has TP, so he can actually reset and TP to the bot lane to defend the bot plays as well, and they can just reset and go mid lane to stabilize everything. But the moment when Aurora TPs to the top lane, everything is just like so done. Like, if they could actually like kill all 3 targets on the top lane, then it's okay, but they couldn't do anything on the top.
Faker doesn't have TP, right? So when you leave him alone here, he's like, oh, thank God. Like, this is great for me. Like, he gets zero to back. He want to maybe come up and try to bail it out. He sees the TP from Shio, and he's like, all right, well, I'm committed here now. And then it takes so long, so many resources to stick around here to try to kill Leona. The execution of the dive also pretty poor. Aiming's culling, doing very little. And yes, you ended up quote-unquote winning the dive. It was successful, but Faker gets the whole turret, so much plate gold. And, you know, I'm a big anti of the Akali right now in this meta. It doesn't offer a lot of CC. Sometimes it's hard to get online unless you can win skirmishes, which she isn't necessarily strong at in the early to mid game. But if she just gets a whole turret full of plates, she's just online already, and you've spent so much trying to force that play topside that you didn't realize you just gave Faker a win con for free.
Yeah, hard to get online unless you call up SK Telecom right there and are like, hey, hook me up with one of those bot lane towers, uncontested. Faker then online with the Akali. Showmaker at the end had to pick either TP mid, save mid tower, TP bot, stop that play, but then you lose mid tower. So we did pointing that one out on the bottom side of the map. Just the TP play a little bit too much. And same thing happens yet again, 18 minutes here. Get an early pick, okay, but then Dplus tried to take more.
Oh yeah, it was really great play by DK. They actually got Gumayushi on the mid lane before the Drake, so they could have just free Drake here. Like here, they set it up for the mid play. It was great ultimate from Aurora, so they could actually kill Guma with a clean setup. So they got the mid priority, even though they set up the header, they could not reach the mid play. So I think it was all clean by DK. So I think they could just go for Drake here, but they got baited by Faker here.
Yeah, and again, like, they spent so much to get these kills. Owner survives, right? And this is a big problem. And now, like, you're in this skirmish where reset comes through from Showmaker, and Faker's just doing so much damage here on the side. And target selection is quite tricky here. Faker can avoid the Q to come through from Barrel, gets the ult out, but then still has his Shroud here. And they're just completely baited into this choke point. And once again, that's not where you want to be into T1's composition. And like, yeah, they could have just gone for the dragon early. They could have looked for a turn, but they overextend, over-index, and like, what is this here? Like, what's the call? They're neither focusing the dragon, nor are they committing heavily to the fight. So they kind of get nothing here, get completely split, and Faker's like, this is the exact scenario I want to be in on a Fed Akali.
Yeah, I mean, make it clear, it was free Drake. Xin Zhao has no ultimate, and Guma was just dead. You know, the timer was so long. So I feel like they could just get the Drake and back out and look for the better tempo here.
Yeah, again, we have seen Dplus do a great job to get themselves in those positions where it is either a gold lead or equal gold, and then at the moment where they need to make a decision, it has been hit or miss. When it's a hit, we see them succeed, and it feels great. When they miss, it looks like that, and they drop the game, and now they have themselves up against the wall in game number 4, where they have selected the red side. So going back to what you said earlier, time to cook, Wadid.
Oh yeah, Civi Max feedback. Oh, guess what he's cooking?
I am not sure what he's cooking, but it might have something to do with Talia. I would love to see a strong Talia rotation or a strong Ahri rotation on red side. Annie, also still a strong pick that's available. Maybe we see something like Showmaker's LeBlanc come out in the draft, but I think if you're saving that for R5, then you're not going to get much value out of red side. But I do think this is the chance for Dplus. If they have something secret prepared, if they have something hidden, 100% this is where you show it.
Yeah, you get this win in, you're in such a comfortable position if you move on into the Woori Bank 2025 LCK Playoffs. So T1 trying to close this one out 3-1. Dplus Kia, this is a great shot. You have an opportunity to do so. Let's see how it goes in game number 4.
Thank you very much, Dagon and gentlemen of the space. Great breakdown there of that game number 3. And yeah, we're going to need to lock in. It did look like a decent feedback session there for Dplus, and hopefully they've kept some level heads and they can bounce back well.
Well, there's a lot of cope, right? DK was the heavy underdog coming into the day. I think that they were always expected to may have to make a lower bracket run. Even their play-ins performance was a lower bracket run. I want to kind of dive into, though, as what we have witnessed here today, because for me, I do really want to question that second half rotation. That Sejuani, Yone, there are a lot of teams where you see that. If you see that on Gen G, game's done.
Yep.
But for me, it feels like DK is trying something where, like, we know Lucid Sejuani is extremely flippy, always has been, and we know Showmaker's Yone just doesn't have the same impact. And when Showmaker doesn't have impact, especially with how aiming in particular, but Barrel also in the last game we're playing, I don't think you get away with it. The top side needs to play well for this team to actually have a shot at beating T1. Again, Shiu, no notes. I'm kind of shocked at how comfortably seemingly has bounced back from what was a really rough round 2. Or not round 2, you know what I mean. Round 3 to 5, but the second half of the year, as there is the respect then towards Lucid's Zed, which makes me wonder, are we B1ing Trundle?
Oh, God.
Is that what we're doing?
It is a very scary prospect.
No.
Another thing is, T1 have been banning tanks all day, and so now they can only ban one of the tanks. Are we going to... I don't know.
You know what, actually...
Maybe it's a Trundle ban into Sion first pick. That's what I'm thinking.
You know what the rage bait angle is?
Oh, God, what is
they
it?
banned it.
Never mind.
I was about to say, they B1 Trundle, and then DK pick Sion into it, and we just lose our...
No.
They pick, like, Sion Maokai, and you're like, oh, no! That's not gonna happen.
the avenue they want to take out of LoL Park today.
Well, hey, you told me there's new content for Barrel to play.
Hey, that is very true. That is very true. However, it will be around for a long time. You know, it's not going anywhere, Barrel. It's okay. You've got until after Worlds if that's how long it takes. That's okay. The Gwen going to be banned away here. One final ban on the side of Dplus. See what they do decide to target. I want them to ban Xayah. And then put yourself together a Kai'Sa composition or something like that. That's what I was sort of hoping for. That's not what we're going to get. Nocturne going to be taken away from Ono.
I think Annie, Talia, for me are the standouts, but it's just...
First
Doran,
pick, Sion.
Yeah, Doran has been a team player his entire career. That has not changed, and it will not change in this game either.
Italy.
Yes, send it.
Why not?
Why not?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but
no,
it's a bit of a why not, you know? Renekton's the last champion people have been okay picking into Sion.
It's yeah, unless we go towards like the Camille's, the Cho'Gaths.
You just named 2 champions that really caused a lot of PTSD.
Okay, the Shield Camille, I'm willing to rerun. That one I'm okay with. If it's Cho'Gath, we can leave. That's okay. I'm fine with that.
Well, Nautilus is going to be locked in.
For Barrel, there is not as many like really good Nautilus. He picked one of the best ones just now, so I don't think the Nautilus has to be super worried. I guess this does open Renata, so maybe T1 just like slam Kalista Renata on the next patch.
Oh, wow.
It's going to be the Gnar here for Shio. They're trusting him, which I think, given how he's been playing here today, is warranted. It does make setup a lot harder, because I actually would have loved the Renekton. I think Renekton Nautilus is just a really strong combo.
Yeah, it would have worked. See what else they have planned here as the Taliyah is going to be picked up. Oh god, no.
Poppy's still open as well.
Do you know what the worst thing about this is? Dplus immediately lock Ahri. That's what's going to happen. Well, the Vi is going to come through instead. Vi Taliyah is still very potent.
So, it's a clear Swain angle.
I mean, I'd like Swain way more than I'd like Ahri. I don't like Ahri very much at all.
I don't think you pick Ahri at this point. Xin Zhao's gone. Vi's been taken out the pool as well. We've even seen Jarvan and Wukong, right?
Yep.
Those are picks that theoretically... That I like a lot more. I actually think that is really, really solid. Taliyah, one of her weaknesses is champions that's sufficiently outrange her. I also actually like Ziggs into Vi. Obviously, if Vi goes really deep, she can take you down, but you will generally take her down with you. If you are good with the mines,
yep,
you have the capability of getting your ult off, you're a really big threat. This is still flexible, of course. It could also be like, I don't know, we actually might end up getting like Nidalee Tristana.
Could happen.
Tristana Maokai is one that I would be looking towards. I do think that T1's going to ban Maokai though. Will be my guess. We're getting to that part of the game where I feel like we're really diving deep into pools. As what we ban like Poppy Renata. I like Poppy Renata. I think those are good bans.
I wouldn't mind Poppy Xayah as well, just because Gumushi's champion pool has really been kind of struck down at this point.
Playing Xayah into Ziggs.
That's true. That doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun.
I'm like, I think that with the Ziggs locked in,
maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough.
Yeah, they might still go for it. We'll see. But also, I mean, with how Aiming has been playing today, I wouldn't mind if you just put him on Ziggs and just have him on wave clear duty.
Yep, doesn't sound like a bad idea.
We will see. Lucid. So they're going to ban Lee, and then they're going to ban... What else are they going to ban?
Well, should it be the Maokai?
I think Maokai makes sense. Lucid's Maokai is notorious for bad reasons. we do remember that.
He could just play Lilia again. Honestly, that one was kind of okay.
I mean, I guess it's fine. I think if you go Lilia, like Lilia Nautilus is not the end of the world, I guess.
We'll see. One final ban here from T1 before we get into the rest of the picks. See what it is going to be. We're likely to be sticking into the jungle, making sure that Owner's matchup is going to be as good as it can possibly be. Question is what it's going to be.
Oh, I like that.
Fury taken away.
About that. Yeah, I like that a lot, actually. It's a good ban. Lucis played it a lot, and we have seen him play it.
This has been the classic counter into the Vi.
Very consistently. Yeah, and I think it makes sense. We've seen it a lot. What does Lucid have?
Oh, God. The freshly buffed Kassadin.
Oh, my God. You know in Showmaker, there is always the goblin, the green goblin mask that says, I guess it's purple in this case, that says pick me. Please.
Well, I do remember a certain 2020 LCK final where he looked pretty good, but instead it's going to be the Maokai. And so we are not transported back 5 years. We are instead looking at a pretty decent draft so far, as Tristana Pickaway would be very cute if they did decide to do that.
Yeah, the biggest thing now is, what do they want to play bot? Because you can either go hyper carry, which works because you have decent front line.
Yep.
Or you go like Kalista Renata. I think those are actually your two options, given what we have seen so far. And Aphelios Fresh does make sense. Fresh can struggle into Nautilus, but that is a throwback, obviously, Atlas. This is what Keria and Guma originally, way back, made their name on. When you think back to the early splits, was an Aphelios meta. And that and Jinx, we saw countless times. Keria's Fresh, also very exciting. And it makes sense as well with the Vi and the Taliyah.
And we are going to be putting the Ziggs in the bottom lane by the looks of things, as that Tristana will be locked in.
Are we?
Well, that's actually a good point. Theoretically, the Trist could stay towards the bottom side.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering what they want to do here. The main reason why is, like, do you really want to be playing the Tristana into Taliyah? It looks like that is going to be the case. So we are just playing for aiming on wave clear duty. And
Tristana
then-
doesn't like Vi very much. Because you can't Buster Shot her away until after she's hit you with the ultimate.
Yeah, I guess the thought process here is that if you do get early visits, the burst that Showmaker has is obviously great.
Yep.
And then you have the capability of buffering out of almost everything on Tristana, as we know. Maokai Trist is a classic combo. And I'm more excited about it. It could have been like Maokai Yone. I know Yone was picked last game, but like, that's...
Maokai Viego?
No, that's actually fun. That's still, I think that should... imagine if they did that a lot. They couldn't. It was blind. I know.
Yeah.
Atlas, looking at these drafts, I think that one of our predictions is holding strong.
Well, I mean, wait, so it could go either way. Is that what you're saying?
I think one of our predictions, not the other, is holding strong.
But we don't, yeah, but like you're saying one of our predictions is holding strong.
Read my face, Atlas, which... would I be
my prediction.
Would I be gloating?
It's mine. Yeah, no, you wouldn't, because you don't care about predictions, so it must be mine. Wow, I can't believe that you because I don't think that this draft is necessarily going to win, but if the analyst says so, he says so. Let's jump into the Rift for game number 4.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, you should have seen Chronicler's face the entire time those fan chants were going on.
I did kind of walk it. Well, she looked at me with that like, hey, got you. And guess what? You did. You did get me, Atlas. I hope you're happy.
I'm very happy, actually. This is where I get my joy. It's going to be really, really difficult when you're gone.
I would actually like a 5th game. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah, same.
I think we'll know pretty quickly. I don't think it'll be this one.
I also don't think the drafts are going to play much into it. I personally
drafts
think that like,
don't matter. It's just it's tempo vibes.
Yeah, and also like DK have struggled to come back in situations where they have fallen behind in a series. We've seen it many times before, and that's what it kind of felt like looking at game number 3. Now they could always turn it around, but we'll just have to see whether they can actually make that one happen. As Ona starting off on his red buff, going to mean mirrored starts here. As Beryl's lit on fire very early on. That's a flayback as well, as he has to use the heal. Gumushi down to 50%, but so is Beryl.
Yeah, I don't know about trying the trade with the level 1 Aphelios when we're running Ziggs with TP.
Yeah.
It's optimistic, that's for sure.
If it works, though.
Well, it didn't.
Yeah.
I don't think you're really meant to have any control of the wave as aiming really just wants to get as much gold as he can. Base, come back with... I think in this game, I'm kind of wondering. Ox isn't here today, so I'm gonna be trying my very best to kind of parse like what type of build you would like. I think that this is a game where you just send it with full damage. They're not really dive focused. If it was actual, like, if this was an Ahri or a Kai'Sa, you know, I think it would make sense.
Yeah.
But in this game, I think you just you play for the one tap. Play roll damage.
Taking a fair bit of damage here as there's a nice little satchel back onto Gumiyushi.
There is a bit of an angle if they can't crash the wave here for a bot lane gank. Now Lucid is Maokai, so his clear is not quite that fast. And there is also a ward, but we'll see if DK can try and set up for that.
Yeah. Oh no, it won't be towards that bottom side of the map as cannons are going to get traded, although we will not see it. Still, Showmaker decides to dive on top of Faker here. Does get the explosive charge, and that is decent damage.
Yeah, Faker actually got one rock there. Like, it looked like it was just at the very edge, which actually made that trade a lot better than I think it would have otherwise been. Still, obviously, as Tristana, if you jump on top of your opponent, something like Talia isn't really going to be able to out-trade you. Doesn't look like we will be getting any early ganks either, as Guma has already made his way back, and now we are getting the lane swap, which you'd much rather be Sion in a lane swap. I think that's obvious.
Well, Doran
that was optimistic.
Yeah.
As far as TPs go, that is actually a good amount of damage. Now, there's no Lucid in the area, so he won't be at too much trouble, but not ideal here for Doran. But he has 2 cookies.
And he's also got a fairy in a bottle. And we know that gives you all your hearts back.
How broken would that be, Atlas?
It would be pretty silly. Although GA exists.
Oh,
So
this
does,
is
well, Chrono
you know what?
Shift.
You know
Chrono
what?
Shift is actually what
If
it
this was like year 1 of League, like season 1, you would have a 1 in 100 chance that glowing mode would activate on death. Like the one. Remember when we had like the 1% crit chance rune? And you're like, well, 1 out of 100 times it's gonna win me the lane.
As Beryl is not going to quite find the anchor there, but Showmaker still goes in and has to flash because the seismic shove is put down. Good reflexes from the GOAT in the mid lane there, and we get a crying little teacup. Understandably so. Gumayushi is just going to take a plate as aiming throws some water balloons all over the floor, but otherwise DK not really finding the angle there as far as matching the lane swap is concerned.
Yeah, Beryl showing on mid, and the play not working means they give up flash for aiming to lose like half a wave in a play. So it's not the best trade.
I would put it in the cons column personally, as Shu is finding some hyper procs here. Onto Doran.
Doesn't really have that much damage yet, so not going to be too crazy, but not the most fun lane for Doran. Will get infinitely worse though.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, I feel like in the early game, there are actually times where Mininar can just die to a Scion.
Oh, for sure.
We've seen it many times, but it's not until later on where the side lane threat should be there for Shu, and he has been their best player so far. The problem is that the matchup doesn't really matter for Doran, because we know him as a player that plays pretty selflessly on the Scion. Really does maximize the passive value.
Yeah, it kind of goes both ways, right? And it looks like DK is very intent on continuously keeping them in the original lanes, matching the swap, and FTP. So that actually isn't that hard for them. This is the first time aiming at to use his. Beryl has TP available now as well, and I assume we'll be TPing towards the bot lane unless they want to look for a contest on this early Drake, but no, not going to be the case here. Showmaker still doesn't have flash, by the way, and Owner almost has access to his ultimate. Lucid's Maokai, and I feel like we should bring up the fact that, as mentioned, Lucid did not really excel. This was last year during the Maokai beta.
Yeah.
Often playing it way too aggressive. And I gotta say, thus far, this Tristana into Talia felt super great. I do think you're really playing for your one-item spike. That's kind of when you turn into a real champion. And obviously Tristana also skills insanely well, but I think the early game you're going really well for T1 without too much events transpiring. Is again they swap.
This
they
is
really,
yeah, we are kind of playing a little bit of ring around the rosy. Showmaker, he can't rocket jump over that. Health bar looking a little worse for wear. Is Carrier going to turn up and make sure that they claim all of the tempo? Speaking of tempo, that is going to be unstoppable onslaught here for Doran. Moving down towards that bottom side, very satisfyingly clearing out the wave. And it does, like, oftentimes feel like you get to cheat tempo with a Ziggs. But T1 demonstrating here that they can do the same thing. What with Sion being able to move so incredibly quickly to these side lanes.
All right, you gotta
and all that other stuff.
You gotta keep Guma away from this turret.
Yeah, he does have Crescendo.
And it looks like they'll be able to. I don't think they really want to contest too heavily. Is Vi really good at taking early dragons with her W. And T1 just keep playing ring around the roads. What this does mean as well is that we are not actually seeing aiming be able to utilize his passive at all.
Nope.
Right, like he's not getting damage on turrets. Neither is Showmaker. So that's kind of the price that DK is paying for responding to these lane swaps. As Lucid, I mean, they do have control of the pit here. We'll see if they actually... This is a kind of an ideal scenario for Maokai, though. Forcing them to walk into you. You can get a lot of value on your ultimate, but don't forget, Baker has a wall.
Barrel 6, Carrier is not the box, not necessarily the most valuable, as there is a hook connecting. Flash out of the way of another hook there from Carrier as the wall comes down. And Beryl in a little bit of an awkward spot. Great buffer there from Showmaker, as now Owner just separated from the rest of the team, and he'll be taken out. First blood goes to the Tristana, and a great start here for DK.
That's a very big deal. As Beryl, this time the engage hits true. It looks a little silly at first because he goes in and then flashes.
Yeah.
Guma doesn't use his sums. But I think it kind of baited T1 in. Owner goes way too deep, and thinking that he can get the kill with Faker, But even if Showmaker doesn't get that buffer, I think it's actually really... The Taliyah doesn't have that much early damage, right? So we see here T1, they always go for these fights. There is the flash setup, but Showmaker just with a second finds the buffer.
Oh, and the Moonlight Vigil went completely wide.
Yeah, and then there was the ultimate from Beryl that made sure that Guma couldn't try and salvage the fight by just ordering them to death.
Cool, there's an R into the wall here from Shoes. Still looking a little bit low, but does hit the mini, and that's going to allow this chase down to come on through. Good hop to avoid the Scion damage, but yeah, your health bar just isn't quite as beefy as that of Doran's right now.
The big thing is that Shiyu is mini, and Doran has his ult, so he needs to be very careful. Scary has Wade in.
Yeah, lying in wait. That was cheeky. But he's not... Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, did they actually? Okay.
Yeah, I saw pings.
I actually thought that maybe it was Spidey senses that were tingling in the young top laner, but wasn't actually the case, so he's able to walk that one off.
Kraken now done for Showmaker. That is a big spike coming through here. That's what we were talking about earlier. And it means that DK actually does have a good lead. The Dragons on Soulsill today are kind of crazy, Atlas.
Yeah, I feel like Ox is at home paying very close attention.
Oh, he has been.
Because we've had 0 Chemtech Souls so far.
Yeah, which is crazy. I introduced him to a new game yesterday. I thought he was just going to be playing it all day.
He might be, but maybe he has...
Maybe he does both.
Yeah, a bit of second monitor stuff going on.
Arguably might be even more locked in than if he was fully focusing on the game.
I'm pretty sure he's also playing RuneScape. So he needs a game where he can play RuneScape and said game and still pay attention to the LCK. And then he's all right.
Looking for a play onto Shield here as Lucid is in the area.
Yeah, Faker is just going to be able to set up this wave. Cannon minions are pretty tempting. As Gumayushi is going to walk towards Owner there. Showmaker probably not too worried about Doran.
Yeah, but he also doesn't really do damage. Because I remember, well, once upon a time, Kraken Slayer was like the tank shredding item.
Yeah.
It's a long...
It's been a while.
It's been a while. And also, Doran has a Sunfire game. So.
Yeah,
So
he's not going to be dying. He's not going to stop Showmaker from killing all the minions, though. Which is what Showmaker wants to do.
I'm kind of... Oh. Okay, doesn't walk into it. I want to highlight as well. Shiyu is going to be a champion that I don't think... Oh, hold up, Lucid.
Yeah, we're being a little bit of trouble here. Bramble Smash to try and get Carrier away as the hook is going to guess the angle as Weaver's Wall comes down and Lucid is just really dead. They'll give the kill over to Gumayushi as well because they have that luxury. Aiming did a fair bit of damage here as Faker is going to have to go back, but that should mean Double Dragon over to T1 in 35 seconds time as they get that control unless Beryl finding a hook angle. But no real follow-up is available. Mega Inferno Bomb was already down. Is Shiyu going to be able to get himself a plate?
Yeah, I actually think that DK should get Drake off of this, which kind of feels weird. But Doran was forced to TP towards top side.
Yeah, that TP coming through is a big deal.
So, yeah, because what happened there, I think they wanted Faker to TP top because it's much easier for him to roam with his ultimate. That doesn't actually come through. As we take another look here, the biggest issue for DK here is that they're always going to be down a member. Lucid tries to find a W, but still gets hit by the ultimate, unfortunately. Again, wouldn't have mattered. There was no way that he was getting out of that one. But what it does mean is that because Shiyu kept pushing topside, someone on T1 needs to respond. You want it to be Faker, but because his back got cancelled, I think that they sent Doran up top to try and match, which ended up paying off because the turret didn't go down. But now Shiyu has TP advantage, and Lucid's back up. Leandris is done as well. I think DK actually have a good angle if they can execute on it, and that's always the question.
Yeah, Beryl is going to be able to buffer the hook, but another form of CC comes in right into the seismic shove as Beryl flashes, but it's not going to matter. Still, it's a trade as Faker does go down as red-white guns are set up for Gumayushi, but without Taliyah, this contest is going to be hard.
Yeah, that's while we saw Beryl go down, Lucid just engaged onto Faker, blew him up. Not a lot of counterplay there as they're looking for the steal. There's a lot of burst on Vi.
Yeah, he does want to go in, try and take this one away, but Bramble Smash exists! And Lucid is able to secure the Dragon. Feats of Warfare come in for DK, and they're set up for the Feats of Objective as well. That's not what it's called. Does it have a special name?
Good enough, Atlas.
Thank you.
I'm not complaining. Except about the names. I feel like I kind of wanted them to be, you know, like super over the top.
Yeah,
I
I mean, Feats of Warfare exists for that reason.
Yeah, that one's good.
And
it has the drama.
I'm pretty sure Captain Flowers also said Feats of Objective at one time because he was like, why doesn't it have a cool name?
I think it is just that.
Yeah. Well, Doran is now in a lot of trouble. Like a big amount of, many troubles have been picked up here as the flash does have to come through. Shiu is going to die for it. And Doran is going to try and run to the wave, try and take it down.
Shiu was sitting on a lot of gold.
Are we going to say worth for that one and for who?
I think it's worth for the Gnar. I think anything that gets you to Triforce Cleaver faster is good.
Sounds about right.
As we take a look here, so we saw what happened to Barrel, right? Just gets comboed very straightforward. But look at Lucid here. Flash engages onto Faker, Showmaker's ready, and that's now 3 kills going over, because obviously in the extended play here, they think that they can both get the dragon. This is T1 trying to bite off a little bit too much.
And Lucid nails the timing this time around. That's character development right there. You love to see it.
Now we have another fight here, and DK, I think, should be looking to contest here again.
And it's another Cloud Soul as well. You love to see that.
Aiming, by the way, building full damage. You'll love to see that as well.
Yeah, a couple of books. Some codices.
Oh, this might be a big fight here. Look at Doran.
Yeah, already just going to press that R button. He will oh, never mind. Gets past the little wall. And that is just a dead Lucid immediately. Owner has overextended, but he's able to flash back over that wall. Mega Inferno Bomb does a fair bit of damage, but now Shiu, what the heck are you doing there, my friend? He is just going to die. And DK, they found a great angle, and then they threw it in the bin.
Is Doran making the difference there? As, I mean, they do have passive. Oh?
Yeah, that's a really nice little flick back and aiming. Going to be able to pick up that kill. Was that a satchel? Offensive satchel usage worked out? That's crazy.
I'm really happy to report that in this group, it looks like, or in this game, it looks like we are in fact back to It's Rise group, baby.
Oh, yes.
A lot of back and forth. Oh, the trap on the owner here.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I was like, do they have more? I'm pretty sure it's just Showmaker, that's Vi. So they did not have more.
It was indeed just Showmaker.
So I want to take a look again here, because I feel like DK was looking for the opportunity. I think Lucid thought he was out of range, wasn't quite. Ends up getting taken down, and then thanks to the flash, owner stays alive. And then here, Shiu, he got hit by the shove from Faker, which is why I ended up killing him, which is why he was in such a bad position. That was nice by T1. This, though, was completely unnecessary.
Really nice setup, though. The fact that Barrel was there ready with the anchor. Yeah. Nicely played.
And now that makes it kind of even. Harold went over to T1, so I do think they'll be able to... And they got the topside turret, so it's definitely in favor of them. But it's also not the end of the world for DK, Showmaker. Second item done. Aiming, second item done. And these Drake fights, I think, are going to be big. As
Weave as well going to come on through here as Barrel. No choice but to really start a fight here as the box goes down. Lucid finds the Nature's Grasp as Carrier flashes himself out of the way. And now Barrel looking for the angle. The hook is going to get blocked there by Owner. Oh, it's so selfless. But they put a billion wards on top of the lantern. And the light, unfortunately, could not be found as DK will be able to find the one little pick.
The Barrel on the Nautilus, I think, actually finding continuously these good fights is...
Oh my god, as you say it.
That's good, yeah, it's Tristan 6. That turret is gone!
Very, very dead. They all, like, there is a lot of yordles that like killing turrets, because this Gnar is in a very similar boat.
As he does,
takes a turret.
Wait,
shot.
Showmaker's coming.
Yeah, they're looking for an angle here. Mega Gnar is actually going to come on through as Doran. He does have ulti, so he can avoid that level of CC, but Death is also CC. Showmaker now level 12 is starting to draw some pretty good beats.
Yeah, DK has also learned from the dive incident in the last game, where they
that's a dangerous statement.
On display.
Ah, yes.
Display they did.
They did in this play.
So this fight is kind of messy. It's actually quite fun. Carrier looks for a pick. Then it looks like he's getting engaged on. Owner's engaged, then doesn't find the mark of the barrel because aiming's there and he can't engage through. Showmaker gets a really good buffer, and both top laners show up. But it's that hook from Barrel that cancels the Q from Owner. And then at that point, T1, they actually, funnily enough, they want a front to back. This is just a front to back composition, right?
Yeah.
You're just looking, like, obviously Vi, you want to have her set up, but you have an Aphelios. Like, the champion is extremely good at what it does, but you can't really be having this messy team. Like, he can't fend for himself.
Yeah, and
There's
the problem
no way,
is...
even with him being 3-0, like, he can't just walk up. He will just get focused and die.
Not to mention the fact that aiming can always hit the back line.
Yes.
Because he make big circle.
Yep. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Like, big number and Wally boom.
Yep. That's how that goes. Even I can figure that one out. As nice little seismic shove there onto Doran, but he has health bars for days.
They're really trying to... Both DKs trying to really heavily play towards taking the turret, which I think they can.
They should be able to do so, as the Otacon is also here.
Herald's there. Herald's there, yeah. They're going to drop Herald on mid.
I mean, Gumayusi will be able, like, if he's ever able to hit this turret, it just goes boom. Barrel uses his teleport to get towards it.
There's 3 champions in this game where if they hit turret, it does just go boom.
Yeah.
We are really being erudite and eloquent today, Dplus.
Oh, we are. It's razor speak the whole time. That's what we want to do. You wouldn't get that, but that's fine. There are some others.
I don't need to get it get it, Dplus.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So,
as Hook does confirm that Otacon is there, but doesn't appreciate being leashed. As T1 ready for a fight.
So eyes done for Guma here. T1's fight are going to be about trying to keep him safe.
Well, Otacon is still just messing with.
We're not actually.
The Rift Herald does come on through.
Guys.
Yeah, Otacon into Ziggs.
They're not. They know. Herald, I assume, was timing out. We'll still get the charge. Not going to be enough to actually get more than that, but it's still a little win here.
It's weird because I feel like the tempo vibes have moved towards DK, and that's not a game 4 feeling I'm used to for this
I'm
game.
sure they'll start Otacon for no.
Oh, as I say that, never mind, she was going to back away. So Otacon still being held onto here by Lucid. As Doran, oh man, if he's unseen, as there's the knock-up onto Owner. He's in a bit of trouble as the bouncing bomb not going to find him. Does have to use his flash though in that instance.
That's an old used. As again,
yeah,
like just walking up and seeing the wall, maybe like I know you're there.
I'm pretty sure.
So that is a flash traded for a barrel ult, so DK gonna be very happy with that.
Should theoretically be good news, but we haven't seen, like, and I actually like this, right? The Otacon hasn't been committed for by anyone.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think in the long game, I like DK's position more.
I mean,
because
if you saw this draft and the name said Keen, Canyon, Chovy, Ruler, Duro.
We'd be talking about how the game was done.
Yeah. We would have been talking about that from minute 1 and then talking about
no,
life.
Atlas, come on. We try to do our job here, okay?
Oh, yes, sorry.
We've been minute 10.
I forgot we were going for that fast
today. Even doing the job is a bit. There's too many bits. There's too many layers.
We're an onion. Or an ogre. Not entirely sure which.
Because the range advantage is there for DK, they have really good counter engage while also having good engage. But especially the fact that if you just have these 2 teams face off, Ziggs reigns supreme. And later in the game, so will Tristana.
By the way,
for DK, I mean, for DK, I think that as long as they, and in game 1, they shockingly did keep it together.
They did.
I really like their position in this game.
Well, we'll see whether that is going to continue. I have an important question to ask in the meantime.
Oh no.
You know Slurkles exist?
Yes.
What is the shape of the Mega Inferno Bomb?
Is it a Durkle?
Like a damage circle?
A death circle.
Oh, the Durkle! I love it. I was going to go with a Buckle. Because it goes boom.
Circle.
A boom,
my God,
a boom circle. But Durkle just, there is some real, like, that hits home.
I don't like it.
I like that a lot. Thank you very much,
really
Chronicler. All right, Lucid going in, looking for an angle onto Carrier. He puts the box down, Mega Inferno Bomb's there, and the Thresh is now gone. Depth charge means the Gumayusi cannot do much damage to follow up, but still, with only Thresh down, is this an Otacon angle? Not sure about it as Lucid's health bar is pretty low.
They need more poke for sure.
Gonna need to sip some sap.
Yeah, gonna try and sustain up. We do see Shiu does have the cleaver done now. Gonna be TPing towards mid. But I actually think that DK can just take that kill as is and play for Dragon instead. Area won't be here in time, and it looks like that's what they're gonna do. I say is Barrel. I thought Barrel would be able to grab TP. Looks like they are just playing. They're not playing Fradica. They are learning.
This is insanity. 4 seconds until that dragon is up, and they have done their homework. Like, look at all of this setup. This is what Wolf has been asking for the whole time. Play around where you have control.
I'm shocked. I'm vexed.
I'm excited because we might have silver scrapes in DK versus T1 in 2025.
Hey, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, okay? Maybe DK, they just
it's not KT. We're safe.
No, and it's not about the excitement part. It's just the Otacon angle. That's an aggressive satchel, but a lot of damage.
Yeah, Hyperprox coming on through there. Shiu is going to back away, though, as Doran moves into the fog of war.
All right, so DK, they feel the control, but it's tenuous. They don't want to give it up. Guma is still free items.
Like, the setup is really good for
their setup is
just
incredible.
because they have a trait.
Again, it's just, this is soul point, by the way, for DK.
Yeah.
And this is feeling like game number 1, Dplus, not like game number 2 and 3.
Yeah, this one, some vibes being held on to here by DK. Get themselves that soul point as T1.
Baron.
Oh, God. If they just do Baron and win the game, I'm going to feel pretty robbed.
It would be so funny, though.
It would be so DK and so T1 all at the same time. And
Just
then it would be a 3-1. It's like exactly as everyone predicted, apart from the ones that are trying to cope, like myself, and only myself.
I was about to say, like, if you predict a 3-0, I don't know if that's cope.
No, that's not. It's just me. I was only talking about me.
You were the only free 2er, right?
I was. Everyone else was at least 3-1 for T1.
I think that timeline might still be alive. As a Void Staff, I actually really like it.
I mean, the game isn't over, so obviously it's still alive.
As
we're going to bring it up once again. Let's have a look. Let's do a little bit of a double check.
No,
the guy on the left is a moron. Oh, wait, that's me. And that is still theoretically possible. But everyone else, yeah, 3-1 or 3-0s, and that's a lot of 3-0s.
There is also obviously the forbidden one where we are all wrong and DK somehow wins this series.
No, but that's not a prediction. The thing is, like, upsets can happen.
No, we should have
predicting an upset makes it not an upset, and that's a bit, you know?
Okay, well, we have actually very different philosophies on this. I feel like there have been explanations for why people predict a something.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Which I think are valid. I think in this one, though, coming out of planes,
I would say that there's not an angle.
There is no angle.
But there is always also an angle.
There is always an angle.
Because it's DK and they have a Nexus as well as T1. Like, it's the same. We're placed onto the Rift in the same standing.
With this game, the way it is, I think the game is so hard for T1 to play out because their only real damage is Guma. So you can see the itemization as well, like Shiu has the defensive boots, Lucid has gone for Randuin's, Showmaker is about to finish his Lord Doms, by the way, which is going to be
difficult for Doran.
Crazy amount of damage. Aiming is full one-tap mode.
Yep. And he's 204 as well.
So
this Ziggs is getting pretty large.
There needs to be a very, very well executed one-member assassination by T1. I think for them to win in this game. There it is. There's the Lord Doms. So they need to find a member. It can be Showmaker, it can be Aiming, it can be Shiu. I don't know if it can be Lucid. Kind of depends on whether he gets his ult off or not. That is blown up at the beginning of a fight so that Guma is in front. If it's a slow, we're just sitting there and poking. I think DK take it. The poke from Aiming, even a couple of autos from Showmaker can be huge, but it's T1, so you know they're starting that Baron.
Yep. Gumayushi now with a Calibrum, bit of long-range weaponry, but this is going down so quickly. Showmaker needs to get over here. Nature's Grasp comes down, but Doran's buying so much time, and the Baron is secured. Doran has to try and flash, but he can't click on the lantern. There is too many wards as the hook goes wide, and now Shiu is just trying to hold them in position. Is this outer turret going to be enough? That's the question.
There's no way.
Area tanking a fair bit of damage there.
There's no way.
They're fishing a barrel, and this is a Ziggs composition.
Oh my god, the poke! They're just gonna keep on poking!
Exactly, Faker's gonna try and wall his way out. Beryl in a lot of trouble as the buffer doesn't quite work out. The Vault Breaker is going to break it. DK still trying to get this poke down as Ona doesn't find the angle for the Vault Breaker there. Shiu's still lurking off to the side. This is almost comical, but T1 are desperate to keep these Barons up as the hop gets Shiu out of there, but that means T1 now have an avenue to safety. DK will be able to take down this turret, but they do lose the Baron. Oh my goodness, that was ridiculous. That looked like T1 were all dead. They played it about as well as they could and got out with 4 alive.
High successful. If there's a wave there, maybe there's an angle. But there wasn't. Like the barrel doesn't actually find the engage as big as, T1. This play goes back 4 years.
Yeah.
Nice attempt there from aiming. I would say though, if he has his ultimate for the actual play, they probably can dive. But I get trying to go for the 50-50, right? Ziggs,
and he still hit all of them with the ultimate.
Yeah, but Ziggs does so much damage. I think that's warranted. Barrel getting caught here, I don't think matters too much.
Oh god, if they also get Otacon just for free, I would say
we did kind of highlight that. It would be very T1, very DK.
Yeah, DK are just not here.
Well, they can't be because they're behind on tempo because they didn't have Nash, right? So finding for Prio is very hard. They're looking for somewhat of a collapse here, it does look like. They're just trying to stall, right? They only have a minute of Baron left.
They'd like to get a soul.
And also, that is the big one here. Oh, that poke.
That's getting decent now. But if aiming's picked off, Doran, remember, can always just go in.
It's just such a good Ziggs angle, right? As a Faker's going to try and split it. We have Owner in the pit. Might be a 50-50.
Get the steal, that's the question. There's the wall going down. They split off the dragon, but Lucid gets out of the way of the seismic shot. There's Smite going to Lucid, and they blow up Owner immediately. The hook onto Gumayushi is massive. So's his ultimate, but the AoE. Showmaker with the double buster shot into the Nas setup, man. That alley-oop between the top and mid of DK is gorgeous. And Doran just caught licking his wounds. He was a zombie, so never mind, it's a clean ace. Well, Barrel's dead, but that's as close to a clean ace as this team gets.
Only one man knew, the Barrel Whisperer himself.
No, I did not know. I refuse to let anyone congratulate me. That is not allowed. It was 100% cope, and I am still coping to this day as these Nexus turrets are going down, and DK cue up the silver scrapes, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to Game 5.
There is no world in which, if you would have come in today and told me DK are going to bring T1 to a Game 5, maybe I believe you, but if you told me it's the clean and calculated manner in which they do it, I'd be shocked. T1, I think, still in a solid position. They are the ones having side selection going into the final game. Yeah, Fearless, that is a big deal. So many of these Fearless drafts have been, as we get to Game 5, just a complete mess. But I can't wait to think about the ramifications of even the fact that this is going to 5. Even if I think T1, the favorites, will end up still taking it.
Aiming took the Lucian game personally, by the way, and decided to adjust his number distribution.
Oh yeah.
It's looking a little bit better this time around. But as you can see, the goal graph is still an absolute heart monitor between these two teams. And DK have not been able to get early leads.
I want to highlight as well, I feel like that Vi pick, that was a takeaway. They didn't want to play into Vi Ahri.
Yep.
And it didn't end up working out at all, right? Nope. Even with the bans, I think that the Maokai still at the impact. Shiu, though, man, throughout this series, he's been crazy.
This kid has just unlocked an extra level, making it to the playoffs, as we have queued up that Game 5 track, the beautiful Silver Scrapes, to take us to a short break. When we get back, the Space are going to break down that game number 4, and then we will have the final game of this series.
기다려봐. 오토.
오케이.
바이 여기. 바이 좀 때려줄 수 있나? 못 때려. 나만 불러. 나갈게. 야, 용. 바이. 야, 뒤에 붙여서. 앞에. 야, 끝내자. 야, 미드 지켜야 돼, 얘들아. 미드 지켜야 돼. 야, 살려 잡아. 나이스. 다행이다.
is gorgeous! And Doran just caught licking his wounds. He was a zombie, so never mind, it's a clean ace! Well, Barrel's dead, but that's as close to a clean ace as this team gets.
Only one man knew. The Barrel Whisperer himself.
No, I did not know. I refuse to let anyone congratulate me. That is not allowed. It was 100%.
Don't let Atlas fool you. Earlier in the day when we got here at the beginning of the day, he said, I'm going 3-2. And it's not because I think T1 will win. It's because I went 3-2 earlier in the week and the inverse has happened. And my man, who is the biggest Barrel fan on the broadcast, has brought us to a game number 5. No one knew how we would get here. No one knew we'd even be here other than him. But we're here. I mean, game 5 in playoffs, baby.
I don't even know where we are right now. Talk about how we get here. Like, where are we? What is happening? What did I just watch?
It's crazy. I think at this point it's 50-50. Like, seriously. I think anyone can have win today. And I think DK, their performance is actually great.
They cooked in the draft.
They cooked as well.
They put the Maokai out. They had the Ziggs flex. They had the Tristana to come through. Masterclass at the end. There was a consideration of taking it away from T1, and I think now they definitely regret not taking that one away.
And I love the fact that when this draft came out, we were all thinking, I mean, you guys were thinking, what AD mid is it going to be? Where's it going to go? Like, you know, already played Corki, Yona already out, the Tristana comes out, and then with the early game plays here, which may be a bit of an overreach by T1, it allows the Tristana to have a pretty smooth post-early game laning phase.
And initially, this isn't so bad for T1, right? They get the hook here on the Barrel, they get the initial pick. It's what happens next that's a bigger problem here. Is there's a trade of kills, and then T1 get greedy.
Yeah, he's basically Christmas for Showmaker here. He gets the free kill here, and again, they try to steal the Drake with the Lantern.
It's a Lantern trick. They want to use the Lantern to give Owner the opportunity to get a steal and escape. The setup is pretty good, but unfortunately, the risk is just way too high.
And it's not going to happen here.
He wants to Q in, smite, Lantern out. Unfortunately, boom, Satchel. Doesn't get the Dragon. Another kill to Tristana. This is a huge problem.
I mean, I think even though, let's say Showmaker doesn't get a kill here, like, I think Tristana was just such a great pick here because you can actually soak the oldest skill shots from Talia and Vi. You can always jump out whenever they try to combo. So it was already hard to catch him. But after this situation, Tristana is untouchable.
Credit to T1 for obviously really clearly practicing and preparing this type of combo. We know they have such insane Dragon steals. We've seen it from them all the time. But I think in this case, the reward was never going to be worth the risk, and it did not pay off.
And also, just one last little bit on that highlight, just how quickly Lucid and Showmaker pulled off the Drake immediately. They knew what was happening, they communicated the play, they were able to get that Tristana going. Then later on, T1 take the Baron, and you're thinking, oh, here it is. The T1 comeback. Dplus don't know how to close it on out, but they've been stacking the Drakes. This forces T1 into this fight. Aphelios is so key in this one.
But the issue is Aphelios used the flash before this fight, so you have no chance. So only way that he can actually do something in this team fight is he's actually ultimate into the 200 years combo.
And look at what happened.
Look at what happens here. Look at Nautilus, and he's gonna airborne and Q into it and exhaust him, which makes it really hard for Aphelios to deal the damage. But he almost got it. But
I mean, Karia's trying to help save the Scion with his Lantern. He had the box set up for the escape as well.
Oh, look at that damage.
The exhaust comes through, though, and turns so much of the damage away. So Barrel gets the hook, gets the exhaust, eliminates, I think, so much of the key damage. They win the fight without the Gnar here. The Gnar helps them clean it up in the end, but it isn't absolutely necessary to win the fight. And it's just moments like those where if you make a slight mistake or you give a slight opportunity to Barrel, your AD carry, your most fed member, your key member in the team fight is obliterated, and that's the end of the game.
It sounds really troll, but I feel like T1, if they really wanted to win this game, I think they should just give up this trade. Even though it's Soul, I think Aphelios not having flash in the team fight is really crucial because already in the draft, it was really hard for Aphelios to play against Ziggs and Tristana in the team fight. So I think if he had Flash in the team fight, even though they get the soul, I think they had a better chance here. But unfortunately, they just forced it. So
yeah, crucial moments there in game number 4 lead us to game number 5. This has been a series of big plays. It hasn't been action throughout, just bursts of action. And now we've got to figure out what draft are we putting together.
Two things I want to focus on here. There is no engaged supports left practically in the pool, and Zeri is still available. We know one of these 80 carries loves to play Zeri. We know the other one does not. I think this is going to be a really key point in Game 5. We have seen so many big Zeri games when there's not a ton of engage or lockdown. The Nautilus is now gone. I think T1 really need to consider banning it here in the first phase.
And T1 have selected blue side. So Dplus Kia, they selected red side in the last game. They will continue to get that red side power. What else jumps up at you in terms of this Game 5 fearless draft?
I think it's mainly on jungle now. I think there are some picks that you can actually play aggressive, something like Nafiri, or something like Mundo in the top lane, Sion and Gnar, like some kind of punishment is gone. So I think you can pick like Yorick. I think that works too. So I think it really depends on how you want to play. And I think DK, they should play something really aggressive. I just want to see them play really aggressive in front of the T1 phase here.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few other really fun picks left. Like the Trundle is still up, right? Lee Sin for Lucid is still up. So maybe even the Nocturne comes through. I think you could save the jungle pick for second phase if you know and trust you have a composition you can run it on.
To set the stakes of this match one more time, this playoff format is gauntlet-like. If you drop to the lower bracket in these opening rounds, whoever loses has to win 3 games in a row, at least 2 to 3 games in a row, to make it to Worlds. If T1 wins this, they're almost guaranteed Worlds. So if they lose this, there's a real possibility that T1 might not be going. Get the phones out. It's a heck of a game number 5 here in our first match of the Woori 2025 LCK Playoffs. Let's get to it. Game 5 starts right now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the caster desk. And yes, we've got the phones out as well. Don't you worry. We are joining in. I was doing it backwards to try and help with the vibes in LoL Park. I don't know whether it necessarily worked, but we gave it a red-hot crack. And now, ready for a draft. And this is actually a question I was going to ask at the very end of the last game. What does T1 choose? Because DK wanted the red side, but T1 loved blue side. It's probably going to be a rematch of what we saw last time around, but not going to be the same kind of ace in the hole that DK had. You only get to play a Zeke's draft once. What do they have cooked up for this last game? Or is it just what we kind of expect, which is they get ran over by a steam train in the 5th
Oh, okay.
game?
Well, that... I don't know, Atlas. I don't know. We have both of us...
Do you know what I wrote down in the script, by the way? I wrote down in the script that the last game was going to be Xayah Kai'Sa.
Oh, you know what I'm thinking?
What are you thinking?
Xayah Jinx.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Honestly, Gumiishi's going to have to dig deep. I think it's going to have to be the champions that he's kind of shelved a little bit. I think Caitlyn, Jinx, these sorts of things, maybe a cheeky Kalista, Renata type game or something like that could come through. And DK feel the same way, as the Kalista will be taken away here, not wanting to get ran over in the early game, and I don't mind that. By the way, if they ban another champion that starts with Z, it would be very funny.
Oh.
Because it'd be kind of like Faker going for his reboot.
Yeah, instead now it's Zm.
Yeah, and Morgana. What is it?
I don't even know if that's that might be a jungle ban.
Could be
like
a top lane ban as well.
Okay,
Finn's been cooking.
No, it's...
I saw that champion, that match history.
Yes, no, it's...
Yes, no, I don't know, maybe.
No,
Can you repeat the question?
No, mid lane or jungle.
Malcolm in the mid lane?
Because Annie, this to me signals that they want to be on Annie, which is why it gets banned away. I don't know why else the Morgana would be that high on the ban list. Nocturne is up.
But now he can pick LeBlanc.
Syra Khan is up. Atlas, we need to lock in. It's game 5.
Well, DK, aka Dplus, are going to be looking to respond to what T1 are picking up here. You saw what I did there, right?
Yes.
I was pretty proud.
No.
Oh God, the blind Trundle!
I don't get it.
Well, it's to deny Xiu from playing a tank.
Oh yeah,
which is where
don't
he gets
lock that on,
maximum
Xiu.
power.
I know you're an expert, but don't do it.
Okay.
I cannot. I know Trundle is a strong pick, but I have been an extremely outspoken. I'm like trying to find an angle. Are they expecting to go like Xayah Rakan in the next rotation? They want to play Xayah into Trundle because it's really annoying. Like I'm not sure.
Neither am I, but
I think Lucid just slams Lilia here and is really happy.
Yeah, I think Lilia is absolutely fantastic. We saw him already have a great game on it earlier on. That's a treat. Never mind.
My God.
Okay, we are playing Ivern Poppy. There's no Tristana, there's no Corki. What is Showmaker going to be playing this game? Draven mid.
Viego.
Viego again? Oh my, wait.
I don't know, Atlas.
That means he could like get a brush set up and then go into his mist. You'd never know where he is. It's got so many ways of being invisible.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's look at where we go from here. There's blind picks for T1. Victor has not been at the forefront of the meta for a while. Renekton, that's a pick we can trust. I think that's the first thing I've been just exclusively happy about. No, happy.
Oh, happy?
Yes, I think Doran on Renekton makes complete sense to me. We might see Xiu Gragas as a result, which I think...
Gragas is fantastic with Ivern comps too, actually.
Yes.
Get a lot of disengage in there.
It's full top side. Oh my god, the bot lane pool is... And this is a bigger problem for T1 than I think it will be for
Has Gumushi secretly been practicing the
my
Nongshim
God.
tech? And it's Victor bot.
I don't think
this
it's
is mid lane
likely, but-
Jace.
Is it?
Oh, 100%. Well,
don't
we
know. I
are
don't know if it
hovering
is.
over Xiu and he is conversing.
It is a flex, and this is something that DK has done, 2 games in a row now? Pick a third pick, this is a flex. We don't actually know where this goes.
Oh, the Gwen.
We do.
We know where that goes.
Okay, so we are giving Xiu the trust. I think that is a very, very risky call because obviously Renekton's going to have perma-prio into this Gwen.
Yes.
If you get the late game though, Gwen, particularly Xiu's Gwen, with an Ivern shield, that's a big problem, Atlas.
It certainly is, but in the early game, it is also a big problem. But in the other direction, I did like the flexibility of the Jace. I don't necessarily like Jace at the moment. I don't think he's all that strong. So,
okay, so we ban Rakan. That makes sense. I don't think we need to ban Xayah.
Yeah, this is the thing. So Gumushi's champion pool has been attacked, but he does have picks of old that he's been very, very known for.
Caitlyn, Jinx are the big
Caitlyn,
ones.
Jinx, Varus. They're the ones that are left up. Varus isn't as strong as he used to be, but I guarantee Gumushi could still make it work.
Varus Victor would be a bit of a throwback. Seen that combo a lot.
And the stability that T1 are already representing in this draft is very scary.
They are banning mid lane Jace, by the way.
Yeah, 100%.
Into the Victor here, because they know that most likely with Lucid on the Ivern, they want to try and look for an AD mid.
Oh god, it's a Smolder game. He is gonna...
It actually, yeah, it could... Now that you pointed out, it could very well be. We can also see aiming go for Senna. I really don't hope that they go for 3 losing lanes. Although mid lane is a little bit more...
I do feel like the center is a bridge too far, as the Renata is going to be taken away.
Oh, I agree. I also don't like aiming on Senna, but I'm just saying...
Otherwise known as Round Robin has been banned away.
Okay, I was going to say, do you not just pick Jinx on 4 here? Because I think that Jinx actually... Because Xayah loses into Jinx.
True.
I think Jinx, there aren't enough supports that you would actually be threatened.
Oh my... Buffed on this patch.
No. We're not. Let's not get baited by hovers. I want to see what the final plan for DK is here. Because I think they pick an AD carry here.
Oh, Tryndamere. I'm ready. I'm ready to get baited by the hovers. Instead, it's the tech he's already shown as he's having a giggle.
Lock it in.
It's Tryndamere! Oh god, no, it's getting too obvious.
Bringing it back!
It's okay.
Atlas, we are going to have a serious chat.
I
if
know.
You know what happens.
I should not expose it. Exactly. It makes my job easier, but I need to also hide that. Yeah, I know. And here's the...
Okay, those are the 2 options.
Well, let's see where he decides to go. Caitlyn, I feel, is a lot more power in the lane, and you can already see that there's a Poppy there. You will not be really challenged, but the Xayah will be locked in.
There is a lot of melees on the enemy team.
Oh, Xayah Blitzcrank? Pyke would be more fun.
Yeah, this is definitely game 5 of Fearless with these drafts, Atlas.
And now Aiming's like, what am I? Oh god, the Smolder is gonna get picked!
Yes, of course. Into the Zaya, it's a no-brainer. You have Ivern as well.
Feels like pretty free stacking to me.
That not only that, but the enemy team, outside of like picks with Trundle and Blitzcrank, or specifically playing around Renekton, doesn't have that much early game.
And
I
also,
think you can actually get away with a lot.
Flap is really good into Pillar. It does allow you to get over it.
It's very contingent for me in the mid lane matchup. But I think that DK, the draft to me makes sense, right? You have multiple win conditions when it comes to your early game. I think particularly the Poppy Slam and the Tryndamere pressure in lane. If they don't have pressure in mid lane though, this is like 3 losing lanes and the game just ends. So everything for me hinges on Showmaker. Lucid will have early tempo as well, because particularly Ivan's first clear is insanely fast. I think he needs to use that time. They need to put Faker on the back foot early on.
But I also think that you talk about mid lane, and I think for game tempo, so incredibly important. The top lane could win the game.
Yep. Crocodile could take over.
Yep.
And then until Smolder's stacked up, no one's killing that Crocodile.
Nope. After he's stacked up, obviously, it's going to be a very different story. Not to mention the fact that Undying Rage means if you can't kill them before, like, you're just able to be killed, you're not going to do anything. So if Showmaker's put behind as well, he is just going to be a paperweight. It's not really going to work out. So
oh my God,
certainly could fall over like a stack of cards, a house of cards, sorry. A stack of cards doesn't really worry about falling over because it's just stacked up.
What if you bump into it?
That's a really good point. It depends how high the stack of cards is. We're getting a little bit too far into the weeds of that one. Instead, we want to be getting into this game number 5 to see who is staying in the upper bracket. Is it T1 or DK?
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for game number 5. DK already in a weird position on the map, but there is a Blitzcrank, so it's always a little bit of a precarious level 1 scenario.
Atlas Showmaker's gone Halo Blades Tryndamere mid.
Oh my god.
She was gone Ignite.
What year is this?
Yeah. Aiming's gone TP, which that one makes sense.
Yep, that's normal.
And they're just invading.
Yeah, I guess that's what we feel like doing.
Do they know? I don't think anyone knows. I think that's just okay.
And also, it doesn't matter in any way. So there we go.
But they will know where Trundle is going to be. The same can't be said for DK. For T1 versus DK. He's just going to spin on them level 1, isn't he? He's going to ghost.
He definitely is. Even his rune basically says spin. As there's the Halo Blades. That's a lot of value, but still not exactly going to be feeling fantastic in the trade. But he can press Q.
That's the thing, right? Like any health trade, Showmaker has endless sustain. He is not bound by resources. As long as they keep track of Trundle and know where he is, there is no world in which he should ever be threatened by Faker. So any trade he can get is a big deal, as it looks like... I kind of wonder what they want. Oh, there you go.
Was that 2 crits in a row?
Might have been.
I don't think he's supposed to be allowed to do that at this stage of the game.
Lucid will get spotted here. But they also have a ward, and they should know that the Trundle is on its way, and he is level 2. Shield?
Oh my god, he's igniting him! And there's the snip, needs to flash. Does Doran is now feeling a little bit better, but Lucid's moving his way up. This is not what it said on the tin. Doran does get the ward down.
That's the cooldown gone though, but that's Lucid making use of his mid lane prio, and now all you can maybe get is Onerous Krugs. And I don't think you want to invade for Krugs as Trundle in this position this early on is...
Well, Barrel's going to be lit on fire as Carrier does find him under the Smolder! As Aiming has to flash to get himself out of the way of that one. He does sneeze on them. Get some stacks there, but flash down against a Blitzcrank. That is a big deal.
That it is. The optimistic approach is, you know, we're getting stacks.
Yeah.
But not having flash is a very big deal. We might have a bot lane gank and Owner trying to show up here in mid.
Yeah, we're going to see that the last time this was played was Showmaker. in a victory against Bulldog. That's kind of crazy. He also played it earlier this year, I believe in the LCK Cup. Or was it Kesper Cup? Not sure. One of the cups. He played it into a cup. As Victor has not been fantastic here since we got back from MSI and EWC.
He's not been happy. No.
Has found a couple of wins, but not exactly the greatest as... Okay, Carrier had to flash. Shiu is up here snipping.
Thank you, production.
Yep, thank you very much, Jason, for that one.
Nicely done here in the picture-in-picture as...
What did
this is not
what did he have
I was
for breakfast?
expecting.
What did he have for breakfast today?
Wait,
like,
there's no flash.
No, what?
There's no flash.
The stun comes, but he only needs one more. The dash doesn't come. What? And so Shiu just pushes him out of the lane.
2 seconds, by the way. 2 seconds on the dash there for Shiu.
Oh my god.
Oh my
what
god,
are we watching? He's going to have Ignite before Flash is back up for Doran. And is that just kill pressure?
I mean, I didn't think so, but starting to feel like it could be. His owner did actually double scuttle Lucid here. So Lucid has obviously been covering for bot lane, going for invades. Will be spotting owner there, cancelling his base. And with Smite up, Lucid obviously has the opportunity to go for some very aggressive invades. Doran is TP'd back.
Yeah.
I think he actually has wrapped around. I don't think they know that Lucid is here. The ward has been placed, and I think that Doran is going to try and remain safe. He must know with how aggressive Shiu is playing. But I don't think they can really dive. Ivern isn't really that type of champion.
As Aiming's going to flap away.
But there isn't any camps up, so it's not like Lucid is really wasting any time as of right now.
So far, I would say, with the fact that this is an even game state, it probably is fine for both teams. I think that, like, early game isn't going to matter too much. I think that T1 do really want to take over mid game.
That's the big thing for me. With Trundle and Renekton in particular, you're not looking at like the first 5, 6 levels, right? We're talking the first couple of dragons, I think, are a really big deal. The earlier you can start dragon stacking against Smolder, the better it is. It's so tense, Atlas. And I know, again, we're playing for a spot in the upper bracket, as there is no flash onto Carrier.
Yeah, Lucid going to be able to find that ward. And Showmaker goes back, buys some upgraded shoes.
And it puts so much pressure, more pressure as well, on Showmaker and Shiu in particular, and even Aiming, who had a really good game 4, after I think having a pretty substandard series before that. Because Lucid, who has been, for many games for DK, both in a positive and negative sense, a really big impact, right? Is now on Ivern, which is just a purely supportive pick.
Yep. As
then he goes.
Yeah, puts down the gravity field. Owner is here in possession. Showmaker just going to be able to eat a whole bunch of that red bar. Ignite goes down once again as Shiu does land a lot of this needlework. Dashes forward, stacking up the snips. There it is! And they close the gap. Shiu gets first blood. The man who has done everything for DK in this series, and he comes up massive here in this early game.
And the fact that it gets secured by a flash root from Ivern?
You said that he wasn't going to have the impact.
Okay, my bad. I did playmaking on Ivern. Who would have known? T1, I like this counter punch. Immediately play for Drake, as they should.
Well, Showmaker is just going to be able to dive on top of Faker here.
He is falling behind pretty substantial in CS, though.
Yeah.
But again, we are also going to operate on the assumption that T1 should have a really hard time in late game. I don't think they have great tools of locking down the Smolder.
Not to mention the fact that there's a Gwen in the game.
And this is where I think you really feel the nerf to Gwen, right? The delay, the reduced slow is actually a big deal.
It is. He's so calm when he's saying, that was a sick play, Lucid.
Thank you,
really
Lucid.
good job.
That's awesome.
He's so Shiu. It's fantastic.
Remember Paze's first year in the LCK?
Yeah, true. The Paze interviews.
Oh no, she
were
doesn't
they
match
better?
those.
Were they better than or worse than Shiu's interviews?
No. Paze. I don't know if Paze will ever be matched.
That's true.
That man was the king of blue screen.
He really did. He's like, I only see CS.
Yes. I don't think she was quite that level. But more importantly, what this does give DK is a pressure point on the map. Also, these lane swap.
This is working quite well, I think, for DK.
Because so Aiming just gets the freely stack. They are unburdened by the Blitzcrank. We do have the grubs up, so I think we are going to see a fight, and this is where I do think that T1 have so much power as
Yeah, Faker is just going to move into the circle, places a circle of his own. The Venn diagram is large, a lot of inclusivity there.
There is no TP for either, so they shouldn't be able to join.
All right, the setup's there for the Ivern. There's the trigger seed. They get the heroic charge as well. And boom goes the Trundle. Mum comes down as well. And Gumayushi's level 6 has the Featherstorm. But I think the weather's looking pretty clear for DK as Doran having to get out of there. Daisy's upset. And DK in a phenomenal position at the start of Game 5.
Yeah, I don't really know how to parse that, Atlas. I'm not gonna lie. We'll see. They're gonna go for the dive on Doran. Showmaker still has ult. He can just take aggro.
Exactly. And Doran is going to be able to press his dominance button, but that is Feats of Warfare secured as Smolder collects the kill. 1-0-1 for the Little Dragon.
And they're getting nothing on the cross map either. I think someone should be able to TP the mid as we take a look. Owner just too far forward, gets rooted. That's the end of him. Barrel slams him into the wall. And I'm not going to fully put that on the fact that we're blinding Trundle, but I really do want to repeat that we shouldn't be blinding Trundle.
Yeah.
I mean, Doran doesn't get to play the video game here, right? As Shield might be in trouble.
All right, yeah, live, we can see Faker will be able to kill the Gwen.
All right, I take back, they do get the cross map.
There we go.
Shield goes down.
Little bit delayed, but we got there in the end.
Yeah, Shield should not be TPing back. He's still dead, so I figured by the time that he gets up, he shouldn't, but...
In the meantime...
yeah, and also, again...
Every time aiming is hitting Doran with stuff, it's just more stacks.
I want you to answer the question. Outside of a Blitz hook, which should never hit aiming, who kills Ivern with Smolder and Poppy support?
Faker.
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Gumayushi.
I mean, if aiming like flaps into...
Doran.
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
Doran is currently on 2.
Got it. So maybe not Doran?
I don't know.
Who haven't I said? It's Owner.
Yeah, it's not Trundle. As I do really like this gank. Cross map here is good. They have really secured good vision control there as well, as the Guma ult gets forced by the root from Lucid. And now we have DK sitting on a pretty decently... The next dragon for me is going to be the big one, because if T1 is able to get that one, then I think they still are applying a ton of pressure. This composition being behind a little bit of gold is still rough, but don't be mistaken. One hook from Carrier could still turn it around.
Yep.
We also have Doran, who will still be very strong, because he is, despite everything, still a Renekton in mid-game, particularly once he hits level 2 on the ultimate, I think is a big deal. But I think you can see with how T1 is playing as well that they have this feeling of the clock ticking and those early kills. What they mostly do is just ensure that there is pressure on the map. DK isn't just getting pushed in, which means that aiming actually gets space.
Oh, Barrel just going in.
Yeah, I love the question mark pings. I'm right there with you, Carrier.
Yeah. Barrel presses Ghost because he can.
But this is very dangerous. You don't want Barrel to be having fun. That can't be right. That's not good, Atlas.
Yeah, and the fact that he's not dead after that play as well is worrying as, man, just one sneeze. And the Smolder is able to do a decent chunk there to Gumayushi.
They're going to have double redemption.
Oh, wow, yeah. Wait, in this meta, is that just, like, key to victory?
I mean, I guess.
Redemption's pretty broken at the moment. As Mum comes down, that is going to attempt to stop the back, but just barely.
That could have been Drake if they get the back cancel there. Now not secured, and Amy actually is down to cooldown. One weakness of Ivern is his objective takes are not great, very slow, and I think T1 should contest this, but Doran isn't here yet. They're going to give this one up. That's so much time. This is just 5 minutes bot for DK if they end up having a bad mid-game fight, which...
We'll have to see what the soul is going to be. We haven't had a Hex Tech today. It's a little bit of a worry. Faker going to move towards this outer turret towards the bottom side. A Showmaker not going to get slowed down by that gravity field too much. And I really have to, like, because it wasn't good setup, was it? Like, it made it sound like I knew. I'm just not. I'm feeling like I'm too obvious these days.
Oh my god, I just figured it out.
Am I getting too old?
No, I just figured it out, Atlas.
What is it?
This has been a whole continuous psyop from you by telling me I'm cursing people to draw away attention from the fact, I was going to say that Showmaker's getting killed, but I think it's fine.
Yeah,
to draw away attention from the fact that you do actually know.
Yeah.
You're aware.
Yeah.
You're a knower.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then I can't curse anything because everything is predetermined.
Yep.
And you've just been oh my, they're gonna get first turret blood.
Yep, T1 just gonna be able to come on over here and grab it.
Ooh, that's gonna be big gold swing.
Could be a decent one.
It'll be a trade, so maybe not too big, but it does mean that they ensure that...
I mean, it's only going to be about 400, 500 or something like that. As this is going to be pulled back as Showmaker going to stop Faker from going home. And Owner is going to turn back up again, so just presses a bunch of buttons, all the ones that he had available to him, and will then back away.
Huh. Doesn't quite end up working out. If Trundle isn't there, obviously can go for the kill, but we also had Guma and Carrier roaming over. There's no more turret. So it does make sense that he decides to back off instead, looking to be going for an early stride breaker, as has Doran.
Do you know what's kind of crazy to me?
Okay.
I feel like DK, everything you've said about this composition working so well in the late game is absolutely true. I'm looking at the teams, and T1 is so good at manufacturing winning game states later in the game. DK are the opposite of that statement.
So normally I agree with you, but has that been true today?
Well, no, not really. I just feel like we need history to mean something.
Is Doran in trouble?
Well, yes, he's going to have to flash. Heroic Charge is going to come down, though, as Beryl gets inside that brush. That is the Dominus, but he's taking so much damage. Shiu just gets out those scissors, and down goes the Crocodile. 0-3-0.
And the strategy of focusing Doran, to me, makes sense. I think he's been the best performing member.
I've never seen you this dumbfounded, by the way. I looked over at you just after that play, and you were just... What is happening?
I'm shell-shocked. I really am. As that is another kill going over to Shi, who I think is the best member to get it on.
Well, Kamishi going to get exhausted here. They wanted another Featherstorm. They will not get it. Carrier going to turn up once again. Hook going to go wide.
So the cross map was top line turret. I think Faker doesn't have enough damage to actually take down the inner. No, definitely doesn't this early on in the game. So they get Herald. But they give up the kill, and again, the kill going over to the Gwen I think is a really big deal, because the tools for T1, they don't have tools of dealing with silent threats. Like, who actually deals with this fed Gwen?
Who deals with the fed Tryndamere, if he gets fed?
Oh, it's Tryndamere. I don't know. That's a champion from a very early era of League. I'm sure he's fine, right?
I mean, the problem is,
no, I know,
he doesn't do dying.
They're going to get split push to death, I'm aware.
Yeah.
Because the fact he invests the flash as well makes sense. Trying to get out, but it just means that despite all the healing, the ultimate, the redemption, there just isn't enough health for Doran. The cross map honestly isn't that great.
The worry is, if this level of control for DK keeps up, they're going to be rewarded with pretty incredible dragons as well. Like, if this was an Ocean Soul that we were looking at, maybe there's a chance for like that dragon not to matter, but every moment of the game where you have control, every 5 minutes you're getting rewarded for it, right? Because these Hextech Drakes are so incredibly powerful.
Atlas, this is, and also, like, Doran, laning into Gwen is hell. What about laning into the Tryndamere that just takes away your ID, which again is one of those things that they never revisited, because we're like, that's actually, that should be a thing. It's like Wither, you know?
Yeah.
Now, as I say that, Showmaker is just taking a whole lot of damage, but he just exists to be a nuisance in the sideline. That's another one.
He's 2 levels ahead.
The engage for T1 isn't great. It's Blitzcrank Hook and Pillar. So one of the big counters that we have seen many a time to 1-3-1 is the ability to just start you're playing into Ivern Poppy. Even if you had really good hard engage, it would be annoying.
Yeah.
But you don't.
And Ivern Poppy has been like, it's been a combo for quite some time, right? Yeah. You can like really set things up. Beryl can move them into a position so that the trigger seeds can land. You can get that value.
Now if T1 gets a big fight here, that could be their way back in. I think they really do need to deny this.
Yeah, he was fishing for some stacks, and he just gets punished. It's Owner that locks down the kill, and now Faker trying to get that damage down. Showmaker will turn up, and you cannot be doing that. We have to remember that this is still a composition that's on a tightrope, and now the Rift Herald comes up. The outer turret is taken, and T1, they'll claim a gold lead in this game.
Mid gonna go down as well. Can't get hit by that hook. Flash was up for aiming. That's going to be Dragon. That's going to be mid, inner, and outer. And a colossal gold swing here.
That's a big one.
Never mind. They're still going to contest. They're not done.
All right, well, we're teleporting in. Yeah, aiming does have TP. So that might help him. Is the Rift Herald now just going to be a walking ward, but Beryl comes through, evicts Gumayushi from the fight, as now Showmaker hasn't pressed R yet or anything like that, as Doran trying to be a nuisance. Ona will be able to take down the Dragon, but now he's stuck in the pit. The rest of T1 are over the wall. He still has Flash, and he is going to have to use it. And DK unable to stop that Drake from going down, but they do not lose anyone in the process. Still, this game is very close, but T1 showing signs of life now.
That's the moment that T1 needed, though. That was the swing of the tempo vibes. Yeah, he's flopping, but you have Flash. You cannot get caught by that. If you have to use your Flash there, it feels bad.
Yep.
Nicely done by Carrier there as well, obviously, to hit the hook that might end up turning the tide of this game and possibly the very fate of these two teams.
And she back in the side lane once again. And 1-3-1 compositions have gone out of vogue for a reason, right? They are very difficult to maintain.
Yes, they are.
Because if anything goes wrong, like a Smolder getting hit by a hook, you can just get ran down. Before that, though, if you manage to keep your ducks in a row, if you're just wave clearing, staying safe, then your Tryndamere Gwen can just win the game in their lanes by themselves.
Look, at the off of that one play, look at the vision that's there now for T1.
Yeah.
Like, immediately they gain prio. Immediately they choke out all the vision from DK, who are just playing in complete darkness. The fact that they got the Dragon went over to T1 as well, it's a very big deal. Gold lead. Now, obviously, the gold lead for the Trumbull doesn't mean that much, as they're here.
This one could be uncomfortable, as there is the Featherstorm out. That might be a bridge too far there, Beryl, as he does try to redeem himself, and it does not quite work. As DK now on the run, Daisy getting amongst it, as Faker just flashes on top of Lucid. The gravity field is going to stop him, and another hook connects onto the Smolder. And ever since that first hook landed, Showmaker is now fighting against Doran. That's not ever since, but it's a thing that's happening right now, as he still has the Undying Rage.
Okay, I don't know about that Flash Doran. That one was a little bit overexcited, but the rest of this...
It's just starting to crumble. Ever since that first mistake, DK had the game with so much control, and now it is just kind of gone, as Faker going to walk at Shiu once again. Doran moving over here. Shiu knows it's going to be a real rough time as the gravity field does go down. Beryl here to support, though, and Faker just steps a bit too far forward. Doran is definitely dead now as well, as Shiu should be able to chase him down. A little chicken above the head was what Showmaker was offering, but it will be the kill going over to the Gwen. 4-1-0 for the young players. Carrier not able to find that hook, but man, it was close.
And normally I would respond with a very overexcited yell, but I'm gonna undercut it for dramatic effect. That is indeed Rise Group Baby.
That was Rise Group Baby,
this whole sequence. As Beryl goes in, I think getting the ult was big. Getting the flash out of Guma might actually end up being a big deal down the line as well. But Carrier gets the hook. And then that flash from Faker here, he is not messing around, which is very funny, because 2 minutes later he will be messing around, as we now know. Some foreshadowing there. Carrier finds again the hook on this Smolder. And this is exactly why we said the mid game was relevant. But guys, Renekton doesn't have ult. Faker, you don't have flash. This is a fed Gwen.
Yeah.
This is like one of the win conditions that DK can actually trust in on the player that is, I think, the only player in the whole team that's been playing well every single game today.
Yep, it's the easiest POM that we could ever give out. However, T1 did get Otacon while that was all happening.
It's a lot of flowers, Atlas.
It absolutely is. 24-7, not bad at all. So they still have a big lead. 183 stacks for aiming, though. Despite the fact that he died twice to a Blitzcrank, he is still going to be very scary. And Otacon, it doesn't matter as much when you have an infinitely scaling execution dragon.
Because of the Drake that T1 got, plus the amount of gold influx, though, I think they're feeling really confident about this next Drake fight, which is what sets up Soul Point. And I think that T1 have shown us that they're able to play towards that Soul win condition very well, in that, especially if they keep as tight of a lid on Vision as they've been able to do thus far, you have a situation where DK cannot afford to give up Dragon. They don't get anything out of it. But if they don't go for it, then T1 gets Soul. If you do go for it, T1 gets Nash.
Yep.
Right? We've seen them set up this exact situation about 1 million times. So we'll have to see what is going to happen here. As highlighted, if anyone on T1 finds aiming, the fight is going to be looking good. And that's got to be the big testing point here. And I don't think DK actually wants to play for this as badly as you would want to for game state reasons. You don't have the stacks onto aiming. That's so much power gone.
Well, Sneeze comes on through here, as Lucid not quite able to land the root. Oh, Hook sidestepped, even with the slow. Pretty important. Aiming could take some notes. The Strybreaker comes down here from Showmaker. Remember, Faker needs to do a lot of work to make sure that this Tryndamere dies, as he hasn't pressed the R button yet, still hasn't pressed, and then just dies. Okay, that was weird. There's another hook. This time, Beryl is going to be able to avoid it. DK looking for some angles.
Oh, the
feather pull is fantastic. Ona can just run up, but he's not able to put the kennel down in the right position. Shiyu over to the side. He's very scary, but Lucid taking so much damage. Keeper's verdict is that no victors are allowed in this area, and down will go Daisy.
That's going to be Drake, though, for sure. Showmaker, even with the Hex Gates, I don't know if he can make it back. A Shiyu?
Oh, man. The needlework doing a fair bit at this point in time, but T1 should be able to get Soul Point off the back of this one. Gold's still very, very close, but that is Otacon, that is Soul Point, and it is Feats of Strength over to T1. So many things not represented in that number value going in their favor.
So, as we highlight here, I actually really like Faker going for Cosmic Drive. It gives him so much extra movement speed, which we can see him use here. And if Showmaker fully all-ins, maybe he kills him in the 1v1, but he can't. And then there, I thought he was going to sustain back up. Even if he ults, I think he always ends up dying, but he could have stalled for a little bit more, maybe bought his team a position to get something going. The stacks have been hit, though. Well, they haven't, but they will be.
Yeah,
by
one
aiming.
away.
And that is going to be the decider here. Keria has a couple of great hook targets, mostly aiming, but even Lucid, I think, in a pinch will do. Either of those could set. Now, T1 can play slow. They can also just start Nash, because let's be real, T1 is...
Well, Hook going to get a flash out, but I don't think that was ever going to hit him.
Nope, Beryl...
Sometimes you just got to make sure. Maybe he's setting an example to his AD carry about flash usage when it comes to Blitzcranks.
I like that you're willing to find the good angle. I appreciate that.
No, that's obviously what it was, you know.
For T1, there might also be a feeling of pressure, given that Smolder has now hit his stacks, and that situation is not going to get better. And yep, it's a T1 Baron, all right.
That's what they're looking for.
But look, they have zero control.
Yeah, there is not a lot of vision opportunities. There's now Faker. Let's see whether this Keeper's Verdict is going to land, and it is going to do so as Beryl gets a big old shield. Heroic charge to try and get him out. Pakumiushi finds the Poppy. Showmaker has to get his way out of there. He flashes away as Daisy going to be going down as well. That's 50 gold in the pocket of Guma.
He got it!
And the hook is going to connect. Down goes the tree. Down goes the Smite as Mom is going to try and make a difference here. Shiyu is still very scary, but the Baron, it's going down so incredibly quickly, and they just flap their way out. DK, no answers, and T1 take full control here.
And that is going to be the Baron. It's going to be the colossal gold lead. As the attempt to play there from Beryl doesn't quite hit the mark this time around. T1, once they've gotten control, there has been very little that it's felt like DK can do. And the best part of this for T1 is that this is leading directly into that objective. It's directly leading into Soul, and yes, Faker gets taken out, but the rest of the team isn't ready. If Faker's gone and they can actually walk up, it could have been a big moment, but it's not. She wasn't in position. The rest of the team wasn't quite there either. And if you're winning, Blitzcrank feels a hell of a whole lot better.
Oh my god, how did he know?
That's the blind hook.
He's a genius as Carrier getting taken down very low as Ona getting in amongst it. The flash away from Lucid this time around. But he's going to leave Beryl out to dry, and he is definitely dead. Now T1 with Baron and a man advantage. No more split pushing available for Showmaker as he needs to be back defending. Still, getting some shove in these side lanes going to be important, but as you can see, bounties are up and available. 6,000 gold is the approximate lead.
And at Showmaker is 2 levels down. It will be level 15 after this.
Oh,
he doesn't even get the wolf. Right, and as I highlighted, Lucid will be on this Ivern. It can't be him doing it. Shiyu is doing his part. I think Beryl, it's a tough position, right? He's the one that needs to make the plays. But unfortunately, neither Aiming nor Showmaker in this one thus far has been able to make their mark.
Yeah.
In a positive sense. And we will see if just the idea of this Smolder is going to be enough. The burn is hitting.
I mean, he really does hurt.
The problem is they haven't been able to find too much as Beryl goes in once again. Massive AoE, but they haven't finished off the targets. The flash forward from aiming, that was insane, and not in a good way, as Lucy going to be going down as well. Shiu, can you tidy up the fight? It is now all about you, as Owner is going to get taken down, and Gumayusi holds the Tryndamere in place and says, nope, you're just going to get kited. That is going to be the kill for Faker as well. That's the ace, and that should be the game for T1. It took 5 games, but they remain in the upper bracket, ready for a date with either HLE or with Gen G. But man, they had to work for it today, and at least we got one hell of a series.
And T1 claims their victory. A hard-fought one. I need to vote for POM Atlas.
Yeah, where does that one go?
I mean, I guess it's just. Is it Keria? Is it Doran?
Is it
Faker? Oh,
is it Owner? It might be Gumayusi.
Okay.
It's one of those 5, definitely. I've narrowed it down for you.
I don't think it's Owner. I don't think it's Guma.
I kind of think it's Faker.
I'm gonna I know they're waiting for me, so I'm gonna quickly go over the draft again while you talk.
Okay, I can now talk.
Yeah.
As you can see, T1, I mean, that is the response that I was expecting out of Owner there. As you can see, not exactly going crazy with the celebrations, as there is some work to do. Faker as well, I think, ready for some feedback sessions after that one to make sure that they are ready. There is another thing that we do need to talk about here, as Gumayusi, of course, he's a very charismatic guy. He's still going to be celebrating. But the thing is, they weren't in the play-ins. This is a team that has had a fair bit of time off, and I think T1 and Gen G are very similar in the fact that the more they get to play on stage, the better they look. And I don't think T1 are going to look this shaky in their next matchup. That's what I'm expecting moving into the next game.
Right, it's one of those things where until we see more series, we can't really know. Has this been DK massively leveling up? I think we can always say that.
Yep.
Particularly in the case of Shiu, who unfortunately wasn't able to bring it through on the Gwen here. And you know, sometimes I feel like what actually wins or loses a game is kind of nebulous. And like, you're like, oh, I kind of wonder, was it this rotation? Was it this base? Was it this one trade?
I think we know exactly what it was.
In this game, it's actually very easy to know what lost him the game, because DK was in full control, pushing side lanes.
It might have been this.
It's this. This is definitely something that's going to show up in feedback for DK, because that was their carry.
And the problem is this has also been, a string of behavior for aiming in their last few series.
We saw it. Yeah, we've seen it on the Ezreal against Nongshim, and despite Shiu being as fat as he was, the linchpin of this comp was always going to be the smolder. A lot of faith being put into aiming didn't end up paying out. I think that Faker, again, showing with these back-to-back plays that he still just doesn't care, and he's just going to make the play. If he thinks it's a good play, the play's going to get made. I'm going to spoil. I had to go for Doran. I know that this game he got bullied around, but I feel like he was the most consistent member on this team. I think a lot of the other players had great moments, but weren't consistently there. Might end up being Keria as well, because it was game 5 and he did play Blitz. And his Leona was insane. But I just had to throw it to Doran.
No, I think Doran had a fantastic one. In this one, it's harder to reconcile that, given the fact that the Gwen was so big. But this one was, to me,
they could have just cleared waves there, by the way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. A lot of this was just aiming, kind of losing his mind here in this 5th game.
And I'm sure somewhere there's a 2023 KT fan that says, I knew it all along.
Yeah, first time, question mark?
Is it just Wolf?
Well, Showmaker obviously not doing a whole lot of damage to champions.
I mean, we've been going off on aiming, and I think that's fair. The Tryndamere also did not hit them. Should have been Viego.
Should have been Viego.
Should not have been Viego. Viego also wouldn't have been
But
good.
It also could have been Smolder mid lane, which would have probably been fine as well. You're not going to stack up quite as quickly, I don't think, but that could have been an angle there. But hindsight is obviously 2020, or at least DK fans wish it was 2020. I thought that joke would hit harder, but it didn't really work, did it?
I don't.
Because 2020 was when they won Worlds.
That's good. That's good. But I think it's a little
It wasn't great.
It's fine. It's
Thankfully,
fine.
most people are kind of zoned out when we're at the score screen. As Carrier will be able to pick it up. Played Blitzcrank in Game 5 and also landed the series-winning hook. And, you know, recency bias aside, still was a very good choice for today.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think the Faker votes also make sense. But when you look at the actual impact from Doran and Carrier with the standouts over the course of the whole series, man, a lot of takeaways here. T1 looking way shakier than we thought. I think that DK, even though it ended with kind of a classic Game 5 fearless, also looking particularly towards something a lot better than we were expecting coming into today's series. We'll see if they can make a big splash in the lower bracket. But they are now working on a single life.
Exactly.
And, we'll see who they face off there, because there's a bunch of teams that could be it. Could be KT, probably BNK.
Imagine the BNK rematch in the lower bracket.
Could happen, Atlas.
Oh, man. I'll have to remember then which team is the 6th place team. The problem is the other team's the 7th place team. We haven't sent one of them to Worlds, I don't think. Have we?
Nope.
I think 6th place is the lowest that we've gone. However, one of them has actually won the whole thing. So can be certainly a scary moment.
Wasn't DRX like 7th or 8th when they... I remember
they were 6th.
No.
DRX was 6th.
No, but weren't they... They qualified off of points they got earlier on. But I guess it was them still being 6th.
Yeah, something like that. But now it is time for the interview, so let's throw it on over.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the post-match interview translation, joined by the POM, Kira, and also Doran on the side of T1. Please welcome them onto the stage. Congratulations on the win, everyone. Thank you very much. It was nail-biter, actually. 5-game series up against Dplus Kia, and now you guys are headed to the second round of the playoffs. How do you feel? Well, honestly, I was not expecting a 5-game series. But it was fun. I had a lot of fun. And I'm so relieved that we managed to grab the win in the end. What about you, Doran? Like, imagine I imagine myself us losing the series, and it was going to be a very tough road for us. I'm so relieved that we managed to get the win. Carrier, it's been about 4 months since you last played Dplus Kia after, we split it into Legend groups and Rise groups. So how was playing up against them after a while? Yeah, it's been a long time. I've watched them perform in the Rise group, in the play-ins, and I thought to myself, if we happen to have another matchup against Dplus Kia, I thought it would be a fun one. But everything is pretty much, it depends on where you're actually playing, because they managed to put up a really good fight up against us. It was a very tough series for us today. I'm being very frank. Well, it was not a best start for T1, dropping the first game. So what was the feedback mainly about? Although we lost the first game, we didn't really think that it was our problem. We just wanted to make sure that we have the better approach to the second game. And Doran, your performance in Jax was so impressive because you managed to do a lot of work in the later phase of the game and team fights. Well, the enemy also locked in Kiana in the jungle role, which is a very successful pick over in the LPL. So was T1 kind of prepared to deal with that champion? I mean, yeah, Kiana is a meta pick over in the LPL. So we did kind of have Kiana in our mind, I thought every team can actually utilize Kiana. So it was not something that we did not expect at all. What about you, Doran? What was your plan going up against Kiana then? I mean, it's irrelevant to the top lane. And Owner also wanted to play Kiana, but he didn't get a chance. So I just had a lot of fun watching them play Kiana. It did seem like both teams prepared so much for the playoffs match. Dplus Kia, they were on a great form, and also they tried a lot of new strategies. I'm very glad that we secured the win today, but I think T1 has a long way to go yet. I think the main focus for us will be being on the best form and performance. Even Girls' Day Yura came down to support T1 in the audience, and it was a 5-gamer. Everyone was sending so much energy and love and support. We had a lot of pocket picks throughout the series, and then Game 5, Keria, your Blitzcrank, was, one of the picks that brought T1 to the victory. After the drafting was completed, what was on your mind? When I was young, first off, I was a big fan of Girls' Day, so thank you, Yura, for coming to support us. And then looking at the enemies comp, I thought Blitz will be the only way for T1 to find the angle for victory. So I think Blitz was the one, and I think the play was there to actually kind of manage to secure the win. So I'm so glad and relieved that our performance was able to live up to our plan. I think that was the moment that everything was decided. What was going through your mind when you're throwing that hook? As long as I can land my hook, we were pretty sure that we're gonna get a kill onto that Smolder. And then as we can get a push onto the mid lane, I didn't really see an angle where we actually lose the game. And then even when you guys were trying the Baron, you managed to hook Ivern outside of your vision. When I was using my hook, we didn't really have vision, but prior to that, we saw him moving towards that path. So I was kind of doing some prediction, and then it kind of worked. And then in the last game, Doran, you were playing Renekton into Gwen, and then because you've been popping up throughout the season, it was obvious that the enemies were targeting you so much and you were not having the best day. How was the series today? I did die a lot in that game, I was not having the best game here. So it is what it is, It happens, and I died a lot, so it was a rough day, but you still have to step up. And I also want to say thank you to the teammates who played so well, so we were able to win the series. Keria, with this win, you are the second players to hit 400 to win in the LCK. What does it mean to you? Feels amazing for sure. It means that I've been out here for a long time, which makes me feel really proud. I hope I can become the first ever player to accomplish many things. I hope I can be the first ever, the best support, anything possible. Any message over to Keria, Doran? With some eye contact, maybe? We debuted together. It means a lot. So, congratulations, Keria, on a new milestone. I hope you can keep up the good work. Now, in the second round of the playoffs, your opponent will be either Genji or Hono Life. How would you like to play out the rest of the playoffs? It feels like we have a bit of a time to prepare for the next match. So based on the games we played today, I hope we can come back with a stronger performance. Anything you would like to say your potential opponent in the next round? Both teams are very, very strong. I can say that for sure. We have a couple days to prepare for the next one. So I think our main focus should be focusing our own performance. As long as we can be on our peak performance, we will be able to beat whoever we're facing. Once again, congratulations on the win today, Keria and Doran, and that will be the end of the post-match interview, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for that translation there. And my goodness, what a ride it was. A best of 5 here in our first match of the UD Bank 2025 LCK Playoffs. It is T1 getting the job done. Despite being down 2,000 gold within the first 15 minutes, it looked like the Ivern was working, the Tryndamere was working, the chefs over at Dplus Kia were cooking, and T1 looked lost until the hand of victory came out and was able to pull the win there in the form of Keria, win the POM.
I would not want to be in that environment right now. Being aiming or even trying to talk to aiming must be feeling not so great. We had a few votes here scattered around. I really wanted to vote for Doran, to be honest. I think it's pretty based from Chronicler, but ultimately the Keria hooks were what decided the series. And yes, it's player of the match, but I had to go for Keria.
Yeah, KDA does not tell the tale of your impact this series.
It's true. He's 100% accurate. Like the first 2 games especially, his 0-5 Jax made such a big impact. Like Chronicler's 100% right.
I think it can be such a great vote for the rookie players whenever you struggle to find out your role in the team fight. Like his positioning in team fight is just phenomenal.
Yeah, I don't get a vote, but this Doran vote I liked a lot because it felt like in a game where people were playing a little tight, he was making plays, whether it was good or bad. He made more good plays than bad, made the action happen. What was your comment here?
I'm lost, by the way. Like, so many things happened today. Like, in the game 1, like, you could see, like, DK stomping T1. But at the end, you know, all I remember is Blitzcrank, and that's all. You know, like, Smolder getting hooked in the mid lane. That was crucial.
I didn't see a Smolder getting hooked. I saw an upper bracket spot getting pulled in by
Go on.
And now he's on the upper bracket. Nice. Good job, Keria.
Again, I think the stakes couldn't be downplayed more. It would still require 2 gauntlet wins here for Dplus now to get the victory, whereas now T1 are almost assured making it to World Tier as at least the 3rd seed. As goes with the vote here for Keria. This player is just irreplaceable. Keria making the clutch plays. Prince saying shielded off defeat and grabbed victory. There's the Leona, and there's the Blitzcrank. Yeah. Both of you guys, I like it. You know, like boxers over there. Cloud Templar going, from the opponent's perspective, this is the #1 support you'd want to bop on the head.
Yeah.
Because he's annoying, you know? Like, he's always, like, picking Bard and, like, Blitzcrank, you know? You can't never, like, punish him.
From your team's perspective, there might be one player on your team you might want to bop on the head who was hooked in. We're the analysts over here, man. He got hooked a lot. I feel like we're kind of, like, shrugging it off, but great play from Keria, but, man, Dplus probably feeling rough about this one.
Yeah,
we got one more.
Aiming trying to do the Matador, but getting hit by the bull a lot. The Blitz. Blitz grabbing Smolder and Ivern out of a blind box. And yes, I also wanted to bop Leona to the champ, of course, right? You know, yeah.
The champ at the end.
It's
perfect.
There's like actually someone out there named Leona he knows. He just wants to make sure to her in particular that he does not mention his friend Leona in real life. He's like, not you, by the way. I'm talking about the League of Legends champion.
I love League. Let's take a look at the match results after this one. Only one man had the foresight to know it was going all 5 today and had the prediction correct. It was a 3-2 victory for T1. It took 5 games, and there it is. That man right there. Put it in the chat. Everyone knows that's the prediction king. He got tired of hearing Chronicler always talk about being right on predictions, and in the face of adversity, Atlas was the one that came up huge here.
Yeah, you know, we were all correct, though. Actually, all 14 of us, we knew. There was never any doubt for anyone. We all were like, yeah, T1's got this in the bag. We were sure the whole time.
2,000 gold, no worries. There's a Blitz, there's a Victor, there's Scaling.
Man.
Scaling.
Easy, bro.
Blitzcrank outscales Smolder, because if he grabs Smolder, Smolder disappears.
Blitzcrank is so OP.
Oh, gosh.
Very binary champion.
What a series.
He went ones, and he made the Smolder go zeros. So now Dplus is in the lower bracket. This is a rough run, like you mentioned, for whoever goes down to the lower bracket. It would be tough for T1, especially with right now BNK being in such good form, but also KT had the better of Dplus. That's why they were in the Rise group in the first place. So either way, it's a tough matchup for Dplus down in that first one on Wednesday next week.
Yeah, it's going to be really close. I think it's even closer than the T1 DK match, and hopefully we get to Game 5 as well.
Yeah, and the way that this works, again, the higher seed of the losers in the winners bracket matches this Saturday and Sunday will get automatically seeded to that 4th place spot at minimum. Here's our next matchup tomorrow. Goodness gracious, it's been a little while since we've taken a ride on the roller coaster, and we got a mini one today in the best of 5 series, but KT versus BNK FearX. Just quick thoughts on that series before we toss for the day.
I mean, who knows what's going to happen? Every time we think we know, every time we think it's going to be one side, every time we think it's going to be a closer series, expectations get subverted. I have no idea, Dion.
Big Lie is gonna stomp BDD.
There it is.
Whoa!
Clip it, ship it. We'll see it on FM Korea later tonight. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK Playoffs.